Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the squeegee of justice with Super Ball, the cat, my faithful sidekick by my side. Let's see, just want to do a quick check-in on audio. All right, audio seems to be okay. How's everybody doing today? I know it's cold. I know it is cold out there. Chilly here too. I woke up to 33 degrees today. I know a lot of you are well below that. Where my mom used to live, she's passed away, but it's 9 degrees. So I know it's cold. I know it's cold for you guys. So, how's everybody doing today? How's everybody's weekend? It is Martin Luther King Jr. Day here for us in the United States, so court will be off today. But we'll be continuing our rewatch of Florida versus Henry Segura, and then we'll pick up live tomorrow with West Virginia versus Natalie Cochran. But Julie, 32 where you are. Willow Johnson, -9. Yeah, that's cold. Hey, Florida PI Sam, how are you? Baka of 3, Dream of Landry, hello, hello. Great to see you guys. Therapist, you know, how are you? Mandy Strong, good to see you as well. Hope you're doing well. It's chilly all the way around. Oh, Mary Tedeschi, how are you? Tedeschi? I hope I got that right. Sorry if I butchered that. But how are you guys all doing today? Whew, it is cold. I had Super Ball with me for a moment, but she's over there now. I'm sure she'll come back. All right, so let's get to we're going to finish up day 5. We still had one more. I had to end early because we had a Jules Investigate on Friday. So I had to end day 5, one witness early, but then we'll pick up on day 6 of Florida versus Henry Segura. Dream of Landry, it's 25 in Louisiana. Tuesday night low 13. That's just not right. Yeah. My nephew's wife lives in New Orleans, and they're supposed to be getting snow. She said it's going to be a little bit north of them, but 43 in Tampa. Yeah, that's just not right. That's just not right. Yeah. Going to be an ice storm, snowstorm for the deep south. We're not used to that. Even a half inch of snow, and everybody, shuts down because it's cold. We just don't have the capabilities to deal with ice like up north. So, all right. Well, let's get warmed up by watching Henry Segura. So, just a quick refresh. Henry Segura was. This is his second trial. He is accused of brutally beating, shooting, unaliving his girlfriend at the time. He had a wife, don't forget, and 2 kids, but he also had like 5 or 6 girlfriends, and he had 3 or 4 other kids. Brandi Peters was one of those other women, and she had 2 twin daughters, Tanika and Tamiyah, and then she had a son, JaVonte, who was 3, and that was Henry's son. And Brandi was suspected of, we heard on Friday, James Santos, who goes by many aliases. He potentially is this cartel, card-carrying member of the board of a cartel, and he claims that Brandi took some money from the cartel, the Zetos, and then, she was fronted some drugs and some money, and she never paid it back, so that's why James had her unalived. So Brandi was pretty brutally beat up, shot 7 times, but amazingly enough, that didn't delete her. It was, she got basically her brain smashed in, unfortunately. Her one daughter was shot in the back of the head. Her other 2 kids were drowned. So pretty sad. So four people are no longer with us because of this. So Henry's saying it was this cartel. But other people are saying it was Henry because he owed $20,000 in back child support, and he wanted to go to Afghanistan to make some money, and he needed money for, he needed to get a visa and a passport, and you couldn't do that if you had back child support. So, hey, Hellcat. Welcome to the show, Brenda Meyer. Everybody, welcome in Hellcat, our newest mod. Yes, everybody, welcome in Hellcat. She's got a wrench. She's got the old blue wrench. Good to see you, Hellcat. Thank you for joining us. And Shirley Roth, good to see you too. All right, so let's get to it. Let's get to Mr. Segura. So we're going to pick up on the end of day 5. We have one more witness to go. And this is the end of Mark Lewis, very end of him, and then we'll pick up on the next witness. Let me get myself situated here. Situated. All right, Diane Guzman will come up after Mark, so let's get to him, or get to her. So I'm going to play this, and then we'll kick in.
Like a quarter mile, maybe less.
Never.
Your testimony is based on your experience. You believed that the trash cans were changed every day, right?
It's my knowledge that they are supposed to be.
They're supposed to be.
Yes.
Now, this was Thanksgiving week, right?
I guess so.
And how far, roughly, was Jack McLean from Brandi Peters' house?
Relatively close.
Okay, like a quarter mile, maybe less?
Never tracked it out, but it's close.
Something like that, roughly?
With a quarter mile, half mile, somewhere like that.
Yes, sir. No further questions.
Yeah. Any juror have a question? All right, you can step that. Collect those items.
Yes, sir.
Next one.
At this time, the defense will call Diane Guzman. Diane Guzman.
Come on up here, please, if you're open. We're waiting. You can take the court to this point, please. Right here.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
Have a seat. Start at the railing, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Guzman, can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell out your first and last name?
Yes, my name is Diane Guzman, DianeGuzman.
And what do you do for a living?
I am a crime lab analyst at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement in the biology section.
What does that mean exactly?
It means I test items of evidence for the presence of biological materials. I isolate DNA from those items and develop a profile. I compare evidentiary profiles to profiles from known individuals, and I write reports.
Okay. And can you tell me a little bit about your education, training, and experience that enables you to perform that analysis?
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree in biology with a minor in chemistry from the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee. I was originally hired in 2007 by the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory, where I performed DNA analysis. I underwent a year-long intensive training program there, run by the NFSTC, which stands for the National Forensic Science and Technology Center. Later, I was employed by FDLE in Tallahassee here, and I underwent approximately 6 months of additional training.
Okay, and do you have to maintain any accreditation or certificate of good standing or anything like that in order to be able to conduct the testing that you've described at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes, I am certified by FDLE, and this includes yearly training and reading relevant materials specific to DNA analysis.
And have you ever been qualified as an expert to testify on DNA in court?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
Approximately 10.
Okay. At this time, I would tender the witness.
And board hour. No. May I proceed?
Ms. Guzman, did you analyze a couple of exhibits in this case?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us what you analyzed?
Yes, did you want to go specifically by report, or do you have a particular item you want
I'm
to know about?
referring, yes ma'am, I'm referring to your report dated March 26, 2018. And we'll be looking at Agency Exhibit 6A and 13A, FDLE 207-208. Those items are in front of you right there.
Okay. Yes, I did examine, regarding that specific report, 3 items. FDLE Item 116, which is Agency Exhibit 126, swab of grab bar in tub. FDLE Item 207, which is Agency Exhibit 6A, a white T-shirt. And FDLE Item 208, which is Agency Exhibit 13A, which was a white collared shirt.
I guess we can, this exhibit is not in front of you, we can deal with Exhibit 126, which is in evidence as State 63, the swab of the bath bar. You weren't able to get sufficient DNA from the remaining part of the swab on that one, correct?
I was not.
So no analysis could be performed on that?
After the quantification process, no DNA analysis was performed. That's correct.
Okay. And let's talk for a second about Exhibit, or Agency Exhibit 6A, which is in evidence as Defense Exhibit 22. It's in front of you there on the bench.
Yes.
Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
What, if any, analysis did you perform on that item?
On this item, I performed a presumptive test for the possible presence of blood, and that test was negative, so I did not continue any further testing.
Now, there was red-brown staining all over that, correct?
There was, yes.
When DNA, blood included, is exposed to high heat, fire especially, can that degrade the DNA?
Yes, it can degrade or damage the DNA.
And over time, obviously this item was collected in 2010, so it's been in someplace other than cold storage for a long time now. Can that cause further degradation of any DNA?
I'm actually not aware of the storage conditions of the item before it came to me. The generally ideal conditions for storing DNA are cool and dry. Any other conditions such as high heat, humidity, mold, those can all be damaging to the DNA.
And without going into any of the dates or who opened them or anything, can you tell from the packaging how many times that one's been opened?
No, I can't. I do see my initials on sealing tape, but I don't know how many times it's been examined.
Okay, so only FDLE would initial and make notation when they open it?
I'm not sure if
Okay.
other agencies do that.
Fair enough. Okay, so when DNA is degraded badly, can something that is blood, for example, give a negative indication for blood?
It's possible.
Okay. Let's move on to Exhibit 13A, which is in evidence as Defense Exhibit number 23. Did you perform analysis on that, the white collared shirt?
Yes, I did.
And what, if any, results were you able to figure out?
I sampled 7 different areas. 2 of those areas did not have enough DNA to go on for further testing. Of the 5 remaining areas, another 2 were too low level. The resulting profile was limited, not interpretable. The remaining 3 areas that were sampled gave results consistent with an unknown male individual that I sub-designated as male 1.
Okay. And the DNA or partial profile that you obtained for that unknown male, was that consistent for multiple locations on the shirt that you swabbed?
There were 3 samples that went on that resulted in the profile that I sub-designated as male 1. The 2 of the 3 were complete profiles. That means I had results at all of the areas tested. 1 was a partial profile, but they were all consistent with male 1.
Okay, so it's 1 male. Did you compare the partial profile for the unknown male to the profiles of the 4 victims in the case, as well as Henry Segura?
I did compare the profile to all of the standards that had been submitted in the case thus far, and everyone was excluded.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Father? One moment, Your Honor.
So 13A, that's the shirt that had DNA on it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Positive for blood?
Defense Exhibit 23 is a true
Yes, Your Honor.
Use the course number.
I'm sorry. So Defense Exhibit 23, which would be your 13A, had blood on it and DNA, correct?
The presumptive test for blood was positive, yes, and there was enough DNA to continue with testing.
And you tested this against 22 different buccal swabs that you had been sampled for as it relates to this particular case, correct?
I didn't count the number of known standards that had been submitted, but I did compare my results to all of the standards that were submitted, and every individual was excluded.
Mr. Prince asked you about 3 or 4 or 5 of them, but bottom line is it's a lot more than that, wasn't it? Give
A
your
lot
report there.
more.
Standards.
There were many standards.
Okay.
Yes.
Why don't you count it for me real quick, please?
I count 23,
23.
yes.
And not a single one came back in a match in any way, shape, or form, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, isn't it true that a dry shirt typically, if a shirt was dried out and typically stored at room temperature, it really wouldn't degrade DNA, correct?
If it was stored at room temperature, depending on the humidity, if it was stored in direct sunlight, it seems like that should be fine.
Okay. It really wouldn't degrade blood either, correct?
Under ideal conditions, no.
And actually, I guess it was 22 was the other white shirt?
You're right.
Okay. 22, your 6A, both 22 and 23 were both collected at the same time, according to the bags, correct?
I'm not sure when they were collected, no, sorry.
Take a look at the bag real quick.
They both say 11/26/2010.
Okay. And actually, 23 gave indications for blood DNA, so it could be presumed that 22, if it was stored in the same manner, would also give those indications if they were in fact present at any time, correct?
It's possible, yes.
And white shirts, when they're burned, they typically turn black, do they not?
I assume so, yes.
Okay. That shirt that you tested there, 22, which is your 6A, that had not turned black from any fires or anything like that, had it?
Not to my recollection, no.
And item number 23, 13A, same thing.
Correct.
And in fact, there was nothing during your examination in 23 buccal swabs that gave any indication that these were related to the crime scenes or the victim's murder in any way, shape, or form, correct?
The specific areas that I tested on shirt 13A, all of the standards were excluded.
No further questions.
Read it right. No, Your Honor. All right, any juror have a question for this witness? All right, if not, you can step down. We need to keep her any further.
No, sir, she can be released.
Yes, you really can.
Excuse, thank you for being here. Y'all want to take a break now, or you got to?
Yeah, we don't mind.
Why don't we take 10 minutes? All right, let the jury step up. Either that, anything?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
All right, so we will do a quick recap there. Diane Guzman is a crime lab analyst. She works in the biotechnology, biological lab of with FDLE, which is the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. She's FDLE certified. She was referring to a report from March 26th, 2018. She analyzed 3 items: the grab bar swab, a white t-shirt, and a white collared shirt. There was no DNA analysis on the grab bar due to insufficient amount of content. Now remember, this is from 2018, and the unalivings happened in 2010. So 8 years had passed. The white t-shirt, she said there was no blood, and the white collared shirt, she said there were 7 different areas. 2 didn't have enough DNA for testing, but 3 did, and they had male DNA. And she compared that to all 4 sources, which would have been Henry, Brandi, 5 sources, JaVonte, and the girls, Taniyah and Tamiyah, and they were all excluded. So I guess it's kind of showing that she really couldn't do an analysis on the grab bar. Not a big deal there. I think these shirts came from the trash can, I believe, which was the trash can fire in the park. And then Cross came in and said, you checked 23 sources and none came back with a match. So didn't really find much going on with her. Let's see, Brandi has a question. Let's see, Brandi. I missed Henry's direct. Did he know? I missed Henry's direct. Didn't know. Did he know Brandi was a drug mule? Was she in fact a drug mule? He didn't know, nor do we know that for sure. We're only going off of James Carlos Santos's testimony so far, and if you believe him, then you believe she's a drug mule. But nobody, her sisters, her friends, neighbors, nobody has said that she was a drug mule except James Santos. So it's kind of sus, if you will. So. All right, let's get back to, so now we're going to go to day 6. I'm sorry, we're going to continue on with day 5. Sorry, we have actually quite a lot of day 5. I didn't realize we had so much of day 5. Let's see, let's get back to day 5. I thought we were going to go into day 6 straight away, but we had to stop on Friday because Jules investigates.
Yes, Your Honor, my understanding.
Seriously? Dude, really? Did you guys see her? What are you doing? What are you doing, you little monkey? I'm being attacked. What are you doing? What do you want? What? Kitty. I was attacked by Kitty. Okay, let's continue for day 5. Hi.
Yes, Your Honor, it's my understanding that Vince is going to call Joanna Brown and recall her. It's my understanding that what she is testifying to at this
Everybody
time.
be seated. I got you.
Oh, okay. Well, you're looking at me.
No, there's a whole courtroom full of people behind you. Apparently didn't hear me say sit down.
Sorry, Your Honor. Ms. Brown apparently is going to testify that a couple of days ago, or within a very short period of time, Mr. Prince asked her to take a look and do a comparison of Angela Vila's DNA to State's Exhibit.
I think it's the
What is it?
defense 3, I think.
That's defense 3. It's the swab of the cradle of the phone. This has not been disclosed to the state in any way, shape, or form, and we would object to her testifying about that. She was in fact, of course, an expert that had been declared by the state, but up until any time she had not been done that analysis, nor was she in law employed before the Department of law enforcement in the capacity in any way, shape, or form of a DNA analyst. So we would object to any late disclosure of any analysis that she made on that particular item.
Mr. Prince?
First, I should clarify, it's defense 1A and 1B that we'll be referring to for her, the electropharogram of the swab of 3324, which is the phone cradle. There's nothing to disclose. There's no written report. There's no written finding. I gave her Avila's electropharogram and asked her to make a determination about whether he could be included. She called me last night and said that he could be included or was included, and so I told Mr. Fuchs that just now because she's getting ready to go on after Mr. Noppinger. My reading of the rule doesn't require disclosure of an oral finding. I think it makes it even less of a problem that she's a state expert that they've been in communication with, of course, the whole time.
Well, I'm certainly going to give him a chance to talk to her before she testifies. When were you expecting her to testify?
After Mr. Noppinger.
Well, we might need to rearrange that, so.
I can call Mr. Bundy next after him if you'd like me to.
Need to do it so they have a chance to talk to her and see what she's saying. What is your theory of it being a violation, Mr. Fuchs?
It's additional testing that hasn't been disclosed, Ron. I mean, it's.
Well, no, it was just disclosed because it was just done. So if you were in the same situation and your expert yesterday did something, would it be a discovery violation that you let them know that last night?
I do believe that if it's an expert testimony, there has to be prior disclosure to allow for further depositions, of course, additional testimony by another person if need be, to do and explore any of the aspects of it.
I think I heard you make argument to the contrary when it's just been done. Was this something that was just done?
Yes, sir. She called me last night.
I don't find there's a discovery violation, but I am going to let you talk to her before she testifies. So we'll need to arrange that. I'm sure she'll cooperate with you and tell you what she's done. Once we have that, we can discuss a little further. Anyway, you ready for a jury?
Yes, sir.
Let's have a jury, please.
All rise for the jury.
Everybody but the witness be seated, please. If you would face the curtain, be sworn, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Sorry. Mr. Noppinger, can you please state and spell your first and last name?
Yes, it's Kevin Noppinger, K-E-V-I-N. Last name is N-O-P-P-I-N-G-E-R.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a DNA forensic scientist.
What does that mean exactly?
Basically, examining evidence in criminal cases as well as civil cases, determination on DNA profiles, comparing these profiles to various individuals, and determine if they could be the source of the sample or could be eliminated.
Okay, and can you tell us a little bit about your educational background, training, and experience that enables you to do that kind of work?
Okay, I started after college in 1978. I started working with the Alabama Department of Forensic Scientists in their crime laboratory. I switched employments in 1982 to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. All of this was before DNA. We did ABO blood typing and looked at enzymes and proteins. From FDLE, and that'd be 1989, I switched employment to the Broward County Sheriff's Office, which is where I started doing DNA work. 1989, I went to the FBI Academy in Quantico, Virginia for my DNA training. I retired from the Broward County Sheriff's Office. I started a private DNA lab called DNA Labs International, and I left that lab in 2011. I do consulting work since then. I was hired by the U.S. State Department. I worked in Trinidad and Tobago, helping the government set up a DNA database laboratory, as well as trying to get the Forensic Science Center nationally accredited. And also, I currently am working with Caribbean Forensic Services. It's a private DNA lab. Recently, I got them internationally accredited. They do forensic DNA work down there.
Okay. And have you ever testified as an expert in the field of DNA analysis before?
Yes, I've testified over 500 times, 8 states, 8 different countries, and majority of time have been for prosecution.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, I tender the witness.
Any more now? No. You may proceed.
Mr. Noppinger, are there 2 exhibits in front of you, an electropharogram, Defense Composite Exhibit 2A and 2B, which is the Profiler Plus and Co-Filer electropharogram for the swab of Angel Avila's buccal swab?
Yes, sir.
And is there also a buccal swab itself in front of you, what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 10? It may not be marked yet.
This,
Yeah, that's it.
yes.
Okay. Without objection, I would admit composite 2A and B and 10 at this time, Your Honor.
Be admitted.
Mr. Noppinger, can you tell me what happens, or what would happen generally when a buccal swab gets sent to a lab?
Buccal swab, when it gets sent, small little cutting is taken from the cotton tip swab, which is generally what we received. That's extracted, DNA is extracted from that. Certain locations are amplified, and the subsequent end result is a DNA profile is developed.
Okay. And the electropharogram that you have there, the Profiler Plus and Co-Filer page for the profile developed for Mr. Avila, have you reviewed that?
Yes, I've seen this, yes.
Okay. And I want to talk to you about your analysis as it pertains to which state the electropharogram with the swab of the foam cradle recovered from Ms. Peters' home. Have you had a chance to look at that electropharogram as well?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay. Already in evidence is Defense Composite 1A and 1B. The Profiler Plus page is A, the Co-Filer page is B.
So we're saying 1A and B and State's Exhibit 35 are the same?
They're the same, yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Noppinger, can you tell me about the analysis you performed as it pertains to this evidentiary exhibit and comparing Mr. Avila's profile?
I compared the DNA profile that was developed from him to this electropharogram to see if it could be included or excluded as a possible contributor.
Okay. And you've had an opportunity to review Joel and Brown's findings as it pertains to this evidentiary exhibit as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
And with respect to the calls she made relative to the different allele that showed up on the electropharogram, did you agree with everything that she found and determined?
Yes, sir, I did.
Now, you went a step further, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you actually did inclusion statistics for Mr. Avila?
Well, it wasn't so much for, yes, I did, from the electropharogram.
Okay. Let me ask you that first. Did you make any determination about whether Mr. Avila was included as a contributor to this mixture?
Yes, I could not exclude him as a contributor, yes.
Okay. And you did a statistical likelihood of inclusion, correct?
Just statistical analysis, yes.
Okay. Can you tell me about that? And before we talk about the numbers, tell me what it means.
Okay. Well, but if I can talk just briefly on that.
Sure.
Okay. It's a mixture of at least two people, appears to be two people on that mixture. So what we look for is, and the profile, we could not exclude the victim from this particular sample. So we're looking at for what's foreign, the foreign DNA. So right away from the second line down, you're going to see an X and a Y on it. It's a locus we call amylogenin. And the peak heights determine how much DNA is present. So you see a very tall peak height at the X and a very small one at the Y. So it indicates the major contributor would be a female, and there is another contributor in this DNA sample that would be a male as well. So comparing the major contributor, I could not exclude her, so I was looking at the foreign DNA that is not her DNA. So from those foreign alleles, I took those foreign alleles and did a statistical calculation.
Okay, let me clarify this first, I guess. Brandi Peters was determined to be the major contributor to this mixture, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And with respect to JaVonte Segura and Mr. Henry Segura, the defendant, they were both excluded from the mixture, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now as it relates to the foreign DNA, can you tell me what the statistical likelihood of inclusion for Mr. Avila was?
Yes, well, the lowest, we break it down into racial groups. The Caucasian was about 1 in 1,200 people. The African American was 1 in about 600, and the Hispanic was approximately around 1 in 15,000 would be the frequency.
Okay. And what that means is that you would expect to see those alleles present in only one person out of whatever the other corresponding number is, correct?
Yeah, it's a conservative number, yes.
And so for Hispanics, you said it's 1 Hispanic and 15,000 Hispanics will have that foreign profile.
Statistically, you would expect at least that, yes.
Okay. So an inverse way of stating that would be that in any given genetic population, about 99.5% of the Hispanic population, as it's, 14,999 don't have that profile, would be excluded from the profile, correct?
About that, yes.
Okay.
Be correct.
No further questions at this time.
Mr. Noppinger, isn't it true that in order for you to make the determination Mr. Avila was present in this DNA, you had to assume more than 2 donors?
Well, I assumed 2 donors on that sample.
You assumed more than 2, did you not?
Well, there's one allele that did not match up to him, yes.
There's one allele that didn't match him, correct?
That's correct.
So in order to make a match for him, you would have to assume that there's 3 donors, correct? Another person out there.
Well, in the forensic field, because of various issues that appear, we have to have at least 2 alleles.
Okay. And you didn't have that second allele, correct?
We only had 1 foreign, not 2 foreign.
Okay. And so you had to assume, again, an additional donor that would account for that extra allele, would you not?
Well, I assumed 2 donors, but there was 1 allele that did not fit that scenario, but again...
So therefore, there would have to be a 3rd donor.
No, sometimes we have artifacts, or it could be allele from another donor, yes. Sometimes there's electrical issue or artifacts. That's why we're positive we see 2 foreign alleles that would be a 3rd person. So it's in that gray area.
Okay, but in order to make your gray area work for Mr. Avila, in order to get your calculation, you would have to assume that there's either an artifact there or an additional donor, correct?
Well, I didn't actually assume that. I took from the FDLE analyst what she marked as foreign alleles, and that's where I did the statistical calculation from, more so than the electropharogram. I did look at the electropharogram.
Okay, but you found an allele that wasn't accounted for by Mr. Avila or the victims of the crime, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you would have to assume that another person donated that allele for some sort of historical artifact.
Yes.
And Ms. Brown assumed that there's only 2 donors, correct?
In the report, yes.
And you were paid by the defense, were you not?
Yes.
How much were you paid by the defense?
I get paid through the state, but I've been approved for the whole thing for like $5,000, but that's travel and expenses and those kind of issues.
No further question. Redirect.
Maybe one clarification. So there's certain standards that have to be met in order to call it a two-person sample, correct?
Yes.
One of those requirements is that you have 4 allele present at a particular locus, correct?
Well, for two-person, the guidelines are, you inherit 1 allele from your mother, 1 from your father. So you have 2. So a mixture would be considered 3 alleles at 2 or more loci, is what protocols call for.
Okay.
That would be considered a two-person mixture.
And as you indicate, there is some gray area between, for example, calling something a two-person mixture and calling something a three-person mixture. Is that right?
Again, the protocol would be, because of 2 alleles at each person, you would expect 5 alleles if it's 3-person at 2 or more loci.
Okay. And there can be an in-between as well, right? You can have a situation where FDLE phrases it as at least 2, where you have 2 identifiable donors and then potential contribution by some third party that doesn't rise to the level of a clear-cut 3-person mixture, right?
Yes, sir.
And so that's what we're talking about?
In my opinion, yes, sir.
Okay. And based on your opinion, you were able to determine that Angel Avila was included as a contributor to the profile developed, the mixed profile developed from the swap of the foam cradle in Brandi's bedroom?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. No further questions at this time.
All right. Any juror have a question of this witness? All right, you can step in. Do you need to keep him any further?
Yes, sir.
All right, remain with us, please. Your next witness.
This time, Your Honor, the defense will call Jason Bundy.
Come up here, please. You would face the clerk and be sworn, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Have a seat. Slide up the rail, please. May proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Bundy, can you please state and spell both your first and last name, please?
My name is Jason Bundy, JasonBundy.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm currently the Forensic Quality Manager for the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
What does that mean?
The Forensic Quality Manager oversees all the quality assurance roles within the department for all the disciplines that we do in forensics. It would cover training oversight, quality assurance, procedure creation, etc.
Okay. Does that apply to areas of forensic science beyond DNA?
All of the disciplines, yes, so
Okay.
DNA is included.
All right. And tell us about your educational background as well as training and experience you've received to be able to do that job.
My training experience, I have a master's degree in biochemistry. My background in forensics is in the biology or the DNA testing, where I completed DNA testing for about 15 years.
You did that all with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
All with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, yes.
Okay. And what was the last supervisory position you had specifically dealing with DNA?
The last supervisory position I had was biology technical leader. It was a supervisory level position that is similar to the position I'm doing now, but only for biology. So it was the same quality assurance, but it was just biology centric.
And what region did you preside over?
I presided over multiple laboratories during that time. It varied over the years that I did it, but I covered at least every laboratory that FDLE has at some point during that time.
Okay. So you were basically the guy in charge of all the DNA analysts, correct?
Yes, over different times, but I wouldn't say the analyst so much as the techniques and the requirements that we would be required to do more than the people themselves.
Yes, sir. Your job was more aimed at ensuring reliable results and reliable procedures and practices?
Exactly.
Okay. And so at various points throughout your career and throughout your experience, you've been over every lab in the state of Florida that the Florida Department of Law Enforcement operates?
At some point, yes.
Okay. And because you're employed by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, you can't be hired as a contractor by, like if I wanted to hire you, I can't just come hire you. You work for FDLE.
That is correct.
Okay. And just for clarity's sake, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement Biology Section receives all evidentiary exhibits from law enforcement agencies and state attorney's office that they need tested for criminal cases, correct?
Yes, we receive from law enforcement agencies.
Okay. And have you had an opportunity to testify based on your training, experience, and education as an expert in the field of DNA analysis previously?
Yes, I have.
And approximately how many occasions?
About 30 times.
Okay. How attended the witness?
Before dark.
Yeah.
Right, you may proceed.
I suppose it also bears asking, I know you haven't testified as many times because you were more concerned within your role as a supervisor with making sure everybody was following reliable practices and procedures. How many cases roughly have you worked on?
I probably worked at least 1,000 cases.
Okay. I'd like to ask you specifically about a profile or partial profile developed from Defense Exhibit 12, which is already in evidence. It was Agency Exhibit 126, FDLE 116, which is a swab of the bath bar in this case. Did you conduct analysis on that?
I reviewed this, yes.
Okay. Do you recognize this program, Mr. Bundy?
Yes, I do.
And I'm going to ask you, I guess, generally for your...
If it would give assistance as a pointer.
Oh, thank you.
For your interpretive finding first, and then I'm going to go back and ask some specific questions of you. Ultimately, did you determine that this partial profile was interpretable?
No, this particular profile was not suitable for interpretation.
Okay, so a finding that Mr. Segura would be included would not be based on reliable and tested practices and procedures within the scientific community.
It's definitely not approved in the Florida Department of Law Enforcement's procedure, and that was something that we tested, so it doesn't fulfill any of the requirements of our validations or our procedures.
Let's talk a little bit about that so we can understand that first. There's a two-step process for validation of a kit, correct?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about that?
So generally, anytime a new method or test is being completed, a lot of our tests are created by a company, a vendor, we'll call them, and so they will have to do an initial set of validation, which would be called the developmental validation. So they do extensive research in creating the product that we're going to end up using in forensics. Once it's completed and they've developmentally validated and it's met all the expectations at that level, for a laboratory to be able to use it themselves, they would have to validate it internally based on the procedures and the parameters that they intend to use it for, so that way we know the expected results that we would be able to achieve. So those two steps would be required at least for every method or test.
And why is it that a second step of validation, an internal validation, is required for each lab?
Because the instruments that are used particularly in DNA testing, but in a lot of different tests, they have multiple variables that you can change. Time, temperature, voltage, different things like that and other settings that would impact the outcome of the results. So an internal validation by the laboratory would be required, so we would be able to ensure that we're getting reliable results with the parameters we've chosen.
And in the general sense, I suppose, what would happen if somebody just ignored the internal policies and procedures as it pertains to DNA interpretation, failing to take into account all the variables you just mentioned?
If you don't follow to what was found in the validation, you may make conclusions that don't align with the expected results. So you could potentially make comparisons to data that's not trustworthy. It could be something other than DNA, because that is part of the test itself that could happen. So you would have to, you wouldn't know necessarily what parameters to use for your interpretation if you didn't know what the procedure and the validation had set up.
Now, there are some labs in other places that have a lower inclusion threshold, right? Some labs, for example, would have a 75 RFU threshold for inclusion. Is that right?
That is correct.
But that would be based on totally different variables than are present with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. Is that also correct?
Exactly. We don't know. That's the whole point.
Okay. And let me ask you about SWGDAM. Can you explain to the jury what SWGDAM is?
SWGDAM is the scientific working group for DNA analysis methods. It's a group created by the FBI, and their sole intention was to create consistent and reproducible guidelines and practices that ensure trustworthy work coming out of forensic laboratories.
And is one of the SWGDAM requirements for interpretation that an individual interpreting data developed using a particular kit in a particular lab use the interpretive guidelines that were validated for use with that kit in that lab?
Yes, I think the language specifies that to be able to do any interpretation, a lab must validate it.
Okay. And so the lab, for example, wouldn't be able to validate inclusion on starred allele with Profiler Plus, correct?
Correct.
Because that would be not only a violation of SWGDAM, but of the interpretive guidelines developed for use with Profiler Plus and validated by FDLE, correct?
It is not supported by the FDLE procedures, that's correct.
Okay. Now, in order for such an interpretation, that is to say, an interpretation of starred allele developed using Profiler Plus in an FDLE lab, what type of other information could potentially be relevant to determining a reliable opinion and to do inclusion on low RFU value allele? Does that make sense?
No, if you could ask it one more time.
I guess let me ask you this question first. Is general knowledge about the way that the molecules that make up the DNA or the biological material present at each locus, is that particularly relevant to determining whether you can make a call on a starred allele? Or is the analysis more based on the variables in the instrumentation?
It does require both. You have to understand how the test itself works, but that's also what we use to determine what parameters and the types of values of the parameters we're going to use. So it's very difficult to separate the two together. They kind of go hand in hand.
Okay. And what did the protocols in 2011, what did the protocols or interpretive guidelines for Profiler Plus dictate with respect to inclusion?
The threshold or the value that you would have to achieve as far as how much DNA you'd have was 100. The value was RFU, which is a refractive unit, so it's 100.
Okay. And for exclusion, what was the threshold?
50 in the same unit.
Okay. And so at that time, it would have been inappropriate to do inclusion on any allele that was less than 100 RFUs, correct?
That is correct, per our procedures.
And that would, to do so would be a violation of the SWGDAM requirements, correct?
It's a bit of an extrapolation, but yes.
I mean, to the extent that SWGDAM requires anybody doing analysis of a data set developed within a particular lab on a particular kit, it would violate that principle, correct?
Correct, they're not doing it to validated work on that instrumentation.
Because that instrumentation has been extensively tested on all those different variables you talked about within that particular lab, correct?
Correct.
And the instrumentation itself has a big impact on the test results that are produced, correct?
Absolutely correct.
Okay. And in fact, the kits are constantly being updated, is that right?
Yes, they've changed many times over the years.
And FDLE has used different kits over the years as well, correct?
Absolutely.
So for example, after Profiler Plus and Co-Filer, FDLE switched to, as an example, Identifiler and Minifiler, right?
Identifiler Plus, yes.
Yes, sir. So let's talk specifically about this data set right here. In a general sense, I want to talk about, I guess, amylogenin first. What does the reading depicted on this electropharogram tell us about contribution to this mixture?
Amylogenin is this area here. That's labeled with an X and a Y. And what amylogenin is a gender marker. So generally males have both an X and a Y, and a female will have two X's. Obviously you don't see two X's on the graph, it just makes the peak twice as tall. So in this particular instance, you see a very large X and a very small Y, which would tell me that I have a mixture of at least one female and one male.
And what, if anything, does the peak proportion tell you? The 1,000 41 RFUs for the X marker and 85 for the Y.
That would designate to me that I would expect the female contributor of this to be larger than the male contributor.
And the amylogenin marker is the easiest generally to amplify. Is that true?
Easiest meaning you get the largest result, yes.
So you would expect with an 85 value for the male marker that any male DNA showing up in this sample is going to be very, very low level. Is that true?
It is a low contribution, yes.
And that's going to be problematic for doing inclusion at any other locus. True.
It's true because you would expect at least 100 to be able to use an inclusion, and if that's the largest peak you're going to get out of the set, then you would almost immediately guess that you're not going to have enough information to do inclusion on that male contributor.
Okay. And I'd like to look at D3 next and use that as an example to talk about a general principle. Is it generally true that peak proportions are going to be the same from a single contributor?
Yeah, so what you're asking me, and when because you get half of your DNA from your mother and half from your father, that potentially could be two different peaks on the graph, and because it's all my DNA, I would expect both of those peaks to be the same height, or very close to the same height.
And so as we have with D3, we have a 15 showing up at 245 RFUs and a 17 at 246. Would that generally indicate contribution by one person?
Yeah, this one here is the one you're referring to, and yes, that is what I would expect for a single donor.
Okay. And so if another person was contributing at that locus and had, for example, 17, you may see that 17 spiked way up high above the 15. Is that true?
You would expect a bigger difference between the two, yes.
And that could potentially be indicative of contribution by another party. Is that correct?
Yeah, it would potentially indicate a mixture to me.
Okay. I also want to look carefully down at D5 and ask you in general about the dyes used during the amplification process and how that can potentially show up in skew results. Can you tell us about that?
So each row on this graph is separated for us to be able to see them in our test by a different dye. So when we're doing our testing, they're separated from left to right by size and from up and down by color, by dye. So dyes may overlap, and so the test was created that you'll get the least amount of overlap between colors when you're trying to achieve your result, but we know that there's overlap, sometimes that shows up. So particularly in the third column, we know that we have a standard that's not shown on here that sometimes has a very clear pattern that's identifiable sometimes in that third row, excuse me.
And on the third row here, which encompasses the locuses D5, D13, and D7, when this sample was run on Profiler Plus, did it produce a dye pattern on the third row?
It did. You can see a really obvious example of these two peaks here. This single peak and potentially that peak there, which don't line up to any of the areas of our testing, so it's obviously impacted by that standard.
Okay, and did that also impact any of the peaks showing up under the listed locus?
Yes, I considered that the contribution of this peak here to include enough of it that it removed the ability to identify that peak as potentially also DNA.
And when you say you could eliminate it as DNA, what does that mean exactly? Does that mean that peak showing up is just dye and not actual biological material?
What I mean by that is, we had mentioned two thresholds, 50 being the minimum amount to identify it for exclusion or as a DNA peak at all, and then 100 is enough information that I would trust it to be able to do inclusion statistics to it. So because that peak that we're referring to is so low, and it's also in a position that standard is, the amount of DNA left over is expected to be less than that 50 because they're overlapping. So I removed the label to call it a DNA profile.
So in any event, it wouldn't be able to be used for inclusion, but because of the dye pull up on any biological material that's present, it is likely below 50 and wouldn't be usable for any purpose. Is that correct?
It can't be trusted, so yes, I removed it.
Okay. Can you tell us also in general about how dropout can potentially impact reliable interpretation of a data set?
Dropout is when someone's DNA profile doesn't show up at every area that we test. You should expect for a single donor 1 or 2 peaks. Once you start getting a low-level DNA profile, the balance of those 2 peaks that we refer to also can get very broken, and sometimes the peak disappears altogether, and that's what dropout would be. So the dilemma is once you get below a certain level, you know that those things start to happen, and it really sometimes confounds the ability to interpret the mixture, especially.
So that can result in, if you try to interpret it, whether there's dropout present, it could result in false exclusion or false inclusion. Is that correct?
That is possible, yes.
Okay. I also want to ask you in a general sense, and as it relates to this specific data set, how interpretation can be complicated or rendered impossible, or at least reliable interpretation, based on contribution by multiple people who are related.
As I mentioned a little bit ago, you get half of your DNA from your mother and half from your father. So that means the same DNA types, you have at least half of each of your parents' DNA types. So if you were to see a mixture of me and one of my parents, or me and one of my kids, it would barely look like 2 people because there's so much sharing going on. It would make it very, very difficult to determine what belongs to me versus particularly parents and offspring, but also even in siblings, we know that there's a tremendous amount of sharing.
So particularly when you're looking to try and determine if parent or child is included in a mixture such as this, it would be impossible, especially with dropout prevalent throughout the sample, to tell whose DNA is showing up at what locus. Is that right?
It can be very difficult, yes.
And that's why you ultimately determined that this data set could not be reliably interpreted.
Correct. And looking at this, because it's so low and there's such a variety of peak heights, it's also very difficult to determine how many people could even be in the mixture because of the relatedness.
Yes, sir. Let me also ask you about the genetic database information that FDLE maintains for frequency of occurrence, and please tell the jury what that means.
So for us to be able to give an idea of how significant a DNA result is, we try and look at a database which would say how often particular DNA profiles are found in the population. So a simple way of looking at it is if you look at a coin and you flip it, you only have 2 choices, heads and tails. So your database is, obviously we know 50-50 as an average, but you could flip a coin twice and still get heads twice. It doesn't mean that you'll always alternate between heads and tails, and so it's an average of how often you would see them in the population on a much bigger scale.
And the frequency of occurrence tables maintained by FDLE, which would be used to do statistics on any data set developed by FDLE, correct?
Yes. We didn't create them. We use ones that were developed, but yes.
Those frequencies of occurrence, though, are based on frequency of occurrence amongst unrelated individuals. Is that correct?
Absolutely. There's not supposed to be any relationship in the samples that are created for a database.
So what happens to the statistical reporting if you're trying to report frequency of occurrence with multiple family members contributing to the same mixture?
So if I use the same analogy of the coin flipping and I pulled out some change from my pocket, you would expect that every one of those coins would be heads and tails. That's your random population. But if I knew family members were going to be in there, I could take some of those coins away and make heads on both sides. And so it would really skew the result of how many times I would see heads, because it's so much more prevalent, because some of them don't have tails at all.
Okay. And would it be appropriate in any way to use a bank of frequency of occurrence information based on unrelated individuals to determine frequency of occurrence amongst related individuals?
It's not ideal, because a statistic is meant to give you an idea of how significant or how rare it would be to find something, and it becomes much more common when you include related individuals.
Since, particularly with a parent and child, they necessarily share DNA, correct?
Exactly. Half.
Yes, sir. Okay. Can I ask you generally about why FDLE switched from profiler and cofiler to identifiler plus?
Absolutely. Over time, technology improves. So those tests together had 13 areas that we were able to test. The next kit that became available that we switched to was called Identifier Plus. It had 15. So it also included some improvements in the ability to get more sensitive data, that sort of thing. So as technology improves, sensitivity, the number of places to look, we would adjust to include the better identification.
Were there any advancements with
Using the screen further.
Yes, I will.
Okay. And if you aren't going to use the screen, go back to the podium.
I'll go ahead and do that now.
Okay.
May I approach the witness?
You might.
Let the record reflect, I'm going to show the witness what's marked for identification as defense 14. Can you tell me what that is?
It's another electropherogram for the same item, I think, but run through Identifier Plus.
4 years after the Profiler-Cofiler run, correct?
That is correct.
So a data set was developed from the swab of the bath bar on Identifier as well.
Yes, it was tested again.
Okay. I'd like to talk to you. Is that a true and accurate depiction of the data set for the swab of the bath bar?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, I would request to move into evidence this exhibit as defense 14.
Any objection?
Your Honor.
Be admitted.
Mr. Bundy, I'd like to ask you specifically about the results showing up at D5 down here in the bottom left corner. On the profiler page, you indicated that there was a dye pattern on the third row and that that was potentially skewing some of the alleles being reported. Do you notice that some of the biological information that had showed up on profiler has fallen off at this locus on the second run?
Yes, there is a lot of actually missing information on this compared to the previous one.
Okay. And why does that happen?
It could mean a bunch of different things. It could be the fact that it was an older sample and we weren't able to get the same level of testing. It could mean a lot of different things, I suppose. Degraded over time.
If a sample is maintained properly in a refrigerated state, as a swab generally would be with FDLE, can a lack of reported data also have to do with the fact that there was either white noise or stutter, for example, or a dye pattern showing up on one of the older instruments?
It could potentially be some. It would be limited. It shouldn't be a ton of difference, but yes, there could be a little less noise in a more update kit.
Okay, I'm going to switch back to profiler for a second. So you've had an opportunity to review Mr. McElfresh's findings as it pertains to the swab of the bath bar, correct?
Only vaguely.
Okay. And are you aware that he did inclusion statistics using the starred 12 down at D5, the starred 14 down at D5, and the 16 up at D8?
That is the only part that I am aware of, yes.
Okay. And the only two allele foreign to the victims on the profiler page were the starred 12 at D5 and the starred 16 at D8. Is that correct?
The only thing, yes, I'm pretty sure that is correct, yes.
Those were the only two foreign numbers?
Yeah, can you say who it was foreign to? Any of the families, is that what you just said?
The four victims?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And then, so when we switch over to the more modern kit, the Identifier Plus run, neither the 12 nor the 14 at D5 nor the 16 is showing up at D8. Is that correct?
I don't see any of them, no.
Thank you. No further questions.
Ross, don't take it away.
Don't take that away.
Thank you.
Take a look at
the state, the defense exhibit number 12. You say the star 12 here is one that's a star number, and for FDLE's guidelines, you cannot, your rules really is what y'all have. You cannot use this because it's lower than 100, correct?
Yeah, so it would be suitable for exclusion but not inclusion.
Okay. But we're really talking about a 98, correct?
Yep.
So the rules are hard and fast with FDLE, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But you would agree with me that Swig Dam aren't hard and fast rules, they are more of guidelines, correct?
The entire process is a guideline, yeah, for a Swig Dam.
All right. And you would agree that something, if this 12 was 100, there really isn't a whole lot difference between 12, 100, and 98, is there?
No, they're very close.
Yeah. Okay. Now, there were a couple of issues with FDLE at the time about making low RFU determinations or something along those lines with this case, right?
I guess some.
Yeah. And as a result, FDLE recommended that Dr. McElfresh actually go back and review all of this stuff to make sure that FDLE was in fact interpreting things correctly, right?
I wasn't part of any of that discussion that I'm aware of.
Okay.
The purpose is to ensure that FDLE has a certain standard, correct?
Our procedures do ensure consistency, yes.
Okay. And that consistency standards that you utilize are set up for the purposes, of course, the instruments are the instruments, right?
Not sure
Okay.
I heard a question in there.
You're set up to make sure accuracy, consistency,
Yes.
right? Instruments don't really vary once you do those establishments, correct?
No, we continually check them to ensure they don't drift.
Right. You're also, as another part of the interpretation of standards for Florida Department of Law Enforcement, in order to ensure consistency, you also have analysts as well, correct?
Yes, of course.
And that's really a two-part system there. You've got the analyst that's reading the data and the instrument itself, correct?
Absolutely.
Instrument really isn't changing a whole lot. The instrument's going to give you the readouts it gives you, right?
Yeah, you would expect them to be very consistent.
Right. But you would also agree with me that Florida Department of Law Enforcement has different analysts of different educational levels, of different experience levels, and things along those lines, correct?
Yes, they have all gone through the same training program for interpretation in our procedures, though.
But in making those interpretations, you would agree, once again, of course, that experience in certain situations and knowledge certainly goes towards interpretation of the data that's come out of the instrument, correct?
Absolutely, experience is always going to help, yes.
Okay. And you really can't make a standard for, say, Jason Bundy, who's got 15 years of experience, but not necessarily, and have the exact same, you can't have a different standard for Jason Bundy, who's got 15 years of experience, as you do from John Doe, who only has 2 to 3 years of experience, correct? You can't vary that?
No, of course not, but that's because our training is meant to help fill in any space gaps of experience and the limitations of the procedure. So both of them are intended to close the gap between levels of experience.
And then you set those 100 RFU guidelines and the other guidelines that FDLE does to also aid in that as well, correct?
Thresholds aren't designed to change the level of knowledge about what's happening so much as what the instruments are capable of.
But it's also what the analysts are capable of, are they not?
I would say the analyst portion is probably the ability to look at complex mixtures and stuff like that, such as this case, and be able to decipher what's in there, what could be impacting it. That's where experience probably plays more into anything else.
Correct. So experience plays more into that than anything else, right? And certainly someone who has experience in dealing with ORFUs over a lifetime, as well as developing the databases and testing, would certainly have much more experience than those of FDLE, and therefore may be able to vary from those guidelines a little bit more than one of your analysts of John Doe, for instance, of 3 years.
Well, the biggest difference would be that someone outside of FDLE is not limited to FDLE's SOPs or procedures then.
Right.
So that would change the rules altogether.
Certainly, and I noticed that during your testimony, you're very specific that these rules apply to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. Someone who's not FDLE, they don't necessarily apply there. And it's not abnormal for them to vary a little bit in using their experience and education and making these interpretations of low R views, correct?
No, I would expect some variation on interpretation.
And in fact, we have interpretation variances between you and Joe Ellen Brown, correct?
That's true.
I noticed you eliminated one and you're making your determination, you eliminated one that she didn't.
Correct.
And just so we're clear, in taking a look at this example, item number 126, defense exhibit number 12, which also states exhibit number 63. And looking at this sample and utilizing the FDLE guidelines, you cannot eliminate Henry Segura as being a donation or donor to this particular profile game.
Well, I think the dilemma is that, again, based on our procedures and how DNA interpretation, even from SWGDAM, is recommended, is you have to look at the DNA results first and determine if something is interpretable or not before you make any comparisons. So knowing that when I've looked at this and said, I don't think this is interpretable because there are too many things that would confound interpretation, I never would have even gone and looked at the standards to determine if someone was included or excluded.
Fair enough, but let's do a hypothetical that this in fact is something interpretable. All the alleles for Henry Segura are present in this particular profile, are they not? Or at least to the point that you couldn't exclude him from it.
There's enough overlap that I wouldn't automatically exclude, especially in a mixture.
No further questions?
Redirect.
While Mr. Bundy, I don't think that anybody would dispute an analyst's experience is certainly important. The whole point of the validation study within a particular lab is focused on the variables inherent to the kit, correct? And you mentioned some of those variables.
Not just to the kit, but to the instruments we're running them on, and since we own those instruments and have changed those parameters, no one else would know what we've done to that instrument and the reasons why we set the thresholds that we set unless they've really paid attention to that information.
And that's not something an outside analyst would generally have, correct?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. And that's exactly the reason why SWGDAM requires that anybody interpreting a data set developed within a particular lab on a particular kit use the interpretive guidelines set by that lab. Is that right?
Yes, that's exactly why.
And in terms of excluding Mr. Segura as a contributor, where you have a sample where potentially somebody related to him is contributing and also have prevalent dropout throughout, can you explain why that would create a problem with excluding him?
If there was offspring, for instance, in this mixture of his, half of all DNA types would be present, which would be enough for me to say exactly like I said a minute ago that I wouldn't automatically exclude him from it.
Yes, sir. Thank you. No further questions.
All right, any juror have a question of this witness? All right, you can step down. Do we need to keep him further?
I would kick him under the rule, but he can go.
Okay. He can be on call, remain under the rule.
Okay.
Next witness.
Sure, at this time the defense would like to call Joellen Brown.
So we haven't dealt with what we did to do with this. You need to call somebody else. Well, we take 10 minutes. We're getting close to break time. Get organized.
Yes, Your Honor. My understanding of that's the
All right, so before we get to Joella Brown, because that's another clip, let's rehash what Kevin Noppinger and Jason Bundy said. So, Kevin Noppinger, DNA forensic scientist, he analyzed the Angel Avila buccal swab. He said it was a mixture of at least two people, and that Henry and JaVonte were excluded. Thought that was pretty big. And I believe he looked. He just did a buccal swab, and then I'm not sure exactly what he looked at. Maybe the T-shirts, or maybe he just maybe he looked at just the general data. So I guess they're trying to prove that Angel was a part of this hit, and that Henry and JaVonte were excluded. Cross was, you need to assume more than two donors. One didn't match Angel, and he got paid $5,000, to which I have a note, who cares? And then the redirect. Certain standards need to be met in order to call them to a two-person sample. One is from mom, one is from dad. They determined that Angel was a contributor from Brandi's phone cradle. That's what it was. He checked the phone cradle in Brandi's bedroom, and JaVonte and Henry were not on that. Excuse me, were not on that. And Angel Avila was. So this is just going to the theory that it was a cartel hit. Got a little Super Ball on me here. Yes, I know. Good girl. Staying warm. Super Ball staying warm. Yeah, it's a good girl. So, okay. So then Jason Bundy, who I thought he was pretty credible, forensic quality manager. Brad says it sounded like the match to Angel was only one rare allele. Yeah, it still was a match though, and it excluded Henry and JaVonte. So I thought that was kind of a win for the defense, right? Enough to question, I thought. All right, so then Jason Bundy, who I thought was very credible, forensic quality manager for FDLE. I mean, it doesn't get any more, right? He's the quality manager. So he's in charge of the techniques of DNA to ensure reliable results and procedures. Henry's profile was not suitable for interpretation and was not approved by FDLE. Again, I thought that was pretty interesting because Joellen Brown, who we're going to hear from coming out of this break, she's retired. So she interpreted the data and she was not with FDLE. Actually, who was she with? Let me see. Joellen. So she's retired. Okay. So she was a supervisor till now retired, around to disregard it. Oh, okay. Okay, we have to talk about that. Okay, well, here, let's talk about this. Mandy, I think, was this you that said this interesting find? Jurors also heard from DNA experts who testified that a match to Colombian drug smuggler's profile was found on a phone cradle in Peters' bedroom. The DNA sample returned a database hit to Angel Avila in 2011, but a Florida Department law enforcement supervisor told now retired DNA analyst Joellen Brown to disregard it. What? The supervisor felt the partial sample was not sufficient to warrant further testing or consideration, Brown testifies. So we're going to hear that probably coming up. So she's retired DNA analyst. So we're going to hear from her again. So that was she was told to disregard it. Interesting. So Jason Bundy talks about two-step required for validation. If you don't follow the procedures, then you may have invalid conclusions. Males have X and Y, females have two Ys. One female and one male were in the sample that they were showing. If another person was contributing, you would expect to see a higher spike. And there were two peaks that impacted their standard. And he's talking about just, you have a dye that brings back a hit. So he's saying it was, Jason Bundy is saying it was just the dye and not actual DNA. Interesting. He says that can't be trusted, so he removed that from the analysis. Then they talked about dropout as when someone's DNA profile doesn't show up in every area tested. Low-level samples can confuse the interpretation, and then a false exclusion can come from that. They determined that this data set couldn't be reliably interpreted. So again, I thought he did enough to muddy the waters, in my opinion. And this was all based on profiling Henry. There were 13 areas that they were able to test, and then as the technology improved, they got up to 15. All right, then Cross came in and said, showed the sample and says you can't use it because it's lower than 100 for exclusion and not inclusion, and it showed 98. So it's like there's not much difference between 100 and 98, and Jason agreed. I mean, if it's below 100, they say nope, we can't use it, but it's at 98. I mean, at what point do you say, well, it's 96, 95, 88? You know, at what point do you have to have a cutoff? So they cut it off at 100. FDLE recommended Dr. McElfresh go back and reconsider the data. He was asked that, and Jason said he was not familiar with that. FDLE has analysts and the instruments. The instruments give readouts and are consistent. So that's where I'm like, yeah, data is data. But then the analysts, FDLE has analysts that have various educational backgrounds and experience. I'm like, but data is data. How do you interpret something different? If it says 156, how do you say that's 185? Oh, shoot. I got it. Oh, I'm sorry, Pete. I'm sorry. Okay, come on. Come on, kiddo. Come on. Yep, come on in. Come on in. Oh my goodness, you are so cold. Oh, you are so cold. Sorry, Super Ball. Come here. Come here. Sorry. Little Polly is cold out there. What is it out there? Yeah, it's 36 degrees, 37. Feels like 27. It's pretty chilly out there for her. All right, so then he did say that, Jason said the FDLE has the same training, though. So even though your educational background and experience might be different, you still have the same training. So that's where I'm like, well, data is data. How can you interpret it differently? But apparently you can. So let's see. Rules apply only to FDLE. So if somebody outside of FDLE is interpreting this, they're going to come up with maybe a whole different interpretation. Oof, man, this is really confusing and muddying the waters, in my opinion. But I guess that's what the defense is trying to do. So varying interpretations between Joe Ellen Brown and you, and he says yes. You know, so Joe Ellen Brown, who testified earlier and is about to testify again, they look at the same data set and they come up with two different interpretations. Go figure. And Jason said you look at the data first and determine if it's even interpretable or not. He says there's enough, and then I thought this was kind of a semi-mic drop moment. There's enough overlap that I wouldn't exclude Henry. So I thought that was, and he ended it there, meaning Mr. Fuchs ended it there. All right, too cold for kitties. Yeah, she's a freak. She went out and it was like 32 or 33 this morning. She went out around 7:30, 8 o'clock, and she's been out for 2 hours. But it's pretty cold. All right, Bratt says they focused on the fact that the angel allele is rare among Hispanic males, 1 in 150,000. But since the list of stats they ran through included 1 in 600 black males. Let's see. Therapist, the way he prefaced and disclaimed, according to FDLE standards on a lot of things, seems like major subtext to me. Yeah, so Joe Ellen Brown was retired FDLE. Yeah. Ken Rosenberg, super interesting witness. Bratt says, and there was a second allele present which didn't match Angel. Yep. Mandy Strong says, the perp's DNA is on Brandi's phone, but her phone magically disappeared. That is true, and it was cut. The line was cut. Brad says, it sounded like the match to Angel was only one rare allele. Yep. Mandy Strong, drug dealers and Henry both have been in her house, so none of this DNA is compelling to me. If you believe that they were drug dealers, that's the question, Mandy. It was if you believe James Santos, then Brandi was dealing drugs, but none of her family said it, none of her friends said it, none of her neighbors said it. So right now, the only evidence, and I'll put that in air quotes, the only evidence we have that she was a mule and running drugs was this guy that has very questionable mental capacity. So kind of like Jason from Chloe Driver. Do you believe his testimony? And if you believe it, then okay. But if you don't believe it, then I got questions. All right. Shirley Roth, my kitty's paws is on my tablet. Nice. Yeah, Mandy, I just talked about that. Has it been confirmed that Brandi was dealing in drugs? No, I don't think it has. Only one person so far has said it, and he's very questionable. Julie says, being a mule is not information that would normally be shared with friends and family. That's true, just saying. Not even her sister? Maybe her sister would know? Maybe? And Mandy, I do not believe Santos, not for a second. Yeah, he's definitely, he's very questionable for sure. And that's their star witness in my opinion. At least so far, that's been their star witness. And he got shredded under cross. All right, let's go to, so this is the last bit of day 5, and then we will get into day 6. So last bit of day 5. This is an hour, just so you guys know. This testimony is an hour long. Okay, Hellcat. We'll see you in a bit. All right. And let's get to some CC. All right. Julie says, make sure everyone had plausible deniability. Brenda Meyer says, I don't think I believe it. And Mandy Strong, if Brandi was dealing in drugs, Henry would have said so, and he didn't. Yeah, because this isn't coming from Henry. This is coming from Carlos or James Santos. You would think that he would know. I mean, he was with her for over 3 years because JaVonte was 3, so they were together for 3.5, possibly 4 years. Brad says no lab would match on the single allele in a mixture theory, so there's no real evidence. Yeah. The only thing that I was impressed with that testimony was his background, Jason's background, forensic quality manager for FDLE. I mean, that's pretty solid. Therapist, I'm so impressed with the audio quality of this trial. Yes. What if Henry, therapist, what if Henry didn't know one way or another if she was dealing drugs? I would think if he did know, he would have definitely have said. Because this is all coming from this guy, Santos, Dreamer Landry, I don't believe it either. And Hellcat, our newest mod, says, don't forget to hit that like, y'all. Thanks. Thank you, Hellcat. All right, let's get back to, get you back inside the courtroom.
Back in session.
Be seated, clerk. Do we have a dispute?
Not really, Your Honor. By stipulation, we're going to play Tamika Hawkins' former testimony. There's a transcript on the bench for the court and for each of the jurors in the state. We just needed to have the court adjust the volume and make sure that's working before we brought the jury out.
Okay. And do you want me to say anything as to why we're doing this?
I would like that, yes, sir. And it doesn't have to be very specific. It's a family medical emergency that prevented her from being personally present. I had to talk to Mr. Fuchs about that.
Mr. Dugan? Have a problem with, she had a medical problem, that's why we're using this.
That's fine.
Okay. If you want to play it just a moment and see.
Yes,
I don't know that I control that body.
We did call IT, so they should be down in a second.
Mike is here, Judge.
Huh? You tried it and it didn't sound right?
It's playing right now, no sound is on.
Okay. We separated out the controls, so I would only have these microphones. If the attorney's muted, that would change, effective, would it? Huh?
No.
From here, okay.
Let's have a jury, please. Got your next witness?
Yes, sir, she's coming.
All rise for the jury.
Everybody be seated. Sorry, we had a technical problem, delayed things. Just retrieve those transcripts if you would, Deputy. We were gonna play a video and we can't get that to work, so we're gonna move on to something else. We'll play with that later. Mr. Prince?
This time, Your Honor, the defense would recall Joel and Brown.
All right, come forward, Mr. Prince. You remain under oath. You may have a seat. Slide up the railing, please.
Good afternoon.
State your name for the record, please.
My name is Joellen Brown.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Brown, since you were on the stand last, you had an opportunity to analyze Mr. Avila-Quinonez' electropharogram and compare it for possible inclusion to the mixed profile developed on Defense Composite Exhibit 1A, 1B, which is the swab of the foam cradle from the victim's house. Is that right?
Yes.
Before we get into what your finding is, I'd like to kind of go through and have you explain the numbers that you used to do inclusion and why you arrived at that opinion. So we'll look at the profiler page first. Ultimately, based on the foreign allele numbers showing up here, that is numbers foreign to the victims, were you able to do inclusion to the mixture for Mr. Avila-Quinonez?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us which alleles that you used at the various locus to do that?
Well, I was looking at the minor donor, and the major donor is consistent with Brandi. So at D3, there's a 1517, and that's Brandi's type. So I called the minor donor inconclusive. Generally speaking, because it's in this position, we would think that any minor donor's alleles would show up. However, they could be masked by the 1517 of the major donor.
Does the fact that there's a slight peak disproportion there, even if it's still within the accepted percentage ranges for a single donor, is that what you mean when you say it could be masked? For example, the 17 is roughly 100 RFU higher. Could be.
That difference is insignificant in terms of trying to include another person.
Okay.
However, I just would say that Mr. Avila-Quinonez at D3 is a 1517 as well.
So no determination could be made about him?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So here at VWA, I have a 14, 15, 17, 18. The two major peaks are 15, 18, and that's consistent with Brandi's type. The minor component is 14 and 17. However, I'm taking into consideration that the 14 could be from the girls, because this peak right here, 15, normally there will be a small peak right in front of the first peak. That's just a product of the multiplication that we do through the PCR process. It's called stutter.
Can you tell the jury just a little bit more about what stutter is and how it occurs?
Well, stutter is just a kind of an artifact of amplifying the DNA. It's just one repeat short of the main peak, and it's recognized that it happens. If we had bigger peaks, we would be able to see more of the stutter, but these peaks are so small that we don't see it. And the reason, so part of this 14 peak is probably stutter from this peak, which is 624 RFUs. However, that would not account for all 134 RFUs from this peak. So it must have been coming from someone else. Could have come from the girls. I was considering the kind of thing that came from their home could have their DNA on it. However, there's not enough of their profile in this mixture, total mixture, for me to be able to say they're included. However, I was still taking into account that it's possible that some of the 14 would come from them. Anyway, Mr. Avila Quinones at VWA is 1718. So out of these 4 alleles, there is a 17 and 18. So he would be included there. And there are no alleles that are stars. So this is one that could be used for statistics.
All right.
At FGA, I have a 21, 24, 25, and 26. The major component is 24, 26, and that's consistent with Brandi's type. So the minor component is 21, 25, although both of these are starred alleles, so this locus I would not be able to use for statistics. And Mr. Avila Quinones' type is 21, 25.
All right.
Amylogenin does indicate that there's some male contribution there because there is a Y, much smaller than the X. At D8, there is an 11, 12, 15. Brandi's type is 11, 15, that's represented there. And the 12 is a minor. And Mr. Avila Quinones' type at D8 is 12, 12. So he would be included there. And there are no starred alleles there, so I could use this locus also for statistics. Yes. At D21, the only peaks showing up are the major peaks, which are 25, 28, so I called the minor inconclusive here. For D18, the major component is 17, 19, which is consistent with Brandi's type. So the minor component is an 18 at D18. And Mr. Avila Quinones' type is 15, 18. Now there's no 15 there that we can see because these are very, very low. The 18 is only at 79 RFUs. And again, what I called the minor component is 18 plus. And plus means that it's possible that there's another allele that could have dropped out since this is so low.
And we're on the far right side of the graph there, so we would expect more dropout than on the left side, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
At the next locus, which is D5, I have a 7, 11, and 12. And again, I mentioned the first time I testified that the girls had this kind of rare allele, which was a 7 at D5, so I wanted to consider that their 7, which is only at 78 RFUs, might be showing up there. So Brandi's type is 11, 11, so that's the major type. And Mr. Avila Quinones' type at D5 is 11, 12. So he would be included there, but I could not use this for statistics because there are starred alleles there. The 7 and 12 are below 100 RFUs.
That's likewise why the girls can't be included, because both of the locus where they're potentially showing up are starred allele.
Right.
Okay. All right.
As I also said before, we can use starred alleles to eliminate people or exclude people, but not to include them.
Yes, ma'am.
At D13, the alleles I found were 11 and 12. Brandi's type is 1111, so the 12 is minor. And Mr. Avila Quinones at D13 is 1112, so he would fit in there. Then there were no results at D7 on Profiler Plus, but there are on Cofiler.
All right, so now we're on the co-filer page for the same exhibit. What do we see over there?
Okay. This is again D3, which was on the Profiler, the first one on Profiler, and it gives the same results, 1517, which is consistent with Brandi, and I called the minor inconclusive. The next one is D16, at which I have a 9, 11, 13, and Brandi's type is 9, 13, so the minor component is an 11 plus. Mr. Avila Quinones at D16 is 9, 11. I could not use this for statistics because the 11 is a starred allele. At TPOX, the alleles I recovered are 7, 8, and 9.
We're talking about THO right there?
Oh, I'm sorry, THO, correct.
And you started to say the major component at THO is the 7, 7, is that correct?
Yes, the major component is 7, 7, and Brandi's type is 7, 7. So the minor component is 8 and 9. But the 9 is a starred allele, so I could not use this for statistics. Mr. Avila Quinones at THO1 is 8, 9. That's his type. The next one is TPOX, and I have an 8, 9, 10 alleles at that locus. The major is Brandi at 8 and 10, so the minor is a 9 plus. And Mr. Avila Quinones at TPOX is 9, 11.
So his 11, as we're going across the screen again from left to right, is dropping out there.
Yes, this 9 is only at 66 RFUs. So it's possible that the allele that goes with it has dropped out.
Yes, ma'am.
At CSF, I have only an 1114, which is Brandi's type, and therefore I called the minor inconclusive. At D7, I have 10, 11, 12. Brandi's type is 11, 12. That is the major, and the minor would be a 10 plus. And at D7, Mr. Avila Quinones is 8, 10. So based on that, I did include him as a possible contributor. The rules for FDLE's inclusion is that it must have a statistic to go with it if it's an inclusion. And the two loci that I mentioned I could use that did not have any starred alleles for statistics would be VWA and D8. However, I could not calculate a statistic now because I don't have access to the software that does that.
Okay, so we can't say frequency of occurrence, but you can determine based on callable allele for inclusion purposes, that is allele that are above 100 RFUs, we can say that Mr. Avila is included as a contributor to that mixture, is that right?
Yes, and it is significant to me that even the starred alleles, he has those alleles also.
And if the starred alleles had not matched, you would have been able to exclude him on the basis of those. It's proper to use starred alleles for exclusion, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And even with all those starred allele that we saw, none of them were inconsistent with his profile such that he would be excluded.
That's correct.
Okay. I was going to ask you briefly about a couple of exhibits real quickly here that were not in evidence when you testified before. In evidence now is Defense Composites Exhibit 23, A through E. These are some latex gloves that were found at Tom Brown Park. Do you have your report wherein those gloves were processed?
what would the TPD number be?
TPD exhibits 7A through 11A, FDLEs 175 through 179. And I'm particularly interested in TPD 11A, FDLE 179. Which would be Defense Exhibit 23E as part of that composite.
For the TPD Exhibit 11A, I did not get any DNA results.
It did test positive for blood though, correct?
Yes.
These are latex gloves.
Yes, sir. And that's, of the composite exhibit, that's the E designation. The submitting agency, TPD, never requested touch DNA testing for any of those exhibits, correct? And so none was performed?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
I was just asking, you tested for blood, you swabbed the blood, but no touch DNA was touch DNA swabs were taken. In other words, the glove wasn't turned inside out and swabbed on the inside for possible touch DNA.
Well, just a minute, I'll have to find that. That's correct.
Okay. And there was also a possible hair identified with that exhibit, is that correct?
5 possible hairs.
And the submitting agency, TPD, didn't request that any of those be tested, correct?
Correct. And since there was blood evidence, the hairs were not considered to be more probative than the blood.
Right. Okay. And then switching to what's in evidence is defense composite 24A through F. It's TPD 12A with no designations for the individual gloves, FDLE 180. They listed 6 gray gloves from Jack McLean. You identified 7 within the packaging.
Correct.
And you were able to identify blood on at least one of those?
You said 24, that's 25, right?
Is it
24 was the latex gloves, 25 was the gray glove.
Yes, sir, you're correct. Sorry about that. Defense composite 25.
What was your question?
You were able to identify blood on at least one of those, is that correct?
Yes, on 3 of them.
Okay. And there was enough there to get at least a partial profile with some starred alleles so that you could do exclusion?
From 8 areas of the gloves, I had no DNA results. And I had some limited DNA results from 1 area of the gray gloves. Limited basically means I can exclude, but I cannot include people.
Okay. And you were able to exclude all 4 victims and Mr. Segura from being a contributor to that partial profile, correct?
That's correct.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Ms. Brown, did you include the children in your analysis of and your determination as to exhibit number, 1A and B, which would be the Tallahassee Police Department exhibit number 33?
I'm looking at my report. Sorry.
This is the one, it was the electric fairground that you were talking, Mr. Prince about.
Yes. I have it in a different file, I'm afraid.
It's a little complicated. They have hundreds of samples they're looking at. It's a little bit complicated.
It was a mixture of DNA, which was indicated the presence of at least 2 individuals. If I assumed 2 individuals to the mixture, I was able to determine the major, which matched Brandi, and had a partial DNA profile for the minor contributor. I excluded the children, Taniyah, Tamiyah, and JaVonte, as possible contributors, although I might have included them if those alleles had been above the callable limit.
Are they there or are they not?
Because alleles that are consistent with some of the girls especially are starred alleles, I can't say they are included.
In looking at making a determination about whether or not 1 or more persons are present, 2 persons versus 3 persons, isn't it true that when you're looking at one particular person, you're looking for 2 peaks? When you're looking at 2 persons, you're looking for 4 peaks. And typically, when you're talking about more than 2 persons, you're looking at instances with 3, there are 5 or 6 peaks.
That's not true in this case.
Okay. In this case, though, you assume 2 donors, correct?
Correct.
Okay. One of those is Brandi.
Correct.
And then, of course, the other one is the minor contributor. And we see right here at VWA, the minor you concluded was a 14 and a 17, correct?
Yes, but as I explained, I was trying to take into consideration that the girls 14 might have shown up at VWA.
Or it could be the minor contributor that you labeled here with the 4 peaks as being a 14 or 17, correct?
It might be.
Okay. And Mr. Avila doesn't have a 14, does he?
No, he doesn't.
And Brandi does not have a 14, does he?
Does she?
Does she, excuse me.
No.
Okay. So your original conclusion was the minor is a 14-17, and if in fact the minor is 14-17, Mr. Avila cannot be that minor, can he? Because he is a 17-18.
Well, in my opinion, it was important to take into consideration that this was off of a phone, which was in the home, that the children might have touched, but there might not have been enough DNA for me to be able to say they're included. There were some alleles which were starred alleles that if they had been higher, I could have included them. But according to the rules of FDLE, I cannot use those starred alleles to include anyone.
Okay. Let's talk about peak proportionality that Mr. Prentice talked about previously. When you're talking about someone of a mixture in this situation in which there are in fact 2 donors, one of which the major, 15-18, those peaks are proportionate to each other, correct?
Yes.
Consistent with being the same?
Yes.
The minor as a 14-17 are proportionate to each other in the fact that they are roughly the same amount, correct?
That is correct. However, there's different interpretations of that.
Certainly. And let's talk about interpretations. You're no longer with Florida Department of Law Enforcement, are you?
Pardon me?
You are no longer with Florida Department of Law Enforcement, are you?
I have retired.
And in fact, that retirement was requested because of the fact that you're handling of this very same exhibit number 33, was it not?
No.
It was not.
No.
All the issues that were created out of these exhibits at the phone cradle is not a part of that retirement aspect.
No.
Okay.
Let's talk again, if we will. Let's move on to D5. D5, you made a determination that the minor was a 7 and a 12, correct?
I did not determine that a single minor person had both the 7 and the 12.
Okay, but you made the determination that the major was an 11-11, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you made a determination that there are 2 donors, correct?
You have to say what you are assuming in order to interpret the mixture.
Okay.
If I was able to do it according to how I felt, I would have said there were, in fact, I said in my report, at least 2 donors.
Which is not the children, is what you said in your report, correct?
Well, if you remember what I said, I would have included the children if I could have. However, the rules of FDLE are that if there are starred alleles, you cannot use those for inclusion. So I therefore had to say that they were excluded.
Correct. They were excluded. So if you exclude them, and the major is an 11-11, and the minor is a 7-12, Mr. Avila is an 11-12, correct? He's not a 7-12, is he?
But he is included, out of those 3 alleles, he is included in those 3.
But he's not included in that 4th one, is he? Which if you have 2 donors, you've got 4 alleles.
No, sir, that's not correct.
Reader. I was asking if we could approach regarding Mr. Dextros. Ms. Brown, I want to ask you about the suggestion that perhaps you did something wrong on this case. Can you tell the jury what CODIS is?
Yes, CODIS stands for Combined DNA Indexing System. It is a computerized accumulation of both crime scene evidence and also standards from convicted offenders that are all the alleles that you see that are developed, the 13 alleles, are put into CODIS, and they can be searched against each other. So, for instance, an unsolved crime that has a particular DNA profile might match to a convicted offender.
And even back in 2010 and 11 and 12, when these samples were initially run, there were millions and millions and millions of offenders in the national database for CODIS, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. You were actually the CODIS administrator at that time for the Tallahassee Biology Lab, is that correct?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what a CODIS administrator is?
The CODIS administrator checks to see what kind of matches may have happened when your DNA samples that had been entered that week were searched against the database. And once they are determined, we have them confirmed by a section of the laboratory called the DNA database. And then we send out letters to the agencies telling them that we have identified the profile that was found at the crime scene.
At least that's what the FDLE operating procedures required, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jury the difference between the requirements for the local CODIS database, the statewide, and then the national database?
There are different numbers of loci required to be able to be searched. 10 are required to search at the national level. I believe it's still 7 are required to be searched at the local level. What that means is, local level means that you're searching the DNA profiles made up in your own lab, or determined by your own lab. Then there's a state search which tries to match your DNA profile from your evidence against all the state profiles that have been uploaded. And finally, the third stage is to search your DNA profile at the national level.
And to enter a sample into the national level, it requires the largest number of loci present, correct?
Correct.
So you'd have to have more of a profile to enter it in the national database.
Correct.
And as the CODIS administrator for the Tallahassee lab, you were the person who knew those guidelines best and was kind of the gatekeeper as to which samples would go into each of the 3 levels of the database. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you actually did enter this sample, the one that we were just talking about, the swab of the foam cradle, into the national database because it met the criteria, correct?
I did.
And you got a hit?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And when you get a hit, what is supposed to happen?
The CODIS administrator is supposed to write a report to the agency that submitted the evidence, telling them that you have matched, you either matched to another case or you matched to a person in the database.
And the submitting agency then can request a buccal swab from that individual, right?
That's correct.
In any event, it's an investigative lead that the submitting agency is supposed to be apprised of.
Correct.
So that that information can be provided to the state attorney and ultimately the defense, correct?
Well, I'm not sure what all they do with it, but we have to inform the agency, yes.
And that isn't a discretionary call, that's something that was specifically provided for in the FDLE operating procedures, correct?
Yes.
With which you were especially familiar as the CODIS administrator.
Yes.
When you got a hit for this particular sample, did anyone prevent you from complying with FDLE operating procedures and providing to the Tallahassee Police Department notice of the investigative lead, notice of the hit?
Yes, I had written a letter. My supervisor took a look at the profile, saw that there were a lot of starred alleles there, and took it to his supervisor, who was the chief of forensics at FDLE at the Tallahassee lab. And she told me to not send the letter.
That was Karen Martin, right?
Her name is Karen Martin, correct.
How much experience did Karen Martin have relative to you?
She had more experience than me.
But you were the CODIS administrator, right?
Correct.
Okay. And it was ultimately determined that her failure to notify the agency, or differently stated, I suppose, her preventing you from properly notifying the submitting agency in accordance with FDLE operating procedure was a violation of those procedures, correct?
Yes.
And to correct that problem, you yourself actually had to go notify Mr. Campbell, the state attorney handling the case at the time, to see that the defense was notified of the investigative lead. Is that right?
I took it upon myself to verbally telephone him and tell him about it, yes.
And if not for you going out of the way to comply with FDLE's operating procedures, that lead could have gone unknown to everybody, unknown to the state attorney, Mr. Campbell, and unknown to the defense.
Correct.
And that would have prevented Mr. Campbell effectively from utilizing law enforcement resources to get the buccal swab from Mr. Avila.
He probably would not have.
Yes, ma'am. And just to be clear, although you're no longer employed by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, it had nothing to do with your compliance with the standard operating procedures, correct? You just retired because you'd finished your career.
I retired because I reached the age of 62 and I wanted to retire.
Yes, ma'am. Similarly, with respect to your testimony here today, the party paying your expert witness fee is the state attorney, correct?
Correct.
You're not being paid a single dime by the defense, correct?
Well, I could bill you for expert.
You could bill me. Fair enough. You haven't been paid anything, right?
I have not been paid anything yet.
And you have not submitted a bill to me, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Hey, Jared, I have a question. All right, you can step down. We need her further.
So she can be released.
You need her. All right, you're excused.
Thank you.
Call you next week.
That's what we call Kevin Noppinger.
Up here, please. have a seat. You remain under oath. Just for record purposes, if you'd state your name again, please.
Kevin Noppinger.
You may proceed, Mr. Prince.
Up on the screen here, Mr. Noppinger, we have what's been entered into evidence as Defense Exhibit 12. It's the profiler page of the swab of the bath bar. And I want to get your unique perspective on one issue as it relates to the interpretation of this data. We didn't really get into this before, but you were previously a lab accreditation auditor, correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury what that means?
Crime laboratories in the U.S., you have to be accredited, so you have to be audited. So part of that is, I was on audit teams, probably 15 labs throughout the U.S. The inspectors go in, there's quality assurance guidelines the FBI requires DNA laboratories in the U.S. to follow. So we would go in, ensure they do validation studies, have proper protocols, procedures, whole list educational requirements, contamination logs, and we would go through the laboratories and audit them, normally 2 to 3 days, depending upon the laboratory, how big they are, and make findings if they were in not compliance with the FBI guidelines.
And if a lab was not in compliance with those guidelines, they could potentially lose accreditation, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. One example of an issue that could potentially lead to a lab losing accreditation is if they fail to follow the interpretive guidelines that were validated for use with their instruments. Is that true?
Yes, sir. It'd be a finding, yes.
Okay. And the reason is that those interpretive guidelines that are validated for use, that's not some kind of quick, sloppy process, correct? Reliable results cannot be produced through interpretation that are not based on the interpretive guidelines for use with that kit and instrument. Is that correct?
Yes, it takes months for a new kit to validate.
And can you talk about some of the variables relative to the instruments that may impact, for example, what the inclusion threshold would be for that particular instrument?
You mean how you would go about doing that?
Yes, sir.
Well, when you do validation studies, you have to do studies on sensitivity. You have to do studies with mixtures, 2, 3, 4 people mixture studies. You look at baseline noise. The instruments have their electrical signals, baseline noise. There's some what we call spikes, electrical signals sometimes that come up. So you have to evaluate all of those criterias. And after your validation studies, you make your standard operating procedures, your interpretation guidelines that you've developed from the validation study.
And so you referred to some kind of static, also referred to as white noise. Can you tell the jury in a little more detail what that would mean and how it could potentially impact interpretation of peaks?
Well, it's sort of like I said before, a mixture is because you have 2 alleles, when you see 3 alleles at 2 or more loci, because sometimes you could get some noise that might be there. So your reliability is better if you have at least 2 extra alleles. So again, some are based on electrical signals, some are based on charges or artifacts that might be in different solutions or in the extraction.
And those factors are going to vary widely from instrument to instrument, kit to kit. Is that correct?
Yes, as well as the way the substrate, the samples are taken too. It could.
And it's for that reason that SWGDAM requires anybody interpreting a data set from within a lab with a particular instrument to follow that lab's guidelines, because those guidelines have been put in place to ensure reliable interpretation.
Correct, their own laboratory guidelines, yes.
And if somebody isn't aware of all of the different variables that can impact a reading with a particular instrument and with a particular kit, ignoring those guidelines could lead to unreliable interpretation, correct?
Yes, sir.
And doing an interpretation of that sort, as indicated, could potentially cost the lab their accreditation. They could no longer testify about their results in court if they lose their accreditation, correct?
Well, that's a court issue, but they could lose their accreditation, yes, it would not be good for the laboratory.
Okay. And ultimately, you agreed with Joel and Brown's interpretation of this sample that Mr. Segura could not be included, correct?
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
Right.
Okay, first and foremost, we're talking about the grab bar, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You're saying he cannot be included?
From that particular sample?
Yeah.
I think the data is pretty, well, it's limited data on there. There are some alleles that are present, but there's a limited data on that particular sample.
Mr. Prince actually made two different statements. He said you would agree that Ms. Brown testimony that he cannot be included. That was not her testimony. Her testimony was she could not exclude him from this sample.
From the grab bar?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the other sample. My mistake. I would have to look at the. Well, I agreed with with Joanne Brown with her interpretation of what I reviewed in the report.
That Mr. Segura cannot be excluded from this sample.
I mean, I haven't reviewed my results on that, but I agreed with everything in her report. Yes.
Okay.
Pretty direct.
Just very briefly, just to be clear, I know we lawyers can get a little bit loose with the language sometimes. Not included and not excluded, those are two sides of the same coin, correct?
Yes.
Insofar as it puts you in a position where you can't make a determination about somebody's potential contribution due to a lack of callable allele, that is, allele for inclusion purposes over 100 RFUs, correct?
Correct.
And any attempt to include somebody in a mixture is going to be further complicated if related persons are donors to that mixture, correct?
Yes, sir.
And similarly, when you have prevalent dropout throughout a sample combined with multiple related persons donating to the mixture, that's going to make it even messier, correct?
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
Any juror have questions? You accept that? Oh, yeah, good.
Time the defense will call Greg Meone.
Say that again.
Greg Meone is yeah, I'll let him say it, I can't spell it.
Is he going to be referring to this?
Sorry,
Is he going to be referring to this exhibit?
yes, it looks like we will.
Okay.
No, not that this exhibit, he's got
Yeah,
it.
that's what I was saying. Let's
Yes, sir.
pull that. He's not going to stop by. Come on up here, please. Raise your right hand and be sworn, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Have a seat, sign up the rest, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, can you please state and spell both your first and last name for the court reporter?
My name is Greg, G-R-E-G, Maimone, M-A-I-M-O-N-E.
And what do you do for a living?
I work for the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, assigned to the Impression Evidence Section.
What does that mean?
It means I receive items of evidence from agencies. I examine those items of evidence for the presence of footwear or tire tracks. I then compare those to any known footwear or tire that's also submitted.
And did you have to go through any particularized education, training, or certification to be able to offer opinions about that type of evidence in court?
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree in physics from the University of Virginia. I have a master's degree in forensic science from George Mason University, and I completed an approximately one-year training program with FDLE.
And do you have to maintain certain certifications with FDLE or some other governing body in order to be able to continue testifying about your opinions as it relates to this type of evidence?
No, we do not.
Okay. Have you been previously qualified to testify as an expert in this area in court before?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Approximately how many times?
Approximately 19 times.
And how many other cases beyond those you've actually testified in have you worked on?
Hundreds.
All right. Now, when you say that you've worked on cases and you've testified in court, who is it that you testify for?
I've testified for both the state attorneys and defense attorneys.
Generally speaking, as a member of the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, it would be a state attorney's office or a law enforcement agency submitting evidence to you for review. Is that correct?
The majority of items, yes.
Okay. And that's what happened in this case as well, right?
That's correct.
When were you first involved in this case?
Was involved in September of 2017.
Okay. And what materials did you receive from either the submitting agency or the state attorney?
I received a DVD and two sets of footwear standards.
Can you tell the jury what footwear standards are?
They are representations from a person's shoes, recorded in this case, it appeared to be ink on paper, but there are many ways to do it, but it's just a representation of the shoes someone was wearing or has.
And so the reason a shoe impression standard would be taken is to be able to determine whether those shoes resulted in impressions being left at a crime scene. Is that right?
It's generally why, yes.
And do you have those shoe impression standards with you?
I have photographs I took of them, yes.
Okay. Can you pull those out? Do you have to keep those?
No.
For identification, then, we'll refer to this as Defense Composite Exhibit 31A and B. What are those things that you're looking at right there?
These are photographs that I printed after scanning the footwear standards.
So these are exact replicas of the actual standards themselves?
As close as can be, yes.
Okay. And are they a true and accurate depiction of the shoe impression standards?
Yes, they are.
This time, Your Honor, I would request to move into evidence's Defense Composite Exhibit 31A and B.
May I be attended?
Request permission to publish, Your Honor. So first we'll look at, I don't know that we're going to be able to fit both on there, but we do the best we can here. So I guess let's start with, what are you looking at when you first get a set of standards like this, before you try to compare it to anything found at a crime scene? What types of characteristics are you looking at?
The class characteristics are the first things I look at when I'm doing comparisons.
What does that mean? What's a class?
Class characteristics are those items put there during the manufacturing process. So when a company manufactures a shoe or a boot or a tire, they put things there on purpose. They make a design and they put that onto the shoe, onto the bottom of the shoe. Those are those class characteristics. So it's the design of the shoe, the physical size, how big those elements are in the shoe, whether it's a left shoe or a right shoe, things of that nature.
Okay. And the shoe impression standards you received in this case, they were from the first responding officers to the crime scene. Is that right?
I don't know.
It does have the officer's information down at the bottom here. We have Officer Jernigan, and the other set was from Officer Kidd, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Using these shoe impression standards, were you able to conduct any comparison to pictures of impressions left at the scene of the crime in this case?
Yes, I was.
Okay. What photographs did you use in order to conduct that comparison?
I used photographs, well, and this is going to be referring to it from the CD that was submitted to me. Photographs 993, 994, 997, 1156, 1161, 1164, and 1165, 5763, 5771, 5822, and 5832.
And it doesn't look like you have those photos right there in front of you, is that correct?
I do, yes.
You do have them?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Can you pull those out? Can you give these away as well?
Yep.
How many do we have there? I had to calculate for a second there. Okay, so for identification purposes, this will be Defense Composite Exhibit 32A through K. Can you before we put those in evidence, can you tell me if those are fair and accurate depictions of the impressions that you used for comparison to the standards that we just looked at?
They are.
All right, I would request permission at this point to put those into evidence as Defense Composite 32A through K.
Any objection? No. To be admitted.
Request permission to publish.
Do that.
What is this first one we're looking at here?
It's an area of carpet that was photographed.
And were you able to draw any conclusions about the type of impression this was?
I determined that there was not enough information to determine whether or not there was an impression there.
Okay. And that's common. Not every impression can be definitively characterized. Is that
That's correct.
Okay. For subpart B, what do we have there?
It's another area of carpet that was photographed.
Were you able to form any opinions about this one?
Again, there was a determination that there was no clear, distinct footwear impression or features there.
Okay. Subpart C. This one's a little faint, but were you able to make a determination about this one?
There were apparent impressions of unknown origin. What that means is there's some kind of pattern that's visible on the tile there. I was unable to determine whether it had a distinct source of a footwear or a tire or something else, but I was able to get enough information to compare it to the footwear impression or the footwear standards that were submitted.
And although it's difficult to see on the overhead, we can see the curved impression right there. There's just not enough detail to be able to make out a tread or anything like
Correct.
that. Okay. Since this is the first identifiable impression, were you able to, even though you couldn't identify this as a shoe impression for sure, were you able to compare this to the shoe impression standards?
I was.
And were you able to make a determination about the possible contribution of those shoes to this impression?
The footwear standards or shoes represented by the footwear standards were not made, could not have made the impressions of an unknown origin in this photograph.
Okay, that was for subpart C. Subpart D here, what do we see?
So this is another area that was, yeah. This is another area that was photographed. It appears to have been powdered prior to this photograph. There are areas on the photograph that have some kind of distinct manufactured pattern appearance, so they have linear lines, they don't look natural in origin, and I determined these were, again, apparent impressions of unknown origin.
Okay, and were you able to conduct a comparison to the shoe impression standards you have?
I was. The shoes that are represented in the standards could not have made those impressions.
Okay. Subpart E, were you able to make any, draw any conclusions about this potential impression?
This is another apparent impression of unknown origin. You see the three lines kind of in the middle. My designation is that red
Pointer there, you're right, and
There we go.
that would help.
There we go. I'll try not to hit you in the eye. So this red star right here is my marking.
Did everybody see? Okay.
So this red star is my marking, and I'm marking these areas right here of these, for lack of a better term, lines that are on the tile there. Again, it's an apparent impression of unknown origin. I don't know if it's a shoe, tire, something else. I was able to compare this to the footwear standards, and the shoes represented in the footwear standards could not have made those impressions, or that impression.
How about for subpart F here? Were you able to make any determination about this potential impression?
There's an area right here that, again, is an apparent impression of unknown origin. So there's some kind of residue or something that came in contact with the tile there. It's an apparent impression of unknown origin. I compared it to the footwear standards, and the shoes represented in the footwear standards could not have made that.
Subpart G.
Another area here, and these kind of vertical lines going through, and then this has some squares or triangular blocks in that area there. Again, apparent impressions of unknown origin. Was able to compare it to the footwear standards. The footwear standards could not have made those.
Subpart H.
So the area I was looking at was this area here, but I was unable to determine whether that was an impression or there's some broken glass or broken something in this area as well. And I was unable to determine whether this was a footwear impression feature or just from the residual glass. So I determined there was not enough information to determine if there was an impression there.
Okay. Subpart I.
So again, this is another, I believe this is an area of carpet that's photographed again, and there was not enough information to determine whether or not there was an impression here.
Subpart J.
So here we have this area in question and this area in question. This is apparent footwear. It has the appearance of either a side or a toe or a heel of a footwear impression, but I can't determine it is definitively a footwear impression. And there are two areas in question, the left side of this tile and the right side of that tile. I was able to determine that the shoes representative in the footwear standards could not have made those.
Okay, and lastly, for subpart K.
It's the same area exactly. It's just a second photograph that I printed out. So those two areas are the same. It's just one's before processing and one's after processing.
Okay, so the shoe impression standards were likewise excluded from that one?
Correct.
Now, in looking at those, you indicate that they're impressions of unknown origin. Do you agree that even though you weren't comfortable definitively classifying them, that many of those impressions had characteristics of a shoe impression or a footwear impression?
They could be shoes. They could be any number of things.
Okay, but even when you can't make a call about a class of footwear or definitively characterize an impression, you can do exclusion comparison like you were just testifying about.
That's correct.
Okay, and to be clear, you're employed by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
That's correct.
And have not been hired by the defense? You're a state witness, correct?
Yeah.
Thank you. No further questions?
Right.
Yeah.
You kept saying impressions of unknown origin.
Yes.
Marks on the carpet is what they are. Don't know where they're from.
Some of them, yes.
Okay. I know there's one you said was in fact a footprint.
And it's an apparent footwear.
Okay. All the other ones other than that one spot are marks on the carpet, marks on the tile of unknown origin. You don't know what caused them.
That's correct.
Can't say they're footwear, can't say they're not footwear.
Correct.
Just something.
Correct.
Okay. Then you had one spot that actually has two photographs there that is a shoe impression.
It's an apparent footwear impression.
Okay. There's two photographs, but we're only talking about one spot, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Nothing in your analysis indicates that there are 5 different types of impressions or footprints of shoes going in all different directions, is there?
No.
So what we have is one footprint made in the house that is not the two law enforcement officers.
One footwear impression and other impressions.
But correct, okay. So the one that we clearly say has the indications of a footwear impression with the two photographs.
Correct.
So we have one footwear spot there. We know it's not the law enforcement officers.
Correct.
Okay, no further questions.
Redirect.
Ordinarily, if a law enforcement agency or state attorney's office is interested in determining the potential contribution of a suspect or a defendant to a probable footwear impression, you'll not only get standards from law enforcement, but they'll send you standards from the defendant's shoes as well, correct?
That's correct.
And that's why ordinarily, if they execute a search warrant at a defendant's home, they'll collect those shoes and either send you the shoes or impressions of them. Is that correct?
How they obtain the shoes, I don't know, but yes.
Okay. And that didn't happen in this case, correct?
That's correct.
No further questions.
All right. Did you have a question of this witness? You would step in? Do we need to keep him any further?
No, sir.
Did him further? Sure. You excused?
Got another break witness.
He's not that brief, and he can stay over if the court wants him to. I mean, I think.
Well, let's go that far.
Yeah.
We're gonna let you go to the audience, please. You can move to the audience. Okay. All right. The lawyer said they're tired, they want to go home, so anyway. We'll see you in the morning, 8:45. Don't discuss the case with anyone. Don't let anyone discuss it with you. Have a good evening. All right?
All right, so let's do a quick recap here. We heard from, let's see, where do we break? Okay, so we heard from Joella Brown, who is a retired DNA analyst, which I thought was really interesting because we heard from her for the state, and now we heard from her for the defense. So she took a swab from the phone cradle. She determined which alleles did you use for Avila. Major donor is consistent with Brandi. She looked at the minor donor. She called minor donor inconclusive. And then he talked about stutter. Then she talked about stutter. It's an artifact when amplifying DNA. No DNA results, but sample did test positive for blood on latex gloves. So now they're talking about these latex gloves. And there were 5 possible hairs found as well, but no testing was done on them because they weren't proven probative. And then they also looked at 6 red gloves from Jack McLean Park. So didn't get a whole heck of a lot from that, but Cross came back in and said phone, the kids might have touched, but there wasn't enough DNA. Here's where it got interesting. Your retirement came from the phone cradle, and she said no. So then I guess that opened up the door because then redirect came back in and said, can you explain the suggestion that you did something wrong? So then she describes that she was the administrator. She was the CODIS administrator, which is a combined DNA indexing system. And she checks to see what kind of matches happened. She said she wrote a letter, took it to her supervisor. Supervisor saw that letter, took it to his supervisor, and that was Karen Martin. And Karen said, don't send that letter out. What? Failure to notify the submitting agency was a violation. She went to the state attorney. She called the state attorney. And if she had never done that, then they wouldn't have gotten the buccal swab of Angel Avila. Unbelievable, right? What the heck? And then Therapist found this little recap, which I will read to you. Let's see. Joellen Brown was involved in a significant controversy regarding the handling of DNA evidence. In November 2020, Brandi Peters, okay, we know about that. However, DNA evidence later revealed a match to a known Colombian drug trafficker who had been deported. Despite obtaining this information in 2013, FDLE did not disclose to the police, prosecutors, or defense attorneys. What? In a deposition, Joellen Brown stated that her supervisors instructed her not to forward the new evidence due to the sample size, even though she typically forwarded evidence with partial results. This omission led to significant criticism of FDL's evidence handling practices. Holy smokes, right? What the heck? So, jurors also heard from DNA experts who testified that a match to a Colombian drug smuggler's profile was found on a phone cradle in Peter's bedroom. The DNA sample returned a database hit of Angel Avila Quiones in 2011, but a Florida Department of Law Enforcement, FDLE, supervisor told now-retired DNA analyst Joellen Brown to disregard it. The supervisor felt the partial sample was not sufficient to warrant further testing or consideration, Brown testified. Until Brown reported it to the state attorney's office in 2015, the DNA hit wasn't shared with prosecutors or Segura's defense attorneys per FDLE protocol. I mean, that's incredible. Brown testified earlier in trial as a state witness, but was recalled as a defense witness. She was asked this week by Nate Prince to review the DNA profile found on the phone and also concluded the partial mixture, which included Peters, was a match to Avila. I did include him as a possible contributor. Man. So in 2000, Avila Quiones, who was known to slip across the U.S. border regularly with the cartel's help, was indicted on federal drug trafficking charges after he was found aboard a fishing boat with nearly 5 tons of high-grade cocaine. It was believed to be one of the largest drug seizures in U.S. history. He served 9 years of a 30-year sentence and was deported from the U.S. in 2009. He gave a statement and DNA samples to FBI investigators who traveled to Italy, where he now lives. Wow. That's amazing that they withheld that, right? What do you guys think? OnlyFan, wow, that should have been a Brady violation, right? That's crazy. OnlyFan, so it's FDLE, not the prosecutor. Yeah, it's FDLE. It went against their standards where you don't, if it's too low of a hit, you don't share that with the state or the defense. Lily Wayne says she may have retired because she didn't like what she was being asked to do, differences with higher ups. She said that she had reached the age, I think she said 62 or 63, she just reached the age, and I guess, yeah, hey, if you can retire and collect your pension and not have to deal with that anymore, I'd be all for it. Brat says, if there was only one foreign allele and that was consistent with Angel, then I can understand why they told her to disregard. One consistent allele proves nothing, though the report should be shared. Yeah, I don't like the fact that they told her not to share it. I mean, transparency, regardless, because that just puts a really bad spin on it, I think. Ken Rosenberg says, so it's the result, let me try that again. So it's a result outside the agency standards that wasn't reported to the prosecutors or defense. Is that right? Yes. Until Brown reported it to the state attorney's office, the DNA wasn't shared with prosecutors or defense attorneys per FDL protocol. The supervisor felt the partial sample was not sufficient to warrant further testing or consideration. So I guess they didn't. It wasn't enough. I'm just shocked, you know. I don't know, man. Brad says it was eventually shared before the first trial. Yes, first trial was 2017. So in 2015, so was it shared? Hold on. They got a hit on Angel in 2011. The Brown reported to the state attorney's office in 2015. It wasn't until, okay, the DNA wasn't shared with prosecutors. Okay. Yes. So it was shared in both trials because the first trial was 2017. Thank you, Brad, for pointing that out. That's a very good point out there. Yeah, the first trial was summer of 2017, so she did share it in 2015. Okay. Thank you, Brad. Mandy Strong, a partial match is not a match. Oh, you're welcome, Jenny. Thank you. Appreciate that. Therapist, you know, it's interesting how many people get to use their discretion when it comes to important stuff like this. Yeah, right? Lily Wayne, 62 is what she was saying. There may have been underlying reasons. Yeah, I mean, if she's seen stuff, I mean, how many times have we been in this corporate situation and we're seeing stuff that we don't agree with? You know, if I'm at that age, I'd be like, yeah, I'm out. Ken Rosenberg, okay, so that dodges a potentially not fun issue. It does, yeah. So again, thank you, Brat. Appreciate the recap. Thank you, Ken. Jenny says this case has multiple layers. Absolutely, it sure does. Therapist, so much talk about FDL standards too. Interesting. I agree. All right, let us move now. That concludes day 5. So we had to kind of catch up on day 5. So now we are fully into day 6, and this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.5 hours. So we'll be done around 6-ish, minus my recaps and stuff. So this first one is an hour long, 59 minutes. So just so you guys know. You can set your... you're welcome, Erica. Thanks for the recap. It really helps. Thank you. Lily Wayne, age can always be used as a reason for retiring, especially in 60s, but that doesn't make age the real reason necessarily. I agree, 100%. But if you're at that age and you're seeing that, your supervisors aren't acting a certain way, and why keep working? Collect the pension, go do something else. Start a YouTube channel. Brad says, only 2 foreign alleles, only 2 foreign alleles, only one of which was consistent with the drug dealer. Could be him, could be a random neighbor who borrowed her phone. It could. It did come back on him, though, which I thought was interesting. So, but that could also be he. So then, was she selling drugs, and was Angel there, used her phone? So, all right, let's, I appreciate that, Dreama, appreciate that. All right, let's get to day 6. We are now officially into day 6. So, and thank you, chat, for what you guys do. Our mods are on it. Therapist, and Brat, you guys are giving me a lot of info, so I appreciate it. As always, it's a group effort here at Trial TV Live. Okay, this is about an hour, so let's get to it.
Operated because of a scheduling problem with one of the defense attorneys. We're going to move into the rebuttal case of the state, except for the one witness that has a scheduling problem, and then I'm allowed the state to call the one witness that relates to that testimony. But, and I appreciate y'all working this out. I mean, I was inclined to just tell Mr. Knox, tough luck, but y'all worked it out, and that's okay. I appreciate that, and that's what I would tell the jury, but it's not intended to, change the order of presentation in the grand scheme of things. We'll have defense case, state rebuttal. So anybody have any question about that?
Just one thing here, Mr. Fuchs and I had discussed, he's indicated if they don't get the material witness warrant for Kelsey Canard, that they plan to play the former testimony, is saying kind of his reason for doing that is because it's part of rebuttal. I can't teach him this effectively. And that is a smart tactic. However, he gave a very different version of the events to Investigator Basio, and I think it would be fundamentally unfair to not put his prior inconsistent statements in front of him. Last time that was less than 10 minutes of testimony. I would ask if
I'm not quite following. Did you call Basio last time?
Yes, sir, to impeach Canard. Basically what happened was Canard gave very, very few details, said the gun was hidden in the engine block of the vehicle, and very little else. Then came into court and offered a whole bunch of additional details, and I called Basio back to impeach him and say none of that was offered initially.
Okay. Well, then I guess the first thing is I'm going to have to hear some testimony about Canard to determine whether he's unavailable or not. So I guess the state's going to give me some evidence on that before I make a determination that they can do that. But if they do that, it would appear to be appropriate. If you have significant impeachment of him, I frankly have forgotten that. But I think the way to do that to make it kind of line up appropriately would be to also provide bios by video. If you have a problem with that.
No, Your Honor, I'll have to go and pull the video. I can't remember off the top of my head whether or not we had any additional questions on that addition to the
Basio you're talking about?
Yeah, I don't know whether there's any additional questions at that point because it was done differently. It was done during the state's case in chief with Canard last time, and therefore Mr. Prince may have called Investigator Basio and asked him these questions and asked him additional questions because I know he called him in this case as well, but I'm not sure they can't.
If it's going to be a problem, I guess we'll call Basio live, but it seemed to me that
I think we probably edit it
appropriate. I mean, the fairer way to do it would be to do them both by video than to have one live and one by video. But I mean, if you want to call Basio, if you think we should call Basio live, I'm good with that. I'm trying to balance it out.
I wasn't saying that, Your Honor. I was just saying that was just,
well, y'all look at that and
about
see.
the video.
Y'all look at that and see, but it seemed to me the fair way to do that would be to call Basio by video also. We just have to see if we can do that. I assume he's available, but when you've made a determination that you are going to want to play Canard's prior trial testimony, I am going to need to hear some testimony on what efforts have been made to get him here. I mean, I assume based upon the motion, I saw that there is a predicate for that, but I think we need to make a record of that further.
Yes.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, see y'all at 9 o'clock.
Thank you.
You'll have your witness in the court.
Yes.
Court is back in session.
Got a jury question?
Remain standing for the jury.
Everybody have a seat. Good morning, folks. Thank you for being back here. Oh, somebody just lost their pen over the side. Deputy, would you help them, please? I do appreciate y'all always being timely, reliable. One of the most reliable juries I've dealt with. Sometimes we have one or two that are time challenged, and we have to deal with that all the time. I appreciate y'all been very timely and responsible. Is Ms. Hawkins what we're going to present next?
Yes, sir.
All right. The next testimony is going to be presented to you by video. There is a transcript of it. As I've told you before, rely upon what's said on the video, not what's in the transcript, but we give you that transcript to help you follow along. Ms. Hawkins-Clark has had medical problems and could not be here, and that's why we're presenting her prior testimony by video. So you should take it just like you would live testimonies. Everybody got the transcript? Looks like Mr. Brill's missing one. I think, are we missing one?
Yes.
Got one more?
You have one.
Here we go. Good. Now he's got two. All right. And this is part of the defense case, correct, Mr. Prince?
Yes, sir.
All right, you may proceed with it. This was what we were having technical problems with yesterday, so hopefully it's working today.
If you face the clerk and be sworn, please. Ma'am, raise your right hand, be sworn, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony given in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes.
May I proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell both your first and last name for the court reporter?
Okay. Good evening. My name is Tamiyah, T-A-M as in Mike, E-I-K-A. Last name Hawkins, H-A-W-K-I-N-S. I'm hyphenated Clark, C-L-A-R-K. And please pardon my My voice. I have a big voice. I think I've utilized it too much. I have 2 kids that, because I'm handicapped.
That's enough.
Okay. So,
We're not here for a conversation. You'll ask you questions, you can answer them.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. How do you know the defendant, Mr. Segura?
he's my daughter's father.
Okay. And your daughter, Janae, that's his daughter as well, correct?
Correct.
Was she a child that y'all had together during the course of his marriage and outside of his marriage?
That's correct.
Okay. At some point after Janae was born, did you obtain a child support judgment against Mr. Segura?
Yes, sir.
And how much was that for?
The monthly amount?
The total amount of arrearages owed at the time you got the judgment?
The total amount at that time was somewhere about 20, maybe upward of $1,000.
Okay. And in the process of collecting that judgment or attempting to collect that judgment, did you get Mr. Segura put in jail at some point?
I sure did, yes, sir.
Did you get his driver's license suspended at some point?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you obtain a lien against any tax returns or tax refunds that he would receive?
Yes, sir.
Did you, in fact, obtain annual tax refunds that were supposed to have gone to him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. After you got that big child support arrearage judgment, did he come to court and deal with that? Or mediation, I guess. Did he come and deal with that?
Oh, during mediation? Yes, sir, he did.
Okay. And as a result of him going before the judge and dealing with it, did the judgment get reduced by about $10,000?
Yes, sir, he did.
Okay. After he got put in jail and got his license suspended and all that, did he make some efforts to comply with the monthly payment requirements?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But did he ever pay in full? Did he ever pay the full monthly amount regularly like he was supposed to? Let me rephrase that.
Okay, thank you.
Aside from when his wages were garnished,
okay,
did he ever voluntarily pay the full amount?
Voluntarily pay the full amount? Not always.
Okay. It was sporadic, but he was making efforts to pay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And once he was making some efforts to pay, he never got put back in jail or anything like that, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, in fairness, he also was able to avoid payment too, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did he work under the table at certain times?
Are you asking facts or my opinion?
Well, did you at some point find out through investigation that he was working under the table?
I, in fact, found out that he was working no longer in Florida.
So there's two different things. He was working out of state, correct?
Correct.
And that inhibited your ability to collect from him?
Correct. It inhibited my ability to collect the garnishment.
Mm-hmm. You would have to essentially chase him from state to state and try and get
correct
different child support judgments everywhere, right?
Correct.
And also, did he change employers from job to job so he was never with a single employer?
That's correct.
So realistically, your ability to collect from him outside of Florida was nil?
Yes.
Notwithstanding that, he did make efforts to pay you and buy things for Janae, correct?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about that.
He kept in contact with Janae. Janae had her own phone. I want to make sure you all are hearing me correct. If there's any point, let me know. Janae had her own phone, which was monitored, so he would keep in contact with her. And when things came around, such as school, pageants, and pageants got pretty expensive, Mr. Segura, I came through with getting what was needed for that, as well as traveled and supported her.
Did he at every point exhibit resentment of any kind towards Janae?
I'm sorry, resentment?
Yeah.
No, sir.
Was it actually the opposite of that?
Did she resent him?
No, was it did he exhibit the opposite of resentment? Did he have a positive relationship with Janae?
Very positive.
No further questions for the witness at this time.
He knew that Janae was his daughter, right?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And isn't it true that on many different occasions, he would constantly try and get you to reduce the amount so that way he could get better jobs in different locations and things like that?
I'm not understanding what you're asking.
He would come to you and ask you to reduce the amount of child support that he owed you so he could get better jobs and get better paying jobs.
No, sir. And if I may elaborate, not asked to reduce, he asked me to have him taken off.
Okay. All right. So he asked you to take all of it away so he can get better paying jobs.
Not to get better paying jobs so that way I can get more. He felt that if I took him off of child support, then he would be able to pay me more and do more.
Okay. So he's trying to get you to do away with the child support then so he could...
And get rid of the middleman.
Okay. How much was he paying in child support to you?
I don't recall. I can give you an approximate.
That's fine.
540, 560, 580, it was in the 500s.
Okay, somewhere around $500?
Upward of 500.
Between $500 and $600, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay. All right, no further questions?
Redirect.
Just to clarify, even after the reduction of the arrearage, he still owed you nearly $9,000 as of 2010, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. No further questions at this time.
And juror, I have a question of this witness. All right, you can step down. Do we need to keep her further? There you go. You're free to go. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, the next defense witness is Michael Lefort.
All right, come on up here, please, sir. Come on up here, please, sir. Face the clerk and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Have a seat. Slide up to the rail, please, sir. May I proceed, Mr. Prince?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Lefort, can you please state and spell both your first and last name for the court reporter?
Yes, it's Michael F. Lefort, Michael, L-A, capital F-O-R-T-E.
Can you tell the jury what you do for a living now?
I'm a senior forensic consultant with Knox & Associates Forensic Consulting out of Jacksonville.
Okay. And what all does that entail?
We reconstruct, our main focus is shooting scenes, but we do crime scene reconstruction.
And can you tell us about some of the various components involved in crime scene reconstruction?
We review, we look at all the police reports, autopsy reports, crime scene photographs, any case materials that are involved in the case, we evaluate them and then see if we can come up to a conclusion.
Okay. And in order to be able to do that, have you had to go through any specialized education or training and gained any specialized experience?
Yes, I spent almost 30 years, 29 and a half years with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. From 74 until 1988, I was a patrol officer. In 1988, I transferred to the crime scene unit.
until my retirement in 2003. While I was in the crime scene unit, I processed a little over 9,500 crime scenes. Of that number, over 800 were death investigations, and of that number, over 500 were homicide scenes. Went to numerous courses, bloodstain pattern analysis, buried bodies, a number of different courses during that time period. When I retired in 2003, I had a consulting company where I did some training, put on courses around the Southeast and in Lima, Peru, taught bloodstain pattern analysis, crime scene reconstruction. 2009, I was hired back into law enforcement with the Duval County School Board Police until 2010, when I was hired by the Nassau County Sheriff's Office to start up their crime scene unit. There I wrote the policies and procedures for the crime scene unit. And in 2011, I was hired by Knox & Associates to come to work for them and to my current position.
And if you could, give us a little more detail about your training and experience as it pertains to blood spatter analysis specifically.
I attended multiple schools with the Sheriff's Office in bloodstain pattern analysis. After those schools, I trained the other crime scene people with the Sheriff's Office in bloodstain pattern analysis. It was ongoing training over those number of years in service courses.
And over your years in service, have you published or authored either parts of or in total papers, articles, or publications that were peer-reviewed?
After my retirement in 2003, I authored 3 books, 2 on crime scene procedures, processing crime scenes, collecting evidence, photography. My 3rd book was on photography, photographing examination quality photographs, which would be footwear, tire impressions, blood spatter, those kinds of things, fingerprints.
Okay. And have you ever testified in court as an expert?
I have.
Was that in various areas?
To the disciplines would be bloodstain. I've done bloodstain pattern analysis, testimony, as well as crime scenes. I've testified in probably 7 or 8 jurisdictions here in Florida, and also in Montgomery, Alabama.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, at this time I would tender the witness.
Any more doubt?
Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Once you were retained to work on this case, did you have an opportunity to review the crime scene photographs provided by the state?
Yes.
And as you went through and looked at the various photos that were taken, were you able to conduct some blood spatter analysis as it relates specifically to the foyer area where victim Brandi Peters' body was found?
Yes.
Okay. And have you selected some photos to aid you in explaining to the jury what your analysis was essentially?
Yes.
Is that represented in this PowerPoint presentation here?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would request to move into evidence which pre-marked for identification as defense 33 and as defense 33.
Any objection?
Make sure we're clear that 33 is the PowerPoint presentation.
Right.
Yeah, no, good.
All right, that'll be it. So we're admitting it, that means it go to the jury,
Yes,
or
sir.
is this demonstrative?
I was just going to admit it. So-
Your Honor, I'm going to reserve till I see this in completion, because there may be portions that aren't appropriate to go. The photographs certainly should go back to the jury, but without seeing the entirety of the presentation, there may be something that's inappropriate to go back to the jury, so I'd like to reserve.
I'll reserve ruling on that decision.
Yes, sir. To be clear, Mr. Knox, will this aid you in explaining your findings to the jury?
Yes.
At this point, Your Honor, I would request to be able to publish it, at least as a demonstrative aid.
You may.
And for record purposes, the state does not have an objection to that, Your Honor.
When you first select a photograph in order to explain to the jury how you kind of progressed through this process, what was it that you were noting, and what is it that you wanted to be able to show to the jury with these pictures, and this one in particular?
This shows the position of Brandi Peters on the foyer floor, and the bloodstain patterns on the back of the door, which is the south wall, and then the wall at her feet, which is the west wall. It also shows transferred blood on the carpet just to her right and on the tile floor.
And can you explain to the jury, as you refer to these different areas,
what blood transfer as opposed to blood spatter, cast up, all those different terms that you're going to use, what does all that mean?
Sure. On the west wall, the wall that's by her feet, you can see that, and I don't have a laser pointer to show you. Thanks. Thank you. This area right here, these lines would be transfer. These are consistent with a swipe mark. A swipe mark is a bloody object coming in contact with an area that doesn't have any blood, so it's transferring the blood to that surface. Those marks would be consistent, could be with a hand, could be from the feet. It's just some object is going back and forth across the wall, and there were several different directions. They were going left and right, and some were going left, up, and down. So that's significant as far as movement. With the overall bloodstain patterns, you want to look at it and see if you can come up with an event analysis, trying to sequence the events that took place in this area. And the amount of blood that's on the west wall would indicate that this area was most likely occurred first. There are heavier concentrations of the impact spatter on the back of the door. Those areas would have been after this, and then it rotates around to the east wall, which would be at her head. So it's most likely everything that's on the west wall there by her feet occurred prior to all of the other impact spatter.
And what is impact spatter as opposed to blood transfer?
Impact spatter is when an object comes in contact with a bloody surface and it disperses the blood. It projects it onto either a surface or the wall or on the floor.
Okay. And so based on the blood spatter and the blood transfer marks that you see there, what, if anything else, were you able to gather from this photo?
One thing that's significant is the positioning of her body and the right arm. It would indicate that there was a prolonged struggle in this area, and she was moving to a certain point. The stains that are on the back of the door, these are also transfer stains. The patterns were difficult to determine. They could be associated with her head coming in contact with that surface. There were some feathering marks, which are consistent with hair. Could also be shoulders, it could be arms that are making those impressions. But the number of injuries to her head when she's at this position here, close to this door, she would probably been incapacitated to do any movements on her own. So if the position of her arm, her right arm is straight out, it would be indicative of her being dragged by the attackers to the position that she's into now.
Okay. Anything else with this slide?
No. Well, if you could go back one more. Go back on. The other thing is the height of the impact spatter here above the door. The documentation by law enforcement indicated the width of the foyer was approximately 8 feet 4 inches. The depth of it was 5 feet from here to here, approximately 5 feet. And from the photographs, it looked like the height of the ceiling was about 10 feet. So that's the area that we're discussing here. Okay.
At the top of the cast-off pattern right there?
The wall goes farther up, so the door is 6'8", so then you're talking about maybe another foot above that. So what this photograph is showing is approximately 8 feet.
Okay. How about with this next photo?
This is the impact spatter that's on the east wall. This is from her head. Some of this impact spatter could have occurred earlier on and could be consistent with her being in some upright position. A lot of the impact spatter, these larger stains here, are more consistent with her being on the ground and a larger object creating those stains.
And why do you say that?
It's the volume of blood that we're looking at here. To disperse that size of a stain, it would require something that's heavy. And there's another photograph that we'll get to later, but it'll show more in detail what's on the back of the door with regards to objects.
Okay. Next slide.
Yes. This photograph is an autopsy photograph that depicts the trauma to her head. The autopsy report indicated there were over 17 blunt force injuries to her head. The ME determined that there was two impacts to this area. It also created fractures to the skull, and there was some brain tissue involved as well.
how is that relevant to your spatter pattern analysis?
Well, it goes to looking at the injuries and trying to determine what could have inflicted these injuries, whether it could have been just one instrument or there were multiple objects.
Okay. And knowing what types of instruments are involved in causing the injuries is relevant to the type of cast-off pattern or spatter pattern we're going to see?
The type of impact spatter, yes. As I said earlier, the MA just determined in excess of 17 blunt force injuries to her head. What we're seeing here is different shapes. Some are a little bit curved, some are straight, and in the different parts, some are linear, some are, as in the previous photo, massive trauma.
Anything else from this photograph?
No. This shows another injury on the left side, and it's pretty destructive laceration there on the head, and I think this is different from the ones that were on the right side of the head, so it looks like a different object. This is an ovoid depression in the skull. Ovoid, and basically round, but it's indicative of some type of heavy object that created this pattern. This depression also in the skull is indicative of some heavy object that created this type of injury, not something small and light. The medical examiner identified 3 different types of injuries here on the forehead as teardrop shaped, elongated, and triangular. Some of these injuries could have been made by a firearm. All of them possibly could have been, but the difference in the appearance would indicate that's possibly a couple of different weapons that would have made these injuries. And this is a curved injury that's on the top, near the hairline on the top of the head. And understanding the impacts or the number of blunt trauma injuries to the head and what they look like, and that you have depressions in the skull that are ovoid or rounded, would indicate that to create this type of spatter, these large drops here, it had to be some type of long, heavy object. Baseball bat, a 2x4, something that had some mass to it, and the ability for the person to swing it hard. To create that kind of cast-off, that height, you would have to deliver a lot of force, and standing over somebody with a small, light object is not going to disperse that kind of volume of blood. It's heavy, and this was created while the head was near the back of the door. And why I can say that is because the blood actually traveled between this curtain on the front of the door, on the window, and went behind it and impacted on the front of the window. So there was enough force to send this blood 8-9 feet up. There's even blood up on the transom window here, large volume spatter. So again, it's to get it that high, to get that type of volume of blood, requires a lot of force and a large object to do that.
Can you explain a little bit about the physics of why a larger object would be required as opposed to a small object to cause the cast-off to be, number one, in that volume, and number two, at that height?
Well, we're talking about gravity. I mean, gravity's trying to pull it down. For something that large to travel that high has to have a lot of energy behind it. When the spatter actually hits, there's enough energy in it that it continues on. There's satellite spatter. If I had a close-up photograph, you could see little tiny satellites going straight up. So the force was enough when it hits the surface, it continues going up the wall. And I'm talking, maybe a ½ inch or 2 inch. There wasn't any scales on this, so I couldn't tell you the exact length of those satellite spatters. But that indicates the amount of force that was used to create that type of spatter.
When in the process of inflicting these wounds would the cast-off have come off of whatever the object is?
Well, that's two different types. Impact spatter, when you have a surface that has a lot of blood on it and it impacts, and the object impacts, it disperses that blood, and the energy takes the blood out, but the energy then breaks this large clump of blood into smaller droplets. That's what the impact spatter is. That's what impacts and creates all that, the blood spatter on the walls. The blood is actually coming apart. With cast off is what you're asking about. Cast off comes off of the weapon. If I'm swinging a baseball bat, the cast off blood it has a cohesive property to it. It's sticky. The viscosity of blood is 4 to 5. The viscosity of water is 1. So you know when you put a drop of water, it runs everywhere. With blood, it sticks, and it has a cohesive factor to it. So if I'm swinging an object, the blood, until it breaks that cohesiveness from the surface, then it will fly off into space, and it'll hit whatever surface is around. So as you're swinging, the centrifugal force is bringing the blood out, and then it will hit whatever surface. But there were no photographs of the ceiling in the materials that we looked at, so I have no idea if there was any cast-off marks on the ceiling, which is where, if you're swinging like this, is where you would expect to find them on the walls. The problem with this type of scene is there was so much blood on the back of that door, it would be almost impossible to pick out cast-off patterns versus impact spatter patterns. You wouldn't be able to delineate. You may be able to tell something on the ceiling, but like I said, there were no photographs of those. With cast-off patterns, you're able, hopefully, to determine how many swings were involved. But that wasn't done here.
Okay. Why is it that a greater volume of blood corresponds to a heavier object? Can you explain that to us?
Well, it has to do with leverage. If you're close up to the body when you're striking it, you're depending on if it would be a firearm or if it would be just a small club, you can't deliver that kind of energy to that surface. It's the same thing as if you're trying to remove a nut or bolt off of a and it's tight and you can't get it off. If you use a small wrench, you can't do the leverage with it. But if you get a longer wrench, you can then apply more pressure, even pressure, and you can break it loose. So that's the same thing here. If you're farther away from the surface, you're able to swing and get much more force behind it when it strikes. Also, the weight is important. It's got to have some mass to it to create that type of spatter.
Is it even possible for a firearm to have caused the high volume impact spatter up at the top of the photograph?
No, because at this point, the victim is going to be on the ground.
How do we know that?
Well, the number of injuries to her head. I mean, she may have early on received several blunt force injuries to her head while she's upright, either kneeling, standing. But as those injuries are being inflicted, it's unlikely that she would have been able to stand there and take that. So, and the indications are based on, you've got the large area here, then it's going straight up, that she was most likely on the ground when those were being delivered.
So by the time the cast-off spatter at the top of the photograph is being deposited on the wall, you're saying Ms. Peters is already on the ground?
Yes.
Anything else with this photograph?
No.
What are we looking at here?
This is showing the east side of the foyer floor. There's a lot of impact spatter that's radiating out towards the east wall here. And this is indicating that after she was moved from this position to her final position of rest here, indicates the location of her right arm that was straight out. But that there were blows struck in this position while she was on the ground. The blood is radiating out and away from her head and onto the wall. The other thing too is on the side where her feet were, all of this blood was smeared on the floor, and there's not a lot of impact spatter. When you hit an object, when you hit a body with an object, depending on how that object comes in contact, you're going to have forward spatter, which we see here, but you also can get back spatter, which is the blood coming back towards the direction of the forces originated. So blood can be dispersed 360 degrees, again, but it depends on how that object impacts the surface. But we don't see a lot of impact spatter over here, and that could indicate a couple of things, that there's an intermediary object. Now her body was in this position here, her feet were down here, so that could explain why there wasn't any. There also could be an explanation of somebody standing at this location here as the beating continues, and they're blocking the spatter from being deposited on the floor.
Okay.
This is a close more close view, but you see the blood that's been smeared around the floor. There was a drop of blood right here that's on top of the smeared blood, and there were some more drops of blood here. The photographs weren't adequate enough for me to tell direction. This one here appears to be pretty round, which would indicate it originated from above. It's dripping down, so it's a passive drip pattern. I can't tell what these are. These could be cast off, these could be impact spatters that came from the body and just deposited over there. But when we see this at a crime scene and you see blood, a different type of pattern that's on top of the smeared blood, it indicates that there could be another blood source. Somebody could be injured in here other than the victim and is depositing blood within the crime scene. This stain was not collected, so I don't know if it's the victim's blood or if it would have been somebody else's blood. The same way with these stains over here, they weren't collected, so with the source is unknown.
Thank you. Based on the volume and height of the cast off,
Can you opine about roughly what the weight of the depositing instrument would have been?
I don't think I can find it as to the weight. Something that would be solid, fairly wide. A baseball bat is probably on the order of that. When you look at that type of injury that was to the left side of her head, that severe trauma, and then you've got the ovoid fractures to the depression in the skull, would be indicative of some type of instrument like that, like a baseball bat.
Combining the nature of the wounds that you discussed and particularly the cast-off pattern, is there any way that a firearm could have caused those injuries and deposited those high-height cast-off?
Not the high ones. A firearm could have been used to inflict some of those injuries and to disperse some of that impact spatter that's on the lower parts of the walls and the door. That's possible. As far as the impact spatter that's high up on the door, up around 8-9 feet, no, there's no way that a firearm would have done that.
Thank you. I have no further questions for the witness.
Well, yes, Your Honor. Mr. Fort, you work for Knox and Associates?
I do.
You work with Michael Knox.
I do.
Y'all are, I guess, a team, and I guess you probably have more employees than just the two of y'all, correct?
Well, we're the only two consultants. We have office staff.
Sure. Both you and Mr. Knox are being paid for this particular testimony by the defense, correct?
We're being paid by the state, yes. I'm salaried. I get the same salary every month.
What do you mean you're being paid by the state? You weren't hired by the state attorney's office, were you?
No, state of Florida is paying.
Through the defense?
Through the defense, yes.
Okay, all right, just want to make sure that was clear.
How much have you been paid so far?
How much has Knox and Associates been paid?
No, you.
Well, I get $2,500 a month.
Okay, so you get paid no matter what. The Knox Associates actually gets the main thing, and then you get dispersed for your salary?
Right, I get paid every month.
Okay.
Salary. Like I said, it's salary, same salary.
All right, then do you know how much Knox and Associates would have paid for this, for your testimony as well as Michael Knox?
I don't.
Okay. Fair to say it's a pretty good chunk of change?
Well, I'm sure it's probably added up. I mean, we've been doing this for a while.
Sure, I understand. Now you say that all these injuries, it's possible that they could have been made by a firearm. All the injuries to Mrs. Peters could have been made by a firearm, correct?
No, I didn't say all of them. I said some of them could have been.
Okay. Which ones did you find that she couldn't have?
The massive injuries to the left side of the head, the round depression in her skull, the other one that we showed that was a pretty deep depression in the skull. Those wouldn't have been done by a revolver.
Okay. You're saying that round object could not have been done by the butt of a .32 pistol?
No.
Being struck?
No, I don't believe so.
Why?
The energy, the amount of force that would take to do that.
Okay. Amount of force to take to do that. You would agree with me the injuries that are inflicted on here, you're homicide detective for a long time, correct?
No, crime scene detective.
Crime scene detective, okay.
Yes.
You've been to a lot of crime scenes and homicides, correct?
Many, hundreds.
Been involved in a lot of homicides.
Over 500.
Been involved in situations with domestic violence.
Yes.
Homicides. You would agree with me that the infliction of these wounds were done in a manner that is both personal and very anger involved. Would you not?
I would say there's a lot of overkill, yes.
Okay. And that's consistent with someone having a personal vendetta and a lot of anger against somebody, correct?
Possible, yes.
Okay. You would agree with me that not everybody can use an object in the same manner. Different persons can use it with more force than others.
Possible.
Okay. Would you agree that I can probably use something that I'm swinging or using as a club with more force than Ms. Dugan?
Probably.
Okay. Fair enough, she's probably in better shape than I am. But regardless, you would also agree, of course, that, say for instance, Peyton Manning can throw a football farther than I can, right?
Yes, farther than me.
Sure. So the amount of force that is done is certainly conditioned upon the person that's exerting the force, is it not?
Well, there's other things to look at, and that would be the impact spatter itself.
Okay, we'll get to the impact spatter itself in a second, but you would agree with me that the object that is being used and the amount of force that's being used behind that object is in fact indicative and really controlled by the person that is exuding the force.
Could be.
Could be?
Yes.
How could it not be?
It depends on the person that's doing it, but
right,
possible.
Right. How could it not be? How could the person that's swinging an object and impacting with another object not be the one that controls the amount of force that they use, not be controlling of the amount of that force?
I don't know. I mean, there's other variables, I would think.
Like what?
Their health, their condition, if they're using left hand versus right hand, there are a number of instances that you could come up with that probably, would dictate that there's variables. There's variables in everything.
Sure, but their health, their conditioning, the left and the right hand is controlled by the person exerting the force, is it not?
At the time it's being done, correct.
Correct, right. So the person that's exerting the force is the one that actually is the one that's in control of how much force is being used.
That's correct.
Okay, all right. So and again, we would agree that different persons of different build and different strengths can exert force a lot more than other persons, can they not?
Possible, yes.
Possible?
Possible, yes.
Okay, how is it not possible?
Well, nothing's 100%, but given your scenario, yes, it's possible.
Okay. And someone like Mr. Segura that's used to dealing with metals, who's a very strong individual, built very large individual, is in very good shape, is certainly able to exert a great deal of force in using an object, is he not?
Probably.
Okay. And now, let's talk about the blood spatter we're talking about here. You've heard the term every action has an equal and opposite reaction, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So essentially what that means is the amount of force that you utilize is conditioned to the amount of force that's coming off of an object, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if you're swinging an object with an extreme amount of force and you're coming back, it's going to go a lot farther than it would if you're swinging it in a less strengthened mode, correct?
Well, you're describing two different things now. You're describing impact spatter, and now you're coming back. That's cast off. So that's two different things.
Oh, correct. Okay. So you're saying that all of that blood is in fact impact spatter and not cast off?
Yes.
Okay. How can you tell the difference?
Cast off has to do, the patterns from cast off are consistent with the type of object that's being used. If you have, let's say, a knife, a butcher knife, and you're stabbing somebody, as you're bringing it back, the cast off pattern is going to be linear. Okay, it's going to be just a single line basically going straight up or coming down. When you're using a larger object, like a baseball bat, the cast off that would come off of that would be the width of the baseball bat. So if you have the cast off patterns that you can identify, a lot of times the cast off pattern will lead you to the type of weapon that's being used. And like I said, on the back of that door, on that south wall, there was so much impact spatter, it would be difficult, if not impossible, to pick out the impact, the separate impact spatter patterns, or I'm sorry, the cast off patterns. So that's the difference. Impact spatter, when you hit the surface, the blood radiates out. It expands the farther away you are, the bigger the cone. So, of course, the closer you are, the narrower the film. But that's the difference between the two.
Okay. And then in this particular case, as you just said, the door itself, you can't really tell which spatter it is, whether it's cast off or, in fact, impact spatter, correct?
The size of those large things that we're talking about at the top of the door, those are consistent with impact. And again, that would be from the initial impacts.
Okay.
They're not cast off.
All right. You made a determination as to where the certain injuries occurred, where she was lying down because she would have been lying down because of the injuries, correct?
Yes.
Okay. How were you able to determine which injuries occurred when?
I can't.
Okay. So you don't know when each injury occurred, do you?
No, I don't know when each injury occurred. I know that where she likely, based on the volume of blood that's on the west wall versus what's on the south and east walls, that spatter, those transfer patterns occurred prior to the massive blood loss.
Okay. So there is a possibility that the impact for one of those injuries was while she was standing up, correct?
No, I don't believe so.
That's not possible?
Given those, no, I don't believe so.
Okay. Why?
Well, if you want to go back to it, I can show you, but there was a large volume of blood that was lower down the door, maybe 2.5, 3 feet. Could she have been upright? Could she have been kneeling? I don't think so even at that. She'd have been lower. She'd have to be lower than that to get it at that position. Then you have the other large volume that's higher up on the wall.
But she had more than one massive injury to her head. Isn't it entirely feasible that she's standing upright, one of those massive injuries hit her, knocks her down, and then the rest of the massive injuries occur while she's on the ground?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay, fair enough. That's your opinion, correct?
It's my opinion.
You would agree with me, a medical examiner can probably talk a little bit more about the sequence of events or not, as far as the injuries, right?
I don't think they can sequence the events when they occurred.
Okay, no more than you can.
Again, it's the totality of the evidence. It's basing it not only on the injuries, but it's also on the impact spatter that's on the walls.
Okay. And you're saying that is all much more consistent with a baseball bat?
Well, a baseball bat is an example.
Or
It's type of something that has a large mass and that has some weight to it.
Okay, so you're looking for something that's got large mass and weight to it?
Yes.
Okay. Baseball bat's made of wood usually, sometimes they're metal.
Correct.
Okay. Gun is made of metal.
Correct.
Okay. So you're talking about really as far as mass goes, they're kind of the same, they're just one's longer than the other. Weight-wise, they're gonna be about the same. Baseball bats are 28 ounces, 26 ounces, something along those lines. Firearms are roughly gonna be the same weight, are they not?
I've never weighed them, but I would think they may be close, depending on what type of you're talking about. But the other thing is, somebody holding a revolver or a pistol versus standing back, the dynamics of hitting somebody close up, even if you're exerting a lot of pressure, you're blocking some of that blood. Okay, your hand is here. The baseball bat, or whatever the large object would be, you would be back away from it, and you're being able to apply more power to that surface and dispelling that blood. I think, given what you're asking, it's more likely that it's a larger object versus all of it coming from a firearm.
Okay. Well, you would agree somebody who's swinging a firearm and they're using their arms, you're talking about, well, in my case, you're talking about 3 feet arms or something like that and down. There's pretty good range there, is there not?
Yeah.
Okay.
But not as much as you could get from standing back and wielding a larger object.
Sure. You have a baseball bat, you extend it another, what are they? They're normally about 34 inches, I think they are, is what baseball bats are, roughly 32, 34 inches. So
Right.
almost another 3 feet.
Right, with a 10-foot ceiling, you've got more than enough room to stand up and swing that 180-degree arc and come on down.
Okay, fair enough. But you would also agree with me that you could also do it with the 4 foot or 3 foot arc with your arm, if you're angry in a personal manner.
Well, the thing is you're going to have to be down on your hands and knees if the person's down there. It's not something, with a baseball bat, you're standing up and you're putting your full weight behind it. With a firearm, you're going to be on your knees and you can't deliver the same amount of energy, I don't believe.
No further questions.
Redirect.
Mr. Fuchs was asking you briefly about left-handedness versus right-handedness, no determination could have been made regarding which hand an individual used to inflict wounds in this case. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And why is that?
Well, it's next to impossible to figure out if you're left or right-handed based solely on the impact spatter. You'd have to have probably more information. And given the amount of spatter that was on those walls, there would be no way to say left or right-handed.
Okay. And that's because a person's body position and how they're swinging an object can change, and it would impact the wall in exactly the same way, regardless of which hand it was being swung with?
Correct. And obviously, with the spatter patterns that are on 3 different walls, and it's evident that her body had moved, changed positions. So yeah, it wasn't static. There was always movement involved.
Okay. Mr. Fuchs asked you about an individual's physical abilities and strength and all that. Even a good person, a person in good health and in good shape and of stronger than average, would a person be able with a .32 caliber revolver to exert the amount of force necessary to cause cast off in that volume at that height?
Just want to correct, it would be impact spatter, and no.
Okay. How, if at all, would it impact an assailant's ability to exert force if within, say, 90 days of the incident, if they had undergone invasive surgery with their abdominal wall being sliced 9 inches?
Your Honor, I'm objecting to this speculation.
I would think it would have some effect to be able to not only swing, but to get into position that would be necessary.
Okay. And even if the cast-off is coming off the object at the top of the motion and the person is standing, is the volume and height of the cast-off in any way consistent with it coming off of a firearm?
No.
Could it possibly have come off of a firearm, or given the volume and height, is that impossible?
It's possible. With cast-off, basically all you can tell is where the object was in space when the blood left the surface. And if it's a linear object, if it's a linear line, you might be able to determine that. If it's a wider line cast-off pattern, it may be indicative, but it would just depend on the cast-off pattern and what it looks like. So
Okay.
again, cast-off it just depends on what the impact angle is and where that comes back to in space, and that would tell you where it was when it came off the weapon.
Okay. Given the totality of the blood spatter evidence we have here, both with the impact spatter, the blood transfer patterns, and the cast-off, can we say definitively that a .32 revolver did not cause the pattern that you observed and testified about here?
It did not create the large volume patterns that were on the top of the door in the middle. Absolutely did not do that.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any juror have a question of this witness? All right, you can step in.
Your Honor, this is pursuant to stipulation before I close the defense case. The defense would move into evidence composite exhibit 3, which are documents relating to Mr. Avila.
Second. Correct, Mr. P.
It is, Your Honor. They were asked about during this testimony, and I anticipate they'll hear about it anyway.
So admit defense exhibit 3, was it?
Yes, sir. 3,
Right.
A, B, and C.
And was what was shown to the jury the entirety of the PowerPoint?
For Mr. Lefort, yes, sir.
There's more on that document?
No, sir, that's it.
Right. So does the state have any objection?
No,
to
the
it?
state does not have any objection, Your Honor. I did
Okay.
note on the jump drive, there are 3 or 4 different things in there that had to do with his notes. I want to make sure that we run the PowerPoint itself only onto a disk for them to take back.
All right.
We need it.
All right, we need to make sure, but it's admitted with that understanding?
Yes, sir.
All right, so let's go sidebar. All right, so that will conclude the defense case with the exception of one witness. They had one witness that they had a scheduling problem with that's going to have to testify Monday morning. So the next thing we're going to do is move into the state's rebuttal evidence. I don't think it's going to be confusing, but make sure you understand what we're doing. We're going to move into the rebuttal of what the defense has presented so far. And then Monday morning, they have one other Reconstruction expert that they wish to call, the defense wish to call, and the state's going to reserve their Reconstruction expert to testify after that witness. So that's going to be the sequence of events. I think it'll be fairly clear cut, but I want to make sure you understand. The lawyers been working together and appreciate that they're cooperating, make sure that we can keep things flowing, even though we've had a few scheduling issues that we need to deal with. So with that, let's take 15 minutes and we'll start into the state's rebuttal case.
And Your Honor, can we remain for just a moment?
Yep,
Thank you.
let the jury step back. Might be seated, Mr. Speaker.
Your Honor, just to let you know, procedural, Mr. Prince and I discussed the witnesses. Mr. Yao is going to be testifying in rebuttal as to both Mr. Lefort and Mr. Knox's testimony. Rather than call him today and trying to call him back again after Knox, we both agree that he just wait till Monday to do the rebuttal.
Oh yeah, that would make sense.
Yes, sir. Just one
Is that it?
Yes, sir.
All right. We'll take 15 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, let's get to Dexter, essentially. But first there was Tamiyah Hawkins-Clark. So she had a daughter with Henry, and she couldn't testify this trial, so what we saw was her testimony from a previous trial, well, the one in 2017 that ended up in a mistrial. She said she received about $1,000 in child support. She had Henry put in jail, and his driver's ID was suspended, and there was a tax lien on his income. But then Henry came to court, and judgment was reduced to about $10,000. Henry complied, and he made monthly payments, but he never paid the full amount. We kind of heard all of that before. It was sporadic, but he did make efforts to pay small amounts, and he said that, I think in his interview, he would pay like $20 here, $30 there, whatever. She did say that Henry would come through repeatedly for Janae financially, if she was traveling or she needed school supplies, and that Henry had a very positive relationship with Janae. So then the cross came up, and Henry knew that Janae was his daughter. She said yes. He wanted to get rid of the middleman and pay Tamiyah directly. So he wanted to remove the Florida government and just say, hey, let's just work something out, and I'll just pay you directly. But he still owed $9,000 as of 2010. So 2010, he still owed $9,000 to Tamiyah. It's a lot of money. So that would go for the defense to say, well, I took out JaVonte, but I still owe $9,000 to Tamiyah and Janae. So why delete one but leave the other one? I still owe $9,000. I still couldn't get my visa and my passport. So that's valid. That's a valid point. Definitely a lot of questions in this one. This is not as clear-cut as you would think. And then the Reconstructionist came up, Mr. Michael Lefort, senior forensic consultant, basically Reconstruction. He's Dexter. I'm just going to call him Dexter. He reconstructs the scenes. So while we do this, I'm going to pull up let's pull up some of let's pull up some of this. So this is the foyer that he was talking about. So that's some pretty serious splatter. So he says the west wall, which would be to the right, I believe. That's where her feet, let's see. That's where her feet were. So she was facing, her feet were facing the left wall, the right, and then her head was facing back to our left. So the right is where her feet were, her head was to the back. Oof. Her right arm would indicate prolonged struggle, and she was dragged to that position. I'm not sure what they found her, but she was probably dragged, I guess. Or dragged, yeah. So she was. So if you're dragged, you know your arm's going to go like that. So she was probably found like that. The door would have come in contact with her because I guess there was. If you look at the bottom, there was like he said there was some hair and stuff. The height of the spatter above the door, approximately 8 feet. So blood's going all over the place. Good Lord. Larger item because the volume of blood would require something that was heavy. So he was talking about if you have, you know, if you're just doing this versus, you know, that. Look at, I mean, the blood is going to be going all over versus just this. Or if you're doing that, you have a small object. It's only going to be going a little bit if you have a bigger object. I get that. That's all centrifugal force and all that. It totally makes sense. Goes against the state's theory that I used just a butt of a handgun. I think something bigger was used. That shovel, there was some blood on the shovel. I could see a baseball bat. All right, it wasn't a small or lightweight object, and there were 3 different types of wounds. There was 8 to 9 foot blood spatter. To get it that high, the volume requires a lot of force in a large object. You need a lot of energy to get blood to travel that far to overcome gravity. Cast off comes from a weapon. Blood is sticky. Larger object was used because of centrifugal force. Most likely, Brandi was on the ground. And we can show, let's see. Most likely, Brandi was on the ground. Oh boy, that's a lot of blood. Most likely she was on the ground when this was happening, like the end of it. Different type of blood pattern indicates another source. So I thought that was interesting. So he said there was another source of, so you have all that on the floor, right? But then he's saying in this photo, see those little dots that are like kind of at the bottom of the image. So that's where she is, obviously to the left, and then there's little droplets of blood. He's saying that that's probably a different. So whoever was injured, I guess. I hope that she at least got a bloody nose in there. Object was solid, fairly wide. He thinks most likely it was a baseball bat. Doesn't think it was a gun because the higher up marks, maybe he said the lower marks, but the higher up ones, just you wouldn't be able to get blood up that high. Cross comes in and says these injuries indicate it was personal and very angry. He says possible. Different people can use the same object differently. He said, yep, that's possible. Sure, because, you know, somebody who's, you know, doesn't have muscles, you know, say a 5-year-old doing this is going to have one reaction versus, you know, a 200-pound muscle guy, plus the adrenaline is rolling. And, you know, think about that. Whoever's doing this, their adrenaline is like through the roof. Person using the object dictates the force being exerted. Yep. And redirects, he says a 32 didn't create the large volume of spatter. So that's that. Let's see, do you guys have any questions? Julie says, could the child that was unalived have happened there? That would have been Tamika, I think, right? Tamika with the M. Tamika was shot, yeah. Shot in the back of the head, possibly. because I don't know how much blood was found. It didn't seem like there was that much blood found in the bathtub. They just had that one on the bar, the grab bar. There was blood there. So maybe, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, the one that was shot in the back of the head, that would be Tamiyah. Jenny says that definitely was done with malice. I agree. Yeah, not to be mentioned event. Let's keep it on the trial. I don't know where Little Miss is, but let's keep it on the trial. Brad says if the spatter on the wall only made it to 8 feet and the ceilings were 10 feet, then there may have been nothing on the ceiling. Yeah, I don't think there was, right? I think there was nothing on the ceiling themselves. I don't think there was, it made it to the ceiling. Brett, yes, the lawyers and the judge seem to be the same as the 2017. I would agree with that. I think it's, Mr. Prince, Mr. Fuchs, and our judge's name, I forgot right now, Hankinson. Judge James Hankinson. John Fuchs is the state, and then defense is Nate Prince. So yes, it does sounds like it's all the same players. I would agree with that. So Lily Wayne is, I'm moving away from the cartel theory. Yeah, I didn't really believe the cartel fully. I was never 100% on board with that because it's just too messy. It's just too messy, you know? And when I say messy, I mean, well, you know what messy, but also too much opportunity to be caught, to be damaged yourself. Like just go in, boom, 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 and you're out, you know. It just sounds like, yeah, I'm moving away from the cartel theory too. Definitely seems very personal, incredibly personal. Dream at Landry is also. Lily Wayne, too much anger and passion. Totally agree with that. All right, let us move on, shall we? All right, so this next one is, so you heard of it was going to be, so the defense didn't quite rest, I think, because they had to bring somebody else in, but that person wasn't available, so we're going to hear state's rebuttal, and then I think we're going to hear again. Yeah, I agree. I think we're going to hear again from the defense, so I think I followed that. All right, so this is 51, what do you call it? 51 minutes. All right. So this is a relatively short clip, just under an hour. Let's see here. Okay. Let's get back to the court.
Back in session. So, jury, please. All rise for the jury.
Everybody be seated, please. May I call your first rebuttal witness, Mr. Fuchs or Ms. Dugan?
State calls Major Annie Johnson.
Okay.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
Have a seat, please.
Good morning, Major Johnson. Will you introduce yourself to our jury and spell your name for our court reporter, please?
Sure. My name's Anne Marie Johnson, and that's spelled ANNE-MARIE. Last name spelled JOHNSON.
Okay. Did you go by Annie?
I do.
Okay. And what is your, I called you a major. Where do you work?
I work at the Tallahassee Police Department. I'm currently major over the Patrol Bureau, Northern Sector.
And how long have you been with Tallahassee Police Department?
I've been with Tallahassee Police Department for 18 years and in law enforcement for a total of 20.
Okay. Were you with Tallahassee Police Department back in November of 2010?
I was.
And what was your assignment at that time?
I was an investigator with the Homicide Violent Crimes Unit.
Okay. And I guess throughout your 20 years, have you kind of been in pretty much every different unit at TPD at some point?
Pretty much through everyone within the Investigations Bureau, yes.
Okay. All right, so in November of 2010, you said you were an investigator in the Homicide Violent Crimes Unit. What was your role in this case?
I assisted investigator Mark Lewis. I was one of the assisting investigators.
Okay. Were you the only woman with the last name of Johnson who was an investigator on this case?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a woman named Joanna Johnson who was ever working on this case?
No.
All right. So if there was a woman whose last name was Johnson on the case, it would be you?
That's correct.
All right. And your last name was Johnson back in 2010 as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so I guess we would be a little familiar with you already because we saw you in the November 30th interview with the defendant, right? His second interview?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, you were the one saying, I know you have a cell phone. That was you?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when the defendant was arrested in Minnesota in 2011, so fast forward about a year from that interview, did you ever call him on the phone when he was in Minnesota?
No, ma'am.
Either before or after he was arrested? No, I'm sorry. Did you call him in Minnesota before or after he was arrested?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did he ever tell you at any time, I'm talking before arrest, during the investigation, after arrest, did he ever tell you at any time that he went to Brandi Peters' house on November 19th for any time or at any time or for any reason?
No, he did not.
So he never told you that he was at Brandi Peters' house that day?
No.
That's all I have.
You say Mr. Segura never told you that that he was at Brandi Peters' house on November 19th, correct?
That's correct.
You wouldn't have any idea who else, what other investigators or officers he talked to, correct?
To my recollection, there was only a handful of us that he spoke to that worked together on the case.
I'm sorry?
That worked together on the case. There was only a few of us that he would have spoken to.
All of the homicide investigators in that division at TPD were assisting on this case, correct?
Correct.
And so that would have included the case agent, Mark Lewis, correct?
That's correct.
And then also Mr. Basio, now Lieutenant Basio.
That's correct.
And yourself.
Yes.
What other investigators were involved, homicide investigators?
Investigator Mr. Brava at the time, it's Lieutenant Welder now. Investigator Mark Lewis. Now Lieutenant Mike Zaleski, he was a sergeant over our unit at the time. And then there were several other investigators that were assigned various tasks throughout the investigation. Running down legal process, getting those signed, doing some other interviews of other individuals, family members, that sort of thing.
Sergeant Corbett too, and technical ops?
Yes, I'm sorry, I forgot him.
So a lot of people involved?
Yes.
Especially relative to any other case. It's not normal for every single homicide investigator plus tech ops to all be involved in the same case, right?
Not necessarily, but yes, it was a different case.
Right. And in terms of how each investigator involved was communicating with each other, do you agree that it would be fair to say the left hand wasn't always talking to the right in this case?
Yes, there were a lot of moving parts and a lot of things going on at the same time. That's correct.
Okay. So different people were focused on different scenes and different evidence, correct?
Yes.
Okay. One of the things that you were involved in was obtaining a warrant for a bug, I guess is the best way I can phrase it, that was ultimately placed in or on Mr. Segura's vehicle, right?
Yes.
And that would have been in the year that you guys were investigating before you arrested him, correct?
Yes.
And so there was an extended period of time, was it 10 months, something like that, where you had an operational listening device in his vehicle and never got a single piece of incriminating evidence from that entire time, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Redirect.
Yes, sir. That would just mean that he never, from what you heard in his car, he never admitted to anyone in his car that he committed these crimes.
That's correct.
Okay. Speaking of the bug, did you make a call to Mr. Segura one time before he ever went to Minnesota while he was here in Tallahassee on his phone while there was a wire in his car.
Yes, I did.
Okay. Tell us about that phone call.
Well, earlier in the investigation, we had let Mr. Segura know that once we received the DNA results with regards to paternity for JaVonte, that we would let him know what the results were. So I made that call with that purpose, and to let him know that that we had gotten the results back from the DNA, and to see if I could elicit a response to what that meant to him, knowing about JaVonte actually being his biological son.
So you wanted to inform him that he was actually his son, and then say something to see how he would react to you?
Correct.
Okay. So did you tell him on that phone call that you got the DNA results back and JaVonte was his son?
I did.
And how did he react to you?
If I remember correctly, he just stayed quiet with regards to that portion of it.
Okay. And then what did you say?
I said, so how does it feel to know that you killed your biological son?
And what did he say?
He said something to the effect of, what evidence do you have to prove that?
And then did he hang up on you at that point?
Yes.
Fair to say, if he had ever told anyone, any of the investigators, that he was actually at this victim's house the day that the murders happened, that's something that you would know?
Yes.
Okay. That would have been a big deal in the investigation to you all, right?
Yes.
For the person that you're suspecting who committed this crime to now admit that he was at her house that day.
Correct.
That would have been a huge change from what he said in his November 20th and November 30th interviews, right?
Correct.
You would have seen a report about that.
Yes.
Excuse me. You would have seen a report about that.
Yes.
You guys would have discussed that.
Correct.
Even though there were a couple of investigators working on this case, y'all were regularly discussing this case all the time together.
Yes.
Okay. And have you ever heard of him ever admitting to anyone that he was at Brandi Peters' house the day of these murders at any time for any reason?
No.
That's all.
Any jury have a question of this witness? All right, if not, you may step down. Call you next witness.
So he calls April Dubrava.
You remain under oath. You were previously sworn witness.
Yes, yes, sir.
Right. I think you previously testified, but just state your name again for the record, please.
My name is Lieutenant Dubrava Wilder.
Lieutenant, I think you previously told us that on November 20th, the day these bodies were discovered, your role there at 908 Saddle Creek Run was kind of overseeing the crime scene?
That's correct.
Okay. Did your team go through the trash cans in Brandi Peters' home that day?
On that day, we looked at the top, we didn't, it was more for preservation.
Mm-hmm.
So we did more of dealing with the bodies and collecting and going through the crime scene. So we looked at the tops. We didn't dump them out that day. Teams that went back other days then did a thorough cleaning of the entire house.
Okay, so that day you looked at the top of the trash cans to see if anything of obvious evidentiary value was in the trash cans.
That's correct.
On that day, did y'all see a condom or a condom wrapper on top of any of those trash cans?
No, we did not.
Okay. In the following days, when I guess an even more intensive processing was done and you guys dumped the trash cans, was a condom or a condom wrapper found in those trash cans?
I was never notified that a condom wrapper was found in the trash cans. On the second and subsequent days that went out there, there was another team that went out there, but I was still in charge of all the evidence that was collected as far as sending it to FDLE, so anything of value that was discovered was identified to me, and then I would determine whether it needed to go to for processing or not.
And if a condom or a condom wrapper was found in those trash cans, could that be considered maybe important to the case?
Right, it would indicate somebody else being there at the scene.
So in other words, Brandi Peters might have had sex the day that this happened. Y'all could send it to FDLE to be tested for DNA, maybe get some more information about what happened that day, who was over there.
Correct.
So that would have been something that you or any member of your team would have informed you of as the sergeant overseeing everything?
Right, I was an investigator overseeing that, but yes.
I apologize, as the investigator overseeing it. And were you ever notified that either a condom or a condom wrapper was found the day of November 20th or any day after?
No.
Did your team walk around the entire property of Miss Peters' home and yard?
Yes. We did
Okay.
that day and additional days.
Okay. Was her backyard dug up? Were there any holes in it?
No.
Okay. You weren't involved in any of the, you weren't in the room for any of the interviews of Mr. Segura, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you might not have even ever talked to him, I don't know, but did he ever tell you, though, that he was at Miss Peters' house the day of these murders on November 19th?
No, I never spoke to him.
Okay, that's all.
This may seem a silly question, but y'all didn't send like a snake camera down the plumbing or have the septic tank pumped for evidence, correct?
Correct.
And so if a condom or condom wrapper were flushed, that's not evidence that would be available to you, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Pretty direct.
No, sir.
Any juror have a question of this witness? All right, if not, you can step down. We need to keep her any further.
No, sir.
All right.
Oh, actually, she'll remain under the rule, but she
All right,
can
remain under the rule.
go out about her business.
Call you next witness.
State calls Monica Peters.
You were previously sworn?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Peters, have a seat. You remain under oath. State your name for the record, please.
Monica Peters.
All right, you may proceed.
Ms. Peters, what was Brandi Peters' date of birth?
February the 14th, 1983.
February 14th, 83?
1983.
Okay. So if she was born in 83, then she would have turned 17 years old, right? In February of 2000?
Yes.
So in the year 2000, she would have been 17 years old?
Yes.
Did she have a driver's license when she was 17 years old?
No, ma'am.
She
got
when
her
did she?
driver's license when she was 20 years old.
Okay. So she would not have gotten a driver's license until then the year 2003 when she was 20 years old?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When did she get her first car that she was able to drive?
Right in 2006.
Okay, so she would have been 23 then in 2006?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So 17 in the year 2000, didn't get a driver's license till she was 20, 3 years later, didn't have a car that she had access to drive until 2006, 3 years after that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, when she was 23. All right, you told us in your last testimony last week that, you know, you guys were obviously sisters and y'all were sisters who talked and saw each other on a daily basis, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Brandi ever deal or transport drugs?
No, ma'am.
Did she ever disappear for days at a time for out-of-town trips?
No, ma'am.
Had she ever been to Texas?
No, ma'am.
Had she ever even been, I mean, was she somebody who had been very many places at all outside of Tallahassee and North Florida?
No, ma'am.
So she was not somebody who was going out of town often?
No, and definitely not at 16, 17. She was living in my mom's house. My mom was very strict. She was not one of those people that she'd never let us out her eyesight, and that's facts. Everybody that knows my mom knows that she was very, very strict on us. And at 16, 17, she wouldn't have not left the house for days at a time.
All right, so for Brandi's whole life, you never knew her to go out of town for days at a time, but especially in the year 2000, when she's 17 years old, she's at your mom's house. She's not going out of town anywhere, even for one day.
No, ma'am.
All right. Did Brandi have any money?
No, ma'am.
Did she have some flashy lifestyle?
No, she didn't.
Did she receive food stamps from the government?
Yes, she did.
You told us last time you testified that her car that was in the driveway was a car that was actually broken down that week, and it was an older car that she borrowed from your mother. Did Brandi, her whole life, from the time she was first got a car, I guess in 2006, you said, to the time that she died in 2010, did she ever have a car that was reliable enough to make it to Texas?
No, ma'am.
Before she qualified for her house on Saddle Creek Run, which you told us was Section 8 housing, before that, where did she live before that?
She lived in Holton Street Projects. At the top of Holton Street Projects, right off of Holton Street.
And you said it's a housing project?
It was hub housing.
Okay, so it was a HUD housing project
Yes,
on Holton
ma'am.
Street? All right, I'm sorry for talking over you.
Oh, no, you're fine.
And was that an apartment?
Yes, it was an apartment.
Before her Holton Street apartment and the housing project, before that, was she kind of just staying family member to family member?
Before that, she lived with me. Well, she lived with my mama for a little while. And before she lived with my mama, she lived with me on Laura Lee Road in Appalachia Ridge. And before then, she lived with me in Appalachia Ridge on, if I'm not, I think that was Cobra Street. Me and my kid's daddy, both of those houses, she lived with us.
Okay. On November 20th, the day that the bodies were discovered, what did police tell you and the rest of your family there at the scene about what they found inside the house?
Well, when they first got there, they didn't tell us anything. They just made everybody get back. So they told us that to get back. The first lady, she just told me to get the kids out of the car or whatever. Because I remember.
This is your kids. These are your
told
kids.
me to get my kids out of the car because the black car that was parked in that yard, that was my car that was parked in the front of the yard because I was the first one to get there besides my brother pulled up. So the police, I don't think I remember that day where she told me to remove the kids from the car, to stand back just in case anybody was in the house. And so we all got back, and then another officer arrived on the scene. And after that officer arrived, I remember them walking around the house or whatever and clearing the house, around the outside of the house out. And then when they came back, another officer came, and I remember the officer taking her stick, breaking the window out.
Okay, let me ask you a more specific question, okay? Mm-hmm. Did officers tell you at some point that Brandi, and I guess at first, 2 children were found in the home?
Yes, but that wasn't right away.
Okay.
They had brought out to the crime scene van, and me and my mom, that they was all standing down there. My mom was on the inside of it. Mm-hmm. I remember one of the officers coming down there and saying that, asking us who all we thought that was in the house. And we told her that my sister Brandi, her 2 twin girls, Tamiyah and Taniyah and JaVonte, and they told us that they only seen my sister and the 2 twin girls. They did not tell us where they was located at. And my mama said, well, my grandson should have been in that house. And he said, well, unfortunately, we haven't seen a child in the house.
Did they eventually later tell you that they did find a 3rd child in the house?
I think that was way later, after the crime scene hadn't came and they was going through the house or whatever, and realized that he was on the bottom. Right. On the bottom of the girls or whatever, I don't know, but it wasn't.
But you know that since this has happened, I'm talking about that day.
Oh, that day, yeah.
Right.
That day. No.
My question for you is, that day on November 20th, did y'all have any knowledge from police about where these children were found in the home?
No, ma'am.
Did they tell you how they died?
No, ma'am.
Did you know anything besides the fact that the children and Brandi were deceased and they were inside that home?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So now, from being in trial, watching the evidence, you know that they couldn't find JaVonte because he was on the bottom.
Yes, ma'am.
But that day, you had no knowledge of where they were found?
No, ma'am. They did not tell us that. They just told us that they were sorry to inform us that everybody that was in the house was deceased.
Okay. That's all.
Ma'am, you said to your knowledge Brandi wasn't involved in drug dealing, correct?
Of course, yes.
And your testimony is that wasn't part of her lifestyle?
No, it wasn't.
And she didn't associate with folks who lived that lifestyle, at least not closely, correct?
I can't tell you that she didn't, I wouldn't sit on stand and tell you that she didn't associate with people that, just because you associate yourself with somebody or know somebody that does it, that doesn't mean you do it.
She was closely associated with Kenny Green, right?
But she knew Kenny Green. She wasn't associated with him. They wasn't together at the time that all this occurred, and I know that for facts.
He was her boyfriend for
No,
a
he
while
wasn't.
there, and everybody believed that JaVonte was his son for some period of time. Isn't that true?
I don't know about that.
Okay. Kenny Green was actually in custody at the same time at the same place that Carlos Sanchez was, over at Federal Detention Center.
He was.
So your testimony to Ms. Dugan was that law enforcement didn't tell you all that they only initially found 2 kids in the bathtub. Is that right?
They didn't tell us they found them in the bathtub.
Okay. And perhaps you can answer this. How would anybody know that law enforcement hadn't been able to initially find the third child victim unless that information was widely disseminated? How would anybody know that on the 20th if that information wasn't widely disseminated by law enforcement?
Well, I don't. Then maybe that was after they found out, because when we was on the scene, and I know that for facts. When we was there as a family, everybody showed up. They did not tell us that kids was found in no bathtub.
Okay. Your previous testimony was that everything was a blur that day, correct?
No, I told you I was emotionally, I could have been emotionally, I didn't tell you everything was a blur. I said I could have been emotionally, I said it could have been my emotions going everywhere when I wrote that report. I didn't say everything was a blur.
Okay.
Because I remember that scene today, 9 years ago, like it was today.
So
Nothing
weren't
changed.
You weren't so emotionally distraught that you would have been saying things that were untrue.
I'm not gonna say nothing that's not untrue. I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna tell the truth.
Okay. And that's why you told Investigator Jernigan on the day that the bodies were found.
I would object to improper impeachment.
Back to the earlier question, I don't think you answered this question. If law enforcement hadn't disseminated the information
This was asked and answered.
Don't answer the question till I hear the question, Mr. Peters. Ask your question.
Yes, sir. Let me back up and ask the predicate first. Law enforcement was on scene for quite a while on the 20th, correct? The day that the bodies were found?
Yes.
And were canvassing the neighborhood, talking to people, right?
Yes, they was.
Okay. So you're not aware of what every officer on scene was doing and what they were telling everybody, correct?
No, I wasn't.
Okay. And you only know about what they told you, is that right?
I only know what they came and told me and my family.
Okay. So do you agree that it would be impossible for anybody to know that law enforcement couldn't initially find the third child victim unless law enforcement had spread that information around?
I would object to speculation.
I think it assumes facts, not evidence. She hasn't said that they didn't tell her they were missing one child. She said she heard that.
Let me clarify that then. Did law enforcement tell you that they were unable to find the third child victim?
Yes, they did tell us that.
Okay. And later on that same day, you found out that they found the third child victim, JaVonte, underneath his sisters, correct?
Well, yeah, they told us that the third child was in the house after they cleared the crime, after they went in and cleared the crime scene, but that was later that day. That wasn't like when we was out there, because after the crime scene got there and they told us that they was gonna clear the house out and bring out all the bodies, they asked us to leave. So me and my mama left. If I could recall, my brother stayed there. Tamiyah and Taniyah daddy, Tony, he stayed there. He wouldn't leave. So it was a few family members that stayed there. But I know that day, me, my mama, and my stepdaddy, all of us left because they asked us, they wanted us to leave just so they can remove the bodies from the house.
So that's a yes. On the 20th, at some point, law enforcement told you that the third child victim, JaVonte, was discovered underneath
but we still did not know how they was how they was died, was where they were located at. They didn't tell us anything about where they was located at.
Your testimony was that they didn't tell it. that they didn't tell you he was located under his sister's? Your testimony is
Well,
they
that
didn't tell
was
you
later on. That was later, but that wasn't at the time of the crime scene. They didn't disclose that information when we was there. We didn't talk to anybody. I know for a fact that none of my sisters and brothers and none of us went to nobody's house. We didn't talk to nobody that day but the law enforcement officer.
So your testimony is that law enforcement told you JaVonte was found and nobody asked where he was found?
No. For the whole while of this case, they asked us if we want to know what happened to them or what was the cause of death, and we said no, and I know those are facts. Even the law enforcement can comply to that one.
No further questions.
Losing these little children in your family, y'all didn't even want to know how they died.
No, we didn't.
Even when law enforcement asked, you didn't even want to know.
No, ma'am.
And you're telling us later, after November 20th, they said they told you that the reason they couldn't find JaVonte was because he was underneath. But on November 20th, when y'all are on scene that day, all they told you was, we found Brandi and 2 children, they are deceased. Y'all said there should be a 3rd child. And then later, after forensics and crime scene was gone, they said, we did find the 3rd child. Everyone in the home is deceased.
Yes.
They never told you, you told us, how they died or where they were found.
No, ma'am, they never told us.
Did Henry Segura ever come to the crime scene?
No.
Hey, Jared, I have a question of this one. All right, keep stepping in. Call you next week.
So he calls Mark Lewis.
Yes, Your Honor. To the real, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
You remain under oath.
Yes, Your Honor.
Please state your name for the record.
Mark Lewis.
May proceed.
When you interviewed the defendant, Henry Segura, on November 20th, did you tell him any details about how Brandi Peters died?
No.
What about the twin girls? Did you give him any details about how they died or where in the home they were found?
No.
At any point in that interview on November 20th, did the defendant ask you how the twins died?
He never did.
Did he ever ask you how Brandi Peters died?
He never did.
On November 20th, at the time that you interviewed the defendant, did you even know how these victims died?
No, I didn't.
Had their autopsies even been done yet on November 20th?
No, they weren't.
I guess they weren't even done till the following day, I believe, or the day after that?
That's correct.
Okay. Did law enforcement put out a press release about this case?
Yes.
And when was that done?
The following day, November 21st.
Okay, so November 21st would have been on Sunday, right?
Yes.
Okay, so the day after the bodies are discovered and the day after the first interview of the defendant.
That's correct.
All right. Did the press release give any details about how these victims were killed?
No.
Did it give any details about where in the house they were found?
No.
All right. Why did you not include that information?
As much as law enforcement tries to be transparent, we also need to disclose pertinent information, so when we do have interviews or when people have information, they can fill in those pieces for us.
So you try to keep some pieces of information close to the chest that maybe only the murderer would know.
That's correct.
All right. And to not divulge details of an investigation like that, is that a policy for all of your department?
Yes.
To not give out any specific details of an investigation?
We do not give out specific details of open investigations.
Okay, thank you.
Rob?
Yes, sir. You know who Pint is, right?
Sir?
You know who Pint is, correct?
I know her name, I don't know her.
Margarita Davis, right?
I believe Johnson, but...
Johnson at the time, okay. Point is, you guys identified who that was.
Yes.
As part of investigating and reconstructing Mr. Segura's day, you figured out who he would have seen and who he would have talked to that day, correct?
Correct.
and she was one of the people y'all talked to at some point in the days and weeks following the murders, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you didn't know the cause of death until after the autopsies were performed?
That's correct.
Right. But isn't it also true that Mr. Segura didn't know that? I mean, during your interview, didn't he tell you that he assumed all 3 kids were drowned because they were found in the bathtub?
No, he never told me that.
You don't recall that?
No, I don't.
Okay, no further questions.
Redirect.
You've watched and read the transcript of that November 20th interview several times, have you not, Investigator Lewis?
Yes.
Safe to say this is maybe the most important case to you you've had in your career because of these 3 deceased children.
It is the most important case of my career.
Okay? If he had ever told you in that November 20th interview that I've got the transcript for right here and that you've read several times that these children were drowned, found in the tub, anything like that, that would be reflected in there. That would be on the video that you watched. That would be in your memory, right?
Of course.
And he never asked how they died and you never told them how they died, right?
That's correct.
He never asked where they were found. You never told them where they were found, right?
That's correct.
And what he said that, what he told you that he knew coming into that interview was that his hairdresser, Pint, told him that Brandi and the 2 girls, the twins, were found dead in the home and that JaVonte was missing. And then when he arrived at Pint's house, that Pint then told him, I heard that they found JaVonte too and he's dead.
That is correct.
Okay. And that's what is reflected in the transcript and that we see, what we saw in that video when you were on the stand the other day.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all.
Any juror have a question of this witness? You accept that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can I ask him one more question, Judge?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Did Henry Segura, I apologize, ever tell you that he was at Brandi's house on November 19th at any time for any reason?
He never told me that.
Okay. Okay. As the lead investigator in this case, if he had told that to any other officer, would there be a report about that?
Absolutely.
Would you have been informed about that?
I would have seen it.
Would that have been a pretty big deal since that was completely different than what he said in both his interviews?
That would have been huge.
All right, that's all.
On that subject.
Yes, sir. So you're saying that you all were in close communication, you were aware of the details, the important details relative to the case, correct?
Y'all meaning who?
The homicide investigators.
We had cell phones. We could reach out to one another.
Right, and what you're saying to Ms. Dugan is that if something important, like Mr. Segura admitting to being at the scene on the day of the murders, if that had been conveyed to any of the investigators, that's something certainly that you would have known about as the lead investigator. You would have seen a report, heard about that.
Yes.
Isn't it true, Investigator Lewis, that as late as your deposition in 2016, you had no idea that DNA capable of being compared to known standards was found at the crime scene in this case?
Can you rephrase that question, sir?
In 2016, 5 years after Mr. Segura had been arrested on this offense, at that late date, you still didn't know that interpretable DNA was discovered at the crime scene. Over 200 exhibits submitted to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement with mixtures and profiles, partial profiles. You didn't know that as late as 2016, isn't that true?
Yeah, I'm not a DNA guy, but I did not know that.
You don't think it's important that DNA is found at the scene that's capable of being compared to other people's profiles?
I reject argumentative.
I'm not familiar with the science of it. Sorry, Judge. I'm not familiar with the science of it, sir, but I did not know that.
And while I understand you're not trained to interpret electrophorograms, you get a report from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement that tells you what their findings are, correct?
Correct.
So there was one on December 3rd from Joe Ellen Brown. You would have had that?
What year are you talking about?
I'm sorry, 2011. 2010, I'm sorry. 2010, December 3rd, 2010. That would have been your first report from Joe Ellen Brown, correct?
That doesn't make sense. November 3rd?
December 3rd.
Okay.
I'm sorry, it's December 3rd, 2010.
I don't have these reports in front of me, sir. We're talking 9 years ago, but All FDLE reports have been submitted.
Okay, so you would have reviewed FDLE's reports?
Yes.
Okay, and how was it that you didn't know as late as 2016 that interpretable DNA was located all over the place?
Sir, I'm not familiar with the science.
Okay, no further questions.
Redirect.
Yes, sir. In 2016, at that point, the defendant had been arrested for 5 years, right?
Yes.
And had not reached out to police at any point in that 5 years to try to speak to you or talk to you, give another interview, anything like that, right?
Correct.
I would
Okay.
questions about the silence after arrest or not. Of sustained request for curative instruction.
Okay. And my point is, yes, sir. I apologize.
Slow down. Settle down, just look. All right, sit down, please.
Okay.
All right. The objection is that it's not proper to hold against someone exercising their right to remain silent once they've been arrested. So that is an inappropriate question, and you should not consider that as evidence against the defendant. You may proceed, Ms. Dugan.
Thank you, I apologize. My point is that in 2016, at that point, the case had been with the state attorney's office for 5 years because he'd been arrested in 2011. At that point, it goes to the state attorney's office?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it had been at the state attorney's office then for 5 years, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So at that point, you hadn't been involved in the case as far as anything involved with the defendant?
That's correct.
Okay. And so by 2016, any DNA evidence is going to be part of what the state attorney's office is doing at that point?
Yes.
Okay, that's all.
Hey, Juror, I have a question. Right, you step down.
Yes,
Right
sir.
next with you. You would face the clerk and take one question.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Have a seat, right up around, please.
Morning, sir.
Morning.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jurors?
My name is Jason Newlin, Jasonnewlin.
And Mr. Newland, where do you work?
I'm an investigator with the state attorney's office here in Tallahassee.
Are you a sworn law enforcement officer?
I am.
How long have you been with the state attorney's office?
I've been with the state attorney's office almost 10 years now, creeping up on 17 years law enforcement total.
Where are your prior law enforcement experience?
Fish and Wildlife and McCullough County Sheriff's Office.
During the course of those years, have you had an occasion to be involved in investigations at the state attorney's office or preparation for cases for trial in your duties?
Yes.
What are your duties at the state attorney's office?
Yeah, that's a good question. It varies. It's generally case follow-up investigation, interviews, anything the prosecutors ask, we try to accomplish.
Okay. One of those duties following up on contact made by certain persons to the state attorney's office or follow-up leads or whatever it is, of homicide investigations or any other investigations for that matter as they become available after an arrest has been made.
Yes.
Okay. In the course of your duties, did you become involved as an investigator regarding state of Florida versus Henry Segura?
Yes, I did.
When did you become involved in that first time?
2010.
So you became involved in that even prior to the arrest?
Yes.
During the course of your involvement with the state of Florida versus Henry Segura, did you become familiar with a gentleman by the name of Santos?
I did.
At some point in this involvement, did Mr. Santos make a claim about Angel Avila being involved in the homicide?
It was around January of 2016 when he finally said that name.
Okay. So in January 2016, he first said the name Angel Avila.
Yes.
Had law enforcement, including yourself, had contact with Mr. Santos prior to that?
Yes, my first contact was in 2012.
Okay. Your first contact, did he mention any time at any point during that contact about Angel Avila's involvement in this homicide?
None whatsoever.
Fair to say that there's been numerous letters written by Mr. Santos to the state attorney's office and the court over those years?
Yes.
Prior to January 2016, did any of those letters, correspondence, or anything along the lines or interviews with Mr. Santos, did he mention Angel Avila be involved?
No.
Okay. Prior to that, was there a court proceeding in which Mr. Avila's name was mentioned?
There was.
When was that?
Court hearing was June 17th, 2015.
Okay. So that would have predated that by almost 18 months, his letter that first named Angel Avila.
No, by almost 6-7 months.
I'm sorry, 7 months, my bad. I can't add very well, so I'm a lawyer. Was that hearing covered by the media?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Was Mr. Avila's name in that, was Mr. Avila's name mentioned in that media coverage?
Yes, it was.
Following that, did you interview Mr. Santos about Mr. Avila?
The following day.
Okay. Where was that located at?
Leon County Jail.
And as I understand it, defense counsel, yourself, and investigator Lewis were present during that interview.
That's correct.
Okay. Did he say anything in that interview about Mr. Avila?
He had never heard of him and did not know who he was.
Okay. And did anybody show him a picture?
Yes, the defense counsel showed him one.
And did he recognize the person in that picture?
No, he did not.
So as I understand it, it wasn't until after the hearing and after your interview in which y'all discussed Mr. Avila that he first made the claim about Mr. Avila, correct?
Correct.
How was it how was it he made the claim first regarding Mr. Avila?
We were provided a sworn statement by the defense from Mr. Santos.
Okay. And that was when?
January of 2016.
Okay. And that was a typed statement or a written statement?
Typed.
Okay. Is that different than all the other correspondence that was given by Mr. Santos to both the court and
It's the only typed statement we've ever received from Santos.
Okay. Following that mention, did you locate Mr. Avila?
I did.
And where was he located at?
Trieste or Trieste, Italy. I don't know how to say the name.
Okay. And you talked to Mr. Avila?
Through a translator, I did, yes.
Okay. Why through a translator?
Because he doesn't speak English at all.
Okay. At some point, did Mr. Santos make a claim about Demario Paramore involved in this homicide?
He did, late 2017.
Okay, and was that, how was that mention made?
I was following another court proceeding where Mr. Paramore's name was mentioned.
Okay, and was that in a letter or a typed statement?
It was in a letter to the court, actually.
Okay, and when was that letter dated?
August 17th, 2017.
Okay. Prior to that August 17th, 2017, was there a court proceeding in which Mr. Paramore's name was mentioned?
Yes, there was.
When was that court proceeding?
It is a week or two prior to the letter being written. It was early August of 17.
Okay. And was that hearing covered by the media?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And was Mr. Paramore's named in the mention of that media coverage?
Yes.
So we've been following that media coverage that he mentioned Paramore for the first time?
Correct.
Okay. So both Angel Avila and Mr. Paramore, both of them mentioned by Mr. Santos, but both of those were first brought to the attention after court proceedings and or interviews in which those names were brought to him.
Correct.
Prior to that August 17, 2017 correspondence, had he made any claims about Demario Paramore at that point?
No.
And any of the correspondence that you've received or interviews?
No.
Did you go and speak with Mr. Santos to inquire whether or not he spoke Spanish?
I did.
When was that?
Last week.
Okay. How'd you go about figuring that out?
We have an intern in our office that's Venezuelan and speaks Spanish. Took her out there, and I didn't say a word, let her communicate with him in Spanish, and he did not understand a single thing that was said to him.
No further question.
Well, I just want to clarify a couple of things.
Angel Avila's full name is Angel Avila, or Quinones Avila Quinones. one of those.
Angel Antonio Avila Quinones.
Right, and so when, I guess it was 2015, when, I'm sorry?
I couldn't hear you.
I guess it was 2015 when you and prior counsel, Mark Lewis, and the investigator for the defense at that time went out and interviewed him. He did say he knew Quinones, who was a drug trafficker who funneled his drugs through Atlanta, right?
He said he knew a Quinones that was a drug trafficker, yes.
And talked about him going through Atlanta?
Yeah, it's Atlanta to Texas or something.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Redirect.
And that interview occurred after the hearing and the media coverage, correct?
It was the following day, yes.
And Mr. Avila's full name was disclosed in the media coverage or not?
I don't recall the full name. I do know Antonio Avila Quinones has been said several times, yes.
Okay, so not the full thing, but you know the Quinones Avila name was published in that media coverage the day before?
Correct.
Okay. No further questions.
Did you ever question this witness? Step there. Next witness? Yes, sir. You would face the clerk to be sworn, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Let's see, so I have back resolution.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jurors?
Yes, my name is Patrick Sanford. I'm the special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Okay. And how long have you been with the FBI?
Approximately 20 years, a little over 20 years.
And do you have any other prior law enforcement experience?
Yes, I was a police officer in Montgomery, Alabama for approximately 5 years prior to that.
Not going to get into all your duties at the FBI because I'm sure some of it we may not be able to know, but at some point did you become involved in assisting the state attorney's office regarding the homicide where state of Florida versus Henry Segura?
Yes, I did.
And was that involvement to help locate an Angel Avila?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And did you locate Angel Avila?
Yes, I did.
Where was he?
He was in living in Trieste, Italy.
Okay. At some point, did you travel to Italy to get Mr. Avila's DNA?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you have to go to his home to do that?
No, I went to Rome, Italy, to where our United States Embassy is at, and he met me in Rome.
So he traveled from Trieste, Italy to Rome to meet with you?
Yes, he did.
So this wasn't a situation where you had to compel him or do a search warrant or something along those lines for it?
No, not at all.
You willingly provided that DNA sample?
Yes, he was very cooperative.
At some point, did you have to travel back to Italy?
Yes, I did.
Did you travel, when was that?
The first trip was in 2016, like September, when I collected his DNA and fingerprints. And this time I just went back on, it was last week, I met with him on November the 8th.
Okay. And that was to assist in providing closed circuit testimony?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you meet with Avila then?
I did.
Okay. How tall is Mr. Avila?
He's a little bit shorter than me, probably 5'7", 5'8", somewhere around there.
Okay. How tall are you?
5'9", 5'10".
All right. So I'm sorry, how tall do you say he was?
He was about 5'7", 5'8", at least an inch or two shorter than me.
What kind of build is he?
Average build, slightly on the little bit skinny side, but just normal build.
Would you classify him as a tall, skinny Colombian?
No, not at all.
This closed circuit testimony was in contact and communication you had with Mr. Avila. Did you have to use a translator to do so?
Yes, we did.
No further questions.
Rob? No problem. Step there.
Your Honor, this might be a good time to take a 10-minute or a morning break. We're going to play a video. Yes, sir.
All right, we'd like to take 10 minutes. Tallahassee's mention of Canard, and there was another page I had it, which had the state's cross on it. Well, it's all very brief. We all discussed how you want to do that.
No, Your Honor, we had talked about doing that during lunch hour. This video should take us to the lunch hour, and we talked about trying to figure out how we can do that at lunch hour.
Okay, all right. Say if the video becomes too difficult just for that small segment, then do it the old-fashioned way. Just have you pick somebody to relate what was said. But we used to always do it, but now very seldom do it. But anyway, so, all right. We'll take 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Make sure it's working.
I am.
No pressure.
Okay, let's recap that. Angel's testimony is coming up next. So, yeah, I have questions too. I'm trying to figure out when did he leave the country? Julie, you just asked that question. Let's see. Trying to figure out when. So Angel Avila was contact from Colombia to Mexico. Yeah, Angel was part of the group. So he was in. So Angel was in the States for this offing in 2010. And Kevin Noppinger got the buccal swab. Okay, no, he just analyzed it. All right, yeah, I don't have a. And Patrick Sanford, so he went to Italy to get it. I think he said 2016 he went. So this was okay. So it seems like Angel left the States after what happened. So oh, it's Sneaky in our chat. Sneaky, I didn't see you come in. You snuck in, Sneaky. How you doing? All right, let's recap what we have so far. Day 6, we heard from Major Anne-Marie Johnson. She was an investigator with the Homicide Crime Unit. She assisted Mark Lewis, who we heard multiple times, and he comes on yet again. She's the only one with the name Johnson, and this is where Johanna Johnson came up. So I'm not quite sure where that name came up and why that was brought up. But Major Johnson says she never called Henry while he was in Minnesota, and Henry never told you that he was at Brandi's house. And then Cross says, you obtained a warrant to plant a bug on Henry's vehicle. And I was like, what? Never received one piece of incriminating evidence from that plant. And she said, no. I'm sorry. Yeah, never received one piece of evidence. Yeah, that is correct. Yes. Sneaky. 20 days late. I'm glad you're okay. We'll just leave it at that. Good to see you, as always. Redirect. Did you call Henry? Yes. Once DNA came back, we would let Henry know. Phone call to let him know. Trying to get okay. Oh, that's right. So the only time she called Henry, there were so many witnesses just now. I'm trying to get them all straight. So once the DNA came back, we would let Henry know. And she called him to get a response out of Henry to say, hey, JaVonte was your son. And how did he react? He stayed quiet. He did not react. How does it feel to know you killed your biological son? He said, no reaction. Oh, actually, he said, what evidence do you have? And then he hung up. Has he ever admitted being at Brandi's house? No. Which is interesting because he said, he told the investigators, he told on the stand, he said that he was at her house. He went there for a booty call, basically. All right, so then next up was Lieutenant April Wilder. She looked at the tops of garbage bins. She didn't find any condoms or wrappers. The backyard was not dug up. Never spoke to him, so doesn't know what Henry said about being there. Cross, did you have the pipes searched? And she said no. So she was basically just to confirm Henry said that he had sex. Brandi flushed the condom down the toilet. So Wilder said she didn't find any evidence of that. Then Monica Peters came up, and that's the sister to Brandi. We heard her on day, we heard her pretty much at the beginning. We heard her in day 1. So she came back up, and this is the state's rebuttal. Sorry, I didn't say that at the beginning. So Brandi was born February 14th. She has a birthday coming up of 1983. So she was 17 in 2000. She got her driver's license in 2003 and her first car in 2006. So she would have been 26 in 2006. Which is about when Santos was saying that he hooked up, connected her to be a drug mule. She said she talked and saw each other on a daily basis and never talked about drugs, didn't travel, and never went to Texas. So this goes back to, the only person we're hearing that Brandi was a mule was from Santos. That's the only person that's saying this. Her family's not saying it, her friends aren't saying it, her neighbors aren't saying it. So her sister said she spoke to her every day. Never once was it ever mentioned. You would think that they would. And or mom. She was living with her mom when she was 16 or 17. And she said mom was very strict. So she would have been, according to James Santos, she would have been a drug mule for him back then. And mom, according to Monica, mom would not have allowed that. She never had a reliable car to make it to Texas and back. That's a long drive from Tallahassee to Texas. That's a long drive. That's, 8 hours maybe. Got to go through Alabama, Louisiana, Mississippi, into Texas. That's a long drive. Yeah, that's a good 10 hours at least. Law enforcement first said get back when they arrived. Stand back in case there were more people in the house. Law enforcement cleared the house. Did law enforcement tell you that Brandi and the 2 kids were found? She says not right away. There was a crime scene van that came, and she was told that Brandi and the twins were there, but not where they were found. JaVonte was told to them way later because he was on the bottom of the girls. That day, were you told where the kids were found or how they were deleted? She says no. So this goes to Henry saying that the hairdresser, he was taking his son to the hairdresser, and it was pint, and we hear about pint in a little bit. But he was told that pint, or he said that pint told him what had happened. And that's why law enforcement doesn't release a lot of info, because if somebody comes and says, oh, well, this info, well, how do you know that? That's not in the public knowledge. So that's what was going on there. So the cross came up and says, wasn't Brandi closely associated with Kevin Green? And she was like, nope, she wasn't. And Monica was definitely fighting back. Wasn't Kevin Green her boyfriend? And she's like, no, he wasn't. Kenny Green and Santos were in the same facility. So that kind of makes sense. Now I think that goes more for the state's thing, where Santos was talking to Kenny Green. Kenny Green's like, oh yeah, I got this girl back in Tallahassee, yada yada. And then Santos makes up this whole story. I think that goes more for the state's case than the defense case, but that's where I stand with that right now. Law enforcement didn't tell us kids were found in the bathtub. When we were on the scene, law enforcement did not tell us kids were found in the bathtub. Okay, kind of repeated herself there. Things were a blur. Oh yeah, he says, wait, you told us that you were, now you're telling us things were a blur. You told us that you were, because you made that one statement that you talked to Brandi at 10 o'clock. And she's like, I never said things were not a blur. I said I was emotionally upset. Big difference there. Monica was definitely holding her own. Law enforcement was talking to a lot of different people in the neighborhood that day. She said, okay, yep. Was told third child was in the house later that day. Only talked to law enforcement that day. On redirect, never was told where, how they were found or how they were deleted. And then she was asked, did you ever see Henry on the scene? And she says, nope, Henry never made it. Henry never made it to the crime scene. So. Then Mark Lewis comes back up. And Mark Lewis, we've heard, I think, at least 2, if not 3 times before. He was on the state as well as defense, and now he's called back here again. Mark Lewis didn't tell Henry any details about the crime on November 20th. It was the autopsy wasn't done until later. That's when they found out how everything happened. So November 21st, there was a press release by law enforcement, but no details about the crime. So let's go back to Henry's, let's see. let's go back to his his statement. Where was his interview, if you will? Let me see. When was he? Henry Segura, day 4. Let me see what he said. He definitely brought up Pint. Pint was the hairdresser. Sorry. So he definitely said that he was there for a booty call. So he told the people at his interview that he went there for a booty call, but he never told these other law enforcement. He lied to law enforcement about having sex that night because he didn't want Malika to find out. All right. I don't want to waste too much time dealing with that. Then Jason Newland came out, and I kind of missed all of that, so I'm just going to skip over. Then Patrick Sanford was an FBI agent. He located Angel Avila in Italy to get a buccal swab. Angel was very cooperative. Angel was about 5'7", average build. He would not classify him as a tall, skinny Colombian, like Santos claimed he was. All right. Julie says this has so many twists and turns. That it does. Oh, here you go. Therapist, Camp Lejeune to West Texas is 24 hours, 1,500 miles, probably a good 12 to 15 hours. Yep. So she had to have, oh my. Oh. Paulie just got a big rat. Wow, that's a big rat. That thing's like this big, and then the body. Oh, and she throws it around. It's just so nasty. Paulie is such a freak. She kills these animals and then she just throws them around. It's like, oh God. Julie says, I'm wondering if Segura concocted the story and got Santos involved to get it done. Maybe. So you think Santos does have connections? Is that what you're saying? Or Segura already had friends that were very bad people? Possibly. Julie says, nothing of note about robbery gone bad or anything else like that. Yeah, this is too personal for a robbery gone bad. Yeah, Ken, even the rats are big in Florida. Oof. Yep, Paulie's still hunting. Well, what she does is she throws him around and she smacks him. It's just like, oh, it's just so, it's so disturbing to see what she does. She's gotten like little moles. This one's a big rat. This is a big rat. Ugh. Yeah, it's just nasty. It's nasty. All right, Brad, I wonder if this sequence is right. Serial false confession. Santos is in jail with her ex. He writes grandiose letters to her. She gets offed. He makes yet another confession. Yeah. Curvial. Paul, he is just keeping the skills just in case of the apocalypse. Totally. It is survival of the fittest. Did you see her?
I did.
It's just disgusting what she does. You guys, it's so gross. She literally just throws it up in the air and smacks it, and just gross.
She's excited.
She's excited. Therapist, you need a cat, not that wimpy dog you have. Oh, mods are throwing down on each other. Jenny, yes, she used to own rats. Never seen them anywhere other than being captive, bred, and raised. They are so sweet. Yeah, well, tell Paulie that. Oh, it's a big snack, Julie. It's going to be a big snack for her. It's big. It's big. It's the biggest one I've seen her get yet. like the size of a chipmunk, to be quite honest. There's absolutely nothing else that points away from him. No, there is nothing that points away from him. Therapist, OnlyFans, that's what ferals are for. None are around lately, though. Yeah. I try to rescue the lizards because they're like half frozen, so she gets the lizards. That's too easy for her. So I try to. I know. She's all right here. Let me see. There. See it? There she goes. She's just off of. Yeah, let's see. There she goes. It's just wrong, and she'll throw it up into the air. Sorry for the. I'm trying to get it. So, there you go. Yeah, there you go. That's what she does. So. It's just wrong. It's just wrong on all levels. What is that? It's a rat, Mandy. That's a rat. Yeah, it's just a big stuffed furry toy to her. Well, she will eventually eat it. Yep. Kerrville should bring it to you as a present soon. It's a gift. It's a gift for the family. Save it. No, she'll eat it. And yes, it is long dead. Yeah, it's long dead. She carried it in her mouth. It was limp. What did she have, Mandy? That's a rat. It's a straight up rat. If you can see it.
She's having a ball out there.
If you can see it. Oh, I can't. Dang it. Sorry. I know I'm making you dizzy. Sorry. Yeah. Anyway, so she's having a ball out there with a rat. Yeah, it could be filled with diseases. I know, right? That's a good point. Should I get it? She's eaten them before. That it could be filled with diseases.
Their stomach has got a ton of acid in it to dissolve it.
Nah.
At least it's not filled with poison.
Yeah. Yeah, we're pretty sure. Jenny says, now my Shiba Inu dog is another story. Cats eat mice and rats. That's what they do. I know. Well, it's also, there's really nobody around us, so I don't think that rat would be poisoned because we have this huge area of nature preserve. So we're pretty sure that there's no, it's not poison. So. Who says this is not a creative channel? Hear, hear, Julie. Hear, hear. All right, if she does some more, I'll show you guys. Yep, I agree, Lily Wayne. Lily Wayne, yuck, very, very nasty. I don't even know where she is right now. Yep. Okay, let's get back to the trial. All right, so this next clip is going to be 50 minutes. We have a 50-minute clip, 55-minute clip, and then an hour and 15-minute clip. So it's 1, 2, 3 hours. So we'll be done around 5 to 6, just so you guys know. Is that Super Ball? Yes. No. That's not Super Ball. That's Polly. Super Ball's inside. We don't let her outside because she didn't grow up here. She grew up down south, so she doesn't really know the outside so well. But Julie, murder trials in Wild Kingdom. Very, very unique. Dream of Landry. That's what YouTube wants.
Yeah, Super Ball is the queen of snakes.
Yeah, Super Ball is the queen of snakes. She would kill snakes down south. All right, let us continue on with, this is the video deposition of Angel Avila Quiones. So that's what we're coming up with. That's what's coming up next. It's 50 minutes, guys, so hopefully the audio will be good. If the audio is not good, this is going to be a long 50 minutes. Hopefully the audio is good. I'll do my best if it is bad, but this is the audio audio testimony, video deposition of Angel. So let's get back to it.
Why don't we figure out this topic point about the news?
Yes, Your Honor, I think what we anticipated is that we would do the direct at the state and then pause then and come back for the rebuttal after.
All right, let's have a jury, please.
Remain standing for the jurors.
Everybody be seated, please. So what you're going to hear next is perpetuated testimony of Angel Avila Quinones that was taken in Italy. I believe you should consider this as you would any other testimony. What we're going to do, we're going to take it up till about noon and break it off and come back to the end of it at the end of the time.
Yes, Your Honor, we have, for the court's order, we've issued the transcripts all over the jury.
All right. You may proceed.
Thank you.
Is we're in the theater.
Yes. Yes. I do.
Now, I'm going to ask you two gentlemen there to introduce yourself, please.
Me voy a solicitar a los dos caballeros que comparecen que se presenten.
I'm Special Agent Patrick Sanford with the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Soy el agente especial Patrick Sanford. Patrick Sanford con el jefe.
Mr. Avila, can you please introduce yourself?
Avila,
Mi nombre es Ángel Antonio Ávila Quiñones. Soy el testigo en esta corte.
My name is Ángel Antonio Ávila Quiñones. I am the witness.
And Mr. Avila, can you please spell your first and last name in manner of order?
Señor Ávila, ¿se nos puede deletrear, por favor, su nombre y apellido para la máquina?
Mi nombre A N G E L Ángel Anto A N T O N I O Antonio. Mi apellido primero A V I L A. El segundo apellido E Q U I N O N E S.
First name, Angel, A-N-G-E-L, Antonio, A-N-T-O-N-I-O. First surname, Avila, A-V-I-L-A. Second surname, Quiñones, U-U-I-N-O-N-E-S.
Mr. Sanford, where are y'all located?
We are located in Rome, Italy, in the United States Embassy.
Estamos ubicados en Roma, Italia, en la Embajada de los Estados Unidos.
Mr. Sanford, will you please swear in Mr. Avila?
Yes. Mr. Avila, please raise your right hand.
Sir.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Juro.
Thank you. Mr. Avila, where do you currently reside? Where do you live?
Señor Avila, ¿en dónde vive usted hoy en día? ¿Dónde reside?
Está un poco bajo el volumen.
Señor Avila, ¿en dónde vive hoy en día? ¿En dónde reside?
Yo vivo en la ciudad de Trieste, de Italia.
I live in the city of Trieste. ¿Cómo se llama? In Italy, the interpreter is going to request a repetition of the name of the city. Not quite clear. ¿Cómo se llama la ciudad?
Trieste. Trieste.
Trieste.
Can you please spell that?
Si lo puede deletrear, por favor.
T-R-I-E-S-T.
T-R-I-E-S-T-E.
And how long have you lived in Italy?
¿Cuánto tiempo ha vivido usted en Italia?
Yo llegué a Italia el 16 de marzo del 2010.
I arrived in Italy March 16, 2010.
Where did you reside? Where are you from? Excuse me.
¿De dónde es usted?
Yo soy de colombiano.
Colombian.
And is that where you resided prior to moving to Italy?
Allá estuve viviendo antes de vivir en Italia.
Sí, en Colombia viví.
Estuve en Colombia.
Mr. Avila, are you married?
Señor Ávila, ¿usted está casado?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
How long have you been married?
¿Cuánto tiempo lleva usted casado?
Yo me casé el 19 de agosto del 2009.
I was married on August 19th of 2009.
And Mr. Avila, you were there at the U.S. Embassy in Rome, correct?
Señor Ávila, usted en ese momento está presente en la embajada de los Estados Unidos en Roma, ¿correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
And are you there, how did you get there?
¿Cómo llegó allá?
Llegué aquí porque me enviaron desde Estados Unidos los pasajes por tren y también me pagaron el hotel.
I got here because I was sent the train tickets from the United States. They paid my tickets and also the train.
So you took a train to Rome from your home?
¿Usted tomó el tren de su casa a Roma?
Sí, desde mi casa a Roma. Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are you there talking to us willingly on your own accord?
¿Usted está presente allá hablando voluntariamente? ¿Por qué voluntario?
No entendí.
I didn't understand.
Are you there talking to us because you want to be?
Usted está allá presente hablando con nosotros. ¿Quiere usted estar hablando con nosotros?
Es que no lo escucho bien, como muy bajo el volumen.
Here, the volume is very low. Maybe I'll speak louder. Is this where the...
Gotcha.
Okay. ¿Lo escucha mejor?
Sí, sí, señor.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you please repeat the question?
Are you there at the U.S. Embassy because you want to be there?
¿Usted está presente en la embajada allá de los Estados Unidos porque quiere estar presente?
Sí, lo hago por mi propia voluntad, sí.
Yes, I'm doing it out of my own free will.
Now, Mr. Avila, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about your history in the United States.
Señor Ávila, voy a hablar con usted un poco acerca de su historial acá en los Estados Unidos.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Were you previously prosecuted in Florida for trafficking in narcotics?
¿Usted previamente lo habían procesado acá en la Florida por tráfico de narcóticos?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever try and bring those narcotics into Florida?
¿Usted en algún momento trató de ingresar esos narcóticos acá a la Florida?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Did you ever try and bring any narcotics into the United States?
¿En algún momento intentó usted ingresar narcóticos a los Estados Unidos?
No, señor.
No, sir.
So, where were you arrested then for the charges that you were prosecuted for?
Entonces, ¿en dónde lo arrestaron usted por los cargos por los cuales lo están procesando?
Yo estaba a 450 millas afuera de Acapulco, México.
I was 450 miles out to sea from Acapulco, Mexico.
Okay. I assume that means you were on a boat.
Me imagino que eso significa que usted estaba sobre un barco o a bordo de un barco.
Sí, yo era el capitán de aquel barco.
Yes, I was the captain of said boat.
When you were arrested, were there narcotics on that boat?
Cuando ustedes lo arrestaron, ¿habían narcóticos sobre el barco o a bordo del barco?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Where was it that you were bringing the narcotics from?
¿De dónde traía usted los narcóticos?
Yo abordé este barco a 300 millas afuera del Perú.
I boarded that boat 300 miles outside of Peru.
So as I understand it, you boarded a boat 300 miles off of Peru and were arrested 450 miles off of Acapulco.
Según lo que entiendo, entonces usted abordó el barco a 300 millas de distancia del Perú y después lo arrestaron a 450 millas de Acapulco.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Where were you going if you had not been arrested?
¿A dónde se dirigía usted si no lo hubieran arrestado?
Debía hacer el contacto con el barco mexicano a 300 millas fuera de Acapulco.
I was supposed to make contact with the Mexican boat 300 miles outside of Acapulco.
So the plan was then to take the narcotics from 300 miles off of Peru to meet another boat 300 miles off the coast of Mexico.
Entonces el plan era llevar los narcóticos de 300 millas de distancia del Perú a 300 millas de distancia de Acapulco, México.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Prior to your arrest, had you ever done that trip before?
Antes de su arresto, ¿usted previamente había llevado a cabo ese viaje?
Sí, sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
How many times?
¿Cuántas veces?
Sí, hice 7 veces con droga y 1 sin droga.
I made 7 trips with drugs and 1 trip without drugs.
Were they all the same, where they were 300 miles from Peru to 300 miles off of Mexico?
¿Eran todos iguales, de 300 millas a distancia del Perú a 300 millas de distancia de Acapulco?
Sí, esa era la posición que siempre usaban.
Yes, that was the position we always used.
At any point during any of those trips, did you ever try and bring narcotics into the United States?
¿En algún momento durante alguno de esos viajes trató de ingresar usted narcóticos a los Estados Unidos?
Nunca.
Never.
At any point prior to your arrest, had you ever been to the United States in any way, shape, or form?
¿En algún momento antes de su arresto usted había estado en los Estados Unidos de alguna manera?
La primera vez fue el 31 de octubre del 98.
The first time was on October 31st of 1998.
And was that your arrest?
¿Ese fue su arresto?
No, fue mi primer viaje que hacía que naufragamos. No llegamos, ese viaje se perdió. No se pegó la droga.
No, that was the first trip that failed. We capsized and the drugs were not delivered.
Okay. How did you end up in the United States on that trip?
En ese viaje, ¿cómo es que usted en los Estados Unidos?
Después del naufragio nos rescató un barco de bandera israelí.
After the capsizing, we were rescued by a ship, an Israeli flag ship, or boat with an Israeli flag.
And then how did you get to the United States then?
Entonces, ¿cómo llegó a los Estados Unidos?
El barco venía de Nueva York, según me dijo el capitán, y atravesaron el canal de Panamá para dirigirse hasta Long Beach, California.
The boat, according to the captain, had left from New York, was crossing the Panama Canal, and we're headed to Long Beach, California.
So the boat took you to California?
Entonces el barco lo llevó a California.
Sí, hasta Long Beach, California.
Yes, to Long Beach, California.
What happened when you arrived in California?
¿Qué pasó cuando llegó usted?
nos fue a recibir emigración de Estados Unidos y el vicecónsul de la embajada colombiana.
We were received by immigration in the United States as well as the vice consul in Colombia.
And did you remain in the United States?
¿Usted permaneció en los Estados Unidos?
Solo un día. Llegamos a las 6 de la mañana y salimos a las 5 de la tarde de Estados Unidos.
Only one day. We arrived at 6 in the morning and left at 5 in the afternoon in the United States.
Where did you go at that point?
¿A dónde se fue en ese momento?
Estuvimos en el consulado colombiano en Los Ángeles.
We were at the Colombian consulate in Los Angeles.
And did you stay in the United States or did you return back to Colombia that day?
Ese día usted permaneció en los Estados Unidos y regresó a Colombia.
Ese mismo día regresamos a Colombia.
Same day we returned to Colombia.
Okay. Going back to your arrest, when was that?
Regresando a lo de su arresto, ¿cuándo fue?
¿El día de mi arresto?
The day of my arrest?
Yes.
Sí.
16 de febrero del año 2000.
February 16th of 2000.
Okay. Why were you transporting the narcotics from Peru to Mexico?
¿Por qué estaba transportando usted los narcóticos de Perú a México?
Yo me sentía, tuve una situación bastante difícil cuando comencé estos viajes.
I had a very difficult situation. I was in a very difficult situation when I started making these trips.
Were you asked to make these trips by other persons, or did you do it on your own?
¿Usted le solicitaron a otras personas que llevaran a cabo estos viajes o usted lo hizo por su voluntad?
El primer viaje fue de una persona de Barranquilla.
First trip was for some people from Barranquilla.
Okay. What is that? Barranquilla.
Es Barranquilla.
Barranquilla es una ciudad de Colombia.
Barranquilla is a city in Colombia.
What about the next 6 trips?
Los 6 viajes siguientes
fueron con mi jefe Pedro Navarrete.
It was with my boss, Navarrete. I believe would like to say the name is Pedro Navarrete. We would like clarification. ¿Cuál era el nombre del jefe?
Pedro Navarrete.
That's correct, Pedro Navarrete.
Were you paid to do these runs?
¿Se le pagaban por esos viajes?
Si a mí me ofrecieron, cuando él me contrató, pagarme $60,000 por cada viaje.
Yes, he offered me $60,000 to, when I started working with him, he offered me $60,000 for each trip.
Prior to starting and prior to the first trip, had you been approached about doing the same kind of thing previously?
Antes del primer viaje, ¿a usted le habían hablado de hacer lo mismo?
El primer viaje, un año antes de salir, me ofrecieron ese viaje.
1 year before the first trip, I was offered to make that trip.
And did you decline that?
¿Usted lo rechazó?
No, esa era en espera. Me decían que ya salía, que esperara y después de un año porque salió el viaje.
No, it was just having to wait. They would tell me it was about to leave, it was about to leave, just wait, and I had to wait for a reason.
At some point, were you approached about making or doing some sort of transport of narcotics and you declined to help them?
¿En algún momento le solicitaron a usted que transportaran narcóticos y usted se rehusó?
En el año 90 me hicieron una oferta, pero yo dije que no me servía porque la pesca, con lo que me ganaba en la pesca, me bastaba.
I was offered to do a trip in 1990, but I rejected it because the amount of money I was making in fishing was enough.
So you were a fisherman by trade?
Pescador por profesión.
Yo comencé en la pesca en el año 78.
I began fishing in 1978.
Why did you eventually decide to help them in 1998 when you declined them previously in 1990?
¿Usted por qué decidió ayudarlos en el 98 cuando anteriormente en el 90 pues había rechazado?
Porque en Colombia no se hacía veda de pesca, o sea, los barcos no paraban, había mucha producción y cuando empezó a bajar la producción todo fue un caos.
Because in Colombia there wasn't a shortage of fish production. The boats were always running, but then once production dropped, it became chaotic.
And then I believe you said that you were in a situation in which you did not have any money.
Y también creo que usted mencionó que estuvo en una situación en la cual no tenía dinero.
Sí, porque los barcos salían a pescar y no traían nada de producción.
Yes, because the boats would go out to fish and would come back with nothing produced.
So essentially, you had to do this in order to earn money to feed your family.
Entonces, esencialmente, usted tuvo que hacer esto para poder ganarse un dinero para alimentar a su familia.
Sí, tenía 2 hijas que iban a la universidad y no tenía dinero para darle el estudio.
Yes, I had 2 daughters that were going to college, and I didn't have the money to pay for the studies.
So on February 16, 2000, you were arrested.
No, ¿me repite la pregunta?
¿Te lo arrestaron el 16 de febrero del año 2000?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Who were you arrested by?
¿A quién lo arrestó usted? ¿O por quién fue arrestado?
Un barco de la Armada de los Estados Unidos.
Navy ship from the United States or a military ship from the United States?
When they arrested you, did they take you immediately to the United States?
Cuando lo arrestaron, lo llevaron inmediatamente a los Estados Unidos.
El barco nos llevó hasta Panamá y de ahí cambiaron con otro barco de la Armada de los Estados Unidos y ese nos llevó hasta el puerto San Petersburgo, Tampa, Florida.
We met another U.S. military ship that then transported us over to St. Petersburg, Florida.
Were you in custody that entire time?
¿Estuvo usted bajo custodia todo ese tiempo?
Desde el día que nos arrestaron.
From the day we were arrested.
And is the Tampa where you eventually had a trial and ultimately a conviction for these crimes?
En Tampa fue donde usted en últimas tuvo un juicio y lo condenaron por esos delitos.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
At any point during that time frame were you out of custody?
¿En algún momento durante ese periodo de tiempo usted estuvo fuera de custodia?
No, siempre estuve en custodia.
No, I was always under custody.
When did you leave the United States?
¿Cuándo se fue usted? ¿Cuándo salió de los Estados Unidos?
El 8 de abril del 2009.
April 8th, 2009.
At any time between your arrest on February 16, 2000 and you leaving the United States on April 8, 2009, were you out of custody?
En algún momento, dentro del periodo de su arresto, del 16 de febrero del 2000 hasta que salió usted del país en el 8 de abril del 2009, ¿estuvo usted por fuera de custodia?
Nunca, jamás.
Never, never, ever.
What was your original sentence after your conviction?
¿Cuál fue su sentencia original después de que lo condenaron?
30 años.
30 years.
Why were you able to leave in 2009, which would be shorter than 30 years?
¿Por qué logró salir usted en el 2009 que es menos de esos 30 años?
A mí me llamaron a la corte el 26, bueno, el 26 porque me llamaron en prisión, 26 de septiembre del 2008.
I was called, I received a call at the prison on September 26, 2008.
A call for what?
¿Una llamada para qué?
Me llamaron en prisión y cuando fui a Andy, que es la oficina de la prisión,
Well, then I got a call at the prison, and I went to R&D, which is the office of the prison.
Okay. And was that call about possibly testifying in a trial against someone?
Y esa llamada fue para que posiblemente atestiguara en un juicio en contra de alguien más.
solo me dijeron que debía ir a la corte.
They just told me that I should go to court, that I should go to court.
And did you go to court?
¿Y usted fue a la corte?
Y el 30 salí de prisión, el 30 de septiembre.
Yes, I left prison September 30th.
When you left prison, were you in custody still?
Cuando usted salió de la prisión, ¿usted seguía bajo custodia?
Sí, bajo custodia.
Yes, I continue to be under custody.
And did you actually give testimony in a court proceeding?
¿Y usted dio testimonio en un procedimiento en una corte, en un tribunal?
El 9 de octubre me presenté, primeramente expuse.
October 9th, I made an appearance, but excuse me.
El 6 de octubre me visitó un fiscal.
I got a visit by a prosecutor on October 6th.
En Tampa.
In Tampa.
Okay. And you made a court appearance?
¿Y usted hizo una comparecencia en el tribunal?
El fiscal fue que me dijo que me habían llamado, que me hizo una pregunta si yo sabía para qué me habían llamado. Le dije que yo no sabía.
The prosecutor asked if I knew why they had called me, and I told him I did not know.
But at some point, were you asked to give testimony about you transporting the narcotics back and forth from Peru to Mexico?
Pero en algún momento le preguntaron acerca de sus transportes de narcóticos de Perú a México.
Sí, cuando me presenté en la corte, me preguntaron de todos los viajes que yo había hecho.
Yes, when I showed up in court, they asked me about all the trips I had made.
And did you tell them?
¿Y usted les dijo?
Lo mismo que les estoy diciendo a ustedes, se lo dije a ellos.
The same things I'm telling you right now is what I told them.
Following your testimony, did you return to prison?
Después de su testimonio, ¿usted regresó a la prisión?
Sí, yo regresé el 2 de diciembre, regresé a la prisión.
Yes, I returned to prison on December 2nd.
When did you leave the United States?
¿Cuándo se fue usted de los Estados Unidos?
El 8 de abril del 2009.
April 8, 2009.
And was your sentence, is that because your sentence was reduced because of your testimony?
Y esa raíz de que le redujeron la sentencia gracias a su testimonio.
Sí, el 9 de febrero del 2009 recibí la carta del juez donde me cambió la sentencia de 360 meses a 120 meses.
Yes, I received a letter from the judge on February 9th, 2009, indicating that he had changed my sentence from 360 months to 120 months.
Following your conclusion of your sentence, were you deported from the United States?
Después, en la conclusión, o después de que terminó su sentencia, ¿fue deportado usted a los Estados Unidos?
No, jamás. Yo no puedo entrar a los Estados Unidos. Nunca.
Never. I can never enter the United States.
Okay. But you were taken out of, or you left the United States, correct?
Pero usted se fue de los Estados Unidos. Usted salió de los Estados Unidos, ¿correcto?
Yo salí el 8 de abril de los Estados Unidos.
Because I left the United States on April 8th.
Of 2009, correct?
Del 2009, ¿correcto?
Del 2009, sí, correcto.
2009, yes, correct.
Were you taken to the airport by law enforcement or by the United States government and put on a plane?
Lo llevaron al aeropuerto, fue transportado al aeropuerto por las agencias del orden público o por el gobierno de los Estados Unidos y lo montaron a un avión.
A mí me recogieron en Audeo, Luisiana, y me llevaron a Houston, 2 agentes federales.
I was picked up in Louisiana and I was taken to Houston by 2 federal agents. And the interpreter indicated that gave the name of the city in Louisiana, but he did not understand.
What was the name of the city in Louisiana?
¿Cuál era el nombre de la ciudad en Louisiana?
Oakdale, Luisiana, era la prisión.
Oakdale?
Sí, Oakdale, Luisiana.
Oakdale, Louisiana was where the prison was located.
Okay. So you were taken from the prison to Houston, the airport in Houston, by federal marshal.
Entonces usted lo llevaron de la prisión hasta Houston, alguaciles federales.
A una prisión de migración. Después de haberme comprado el pasaje, me lo compraron los federales, los agentes federales.
To an immigration detention facility after they had given me my airplane ticket. The airplane ticket was purchased for me by the federal agents.
And then they put you on the plane, correct?
Y ellos fueron los que lo montaron usted al avión, correcto?
Ellos mismos me montaron al avión.
They put me on the airplane.
Where did that airplane go?
Ese avión, ¿hacia dónde se dirigió?
Salió de Houston, hizo escala en México y luego a Bogotá. El mismo avión aterrizó en Bogotá, la capital de Colombia.
The airplane left Houston, made a stop in Mexico, and landed in Bogotá, Colombia's capital, Bogotá.
And is that where you got off the plane?
Ahí fue donde desembarcó usted del avión.
Sí, ahí me recibió la inmigración de Colombia.
Yes, I was received by Colombian immigration authorities.
At any point from your arrest in February 16th of 2000 until you got on that plane and arrived in Bogota, Colombia on April the 8th of 2009, were you ever out of custody?
En algún momento entre su arresto el 16 de febrero del año 2000 hasta cuando usted aterrizó en Colombia el 8 de abril del 2009, ¿estuvo usted por fuera de custodia?
Sí, después que cuando llegué a Colombia, yo ya no estuve más en custodia, estuve libre.
Once I arrived in Colombia, I was no longer in custody, I was free.
But until you arrived in Colombia, from the time of your arrest until you arrived in Colombia, you were in custody.
Sí, correcto, pero desde el momento de su arresto hasta el momento en que usted llegó a Colombia, usted estuvo bajo custodia todo el tiempo.
Sí, bajo custodia. Hasta el momento que desembarqué el avión, que llegué a Colombia, ahí me recibió emigración de Colombia para controlar, para ver si yo tenía casos pendientes con la ley, con la justicia colombiana.
Oh yes, I was in custody the whole time until I arrived in Colombia, and I was received by the immigration authorities over there, who wanted to verify that I didn't have any pending legal processes within Colombia.
And did you have any pending legal processes in Colombia?
¿Tuviste algún proceso legal pendiente en Colombia?
No, yo no tengo, estoy a paz y salvo con la justicia de Colombia, no tengo nada pendiente.
No, I am free and clear of any obligations to the justice system in Colombia. I don't have any pending processes.
And did you remain, and once you became free in Colombia, did you stay in Colombia?
Una vez lo liberaron en Colombia, ¿usted permaneció en Colombia?
Hasta el 15 de marzo del 2010 que salí para Italia.
Until March 15th of 2010 when I left for Italy.
When you moved to Italy in March of 2010, have you remained in Italy since then?
Desde que se mudó usted a Italia en marzo del 2010, ¿usted ha permanecido en Italia?
Salí en el 2013, regresé a Colombia, el 8 de abril del 2013.
I returned to Colombia on April 8th of 2013.
So in November of 2010, you were a resident of Italy.
Entonces, para el mes de noviembre del 2010, usted era residente de Italia.
Sí, y en ese tiempo estudiaba.
Yes, at that time I was studying.
What were you studying?
¿Qué estaba estudiando?
La lengua italiana.
The Italian language.
When you returned to Colombia in April of 2013, how long did you remain there?
Cuando usted regresó a Colombia en abril del 2013, ¿cuánto tiempo permaneció?
11 meses.
11 months.
After 11 months, where did you go then?
Después de esos 11 meses, ¿a dónde fue?
Regresé otra vez a Italia para renovar documentos.
I returned once again to Italy to renew my documents.
You're talking about, you mean your immigration documents?
¿Se refiere a sus documentos de inmigración?
De residencia italiana.
Italian residence.
Okay.
And have you remained a resident of Italy since that time?
¿Ha permanecido como residente de Italia desde entonces?
Sí, desde ese entonces. El año pasado fui a Colombia, Perú, por un mes a visitar a la familia.
Yes, last year I went to Colombia for 1 month to visit my family.
What do you do for a living?
¿A qué se dedica?
Yo trabajo con una cooperativa de trabajo que se llama Work Service.
I work for a work cooperative called Work Service.
And how long have you been working there?
¿Cuánto tiempo lleva trabajando allá?
Desde el 2 de julio del 2014.
Since July 2nd of 2014.
Going to show you a couple of documents.
Vamos a mostrarnos un par de documentos.
I'm showing you what's been previously marked as State Exhibit 148.
Le voy a mostrar lo que ha sido marcado como la prueba instrumental de la Fiscalía número 148.
Ok.
Mr. Avila, do you recognize this document?
Señor Ávila, ¿reconoce usted ese documento?
Es un diploma de la lengua italiana en la escuela donde yo estudiaba.
It's a diploma for the Italian language from the school that I was studying at.
And when was that diploma issued?
¿Cuándo le otorgaron ese diploma?
Yo terminé el 7 de febrero del 2011, terminé el curso.
I finished the course on February 7th of 2011.
El 7 de febrero del 2011.
2011. February 7th, 2011.
When were you enrolled in that class?
¿Cuándo se registró usted en esa clase?
El 6 de mayo del el primer curso, pero el 6 de mayo comenzamos el primer nivel y terminamos el 6 de mayo del 2010 y terminamos el 7 de febrero del 2011.
The first course started on May 6th of 2010. That was the first level course, and it ended in, the second one ended in February 7th of 2011.
I'm showing you the second page of that document, basically the number 148.
Le voy a mostrar la segunda página de este documento que es la correspondiente de la Fiscalía número 148.
What is this?
¿Qué es esto?
Creo que, no se ve bien, pero creo que esa es la declaración del director de la escuela cuando fui a pedir en el periodo de octubre, finales de octubre y principios de noviembre, qué hacía. Entonces, ahí, este nivel, el último nivel lo comenzamos el 14 de octubre del 2010 y terminamos el 7 de febrero del 2011.
I can't read it very clearly, but it seems to be a statement from the director of the institution. When I asked him what I should do between October and October and November. The second course started on October 14th of 2010 and ended on February 7th of 2011.
I'm showing some reasons marked for identification purposes to state exhibit number 149.
Le estoy mostrando lo que ha sido marcado previamente como la prueba instrumental de la Fiscalía número 149.
What is this?
¿Qué es esto?
Pues no lo veo bien, no se ve bien en la pantalla, pero son el otro diploma, o sea, que fueron dos diplomas que me dieron, el primer nivel y el segundo nivel.
I can't read the screen very clearly, but it seems to be the second diploma, because I got two diplomas. I got a diploma for level 1 and one for level 2.
Try to perfect. Can you read that any better?
¿Puedo acercarme un poco más a la pantalla?
Get closer to the screen. Sí, se puede.
¿Sí puedo acercarme?
Yes. Can I come closer?
Sí.
Sí.
No sé bien.
It appears to be a diploma.
Pero parece ser un diploma.
Es un diploma y este es el nombre de la escuela, ALS.
Yes, it's a diploma, and this is the name of the school right here, ALS.
You mark the state exhibit number 150.
Les estoy mostrando lo que ha sido previamente marcado con la prueba instrumental de la Fiscalía número 150, 150. ¿Reconoce qué es esto?
Estos son los recibos de la agencia de arrendamiento donde mi esposa era la que tenía el contrato, pero yo era el que iba a pagar cada mes.
Those are the payment receipts for the rental property. I was under my wife's name, but I was the one that made the payments every month.
And are these from October and November of 2010?
Estos son de octubre y noviembre de 2010.
Los dos últimos meses que se pagaba, el 5 de cada mes pagaba yo el arrendo.
The last 2 months, I made payments, rent payments, the 5th day of every month.
Finally, exhibit number 151. You can see this. Do you recognize what this is?
Y el último, plan instrumental de la Fiscalía número 151. ¿Puede ver este documento? ¿Lo reconoce?
Y lo reconozco. Este fue la declaración de la propietaria de esta agencia de arrendamiento.
Yes, I do recognize that that's a statement from the owner of the rental agency.
It indicates that you paid rent in October and November of 2010.
Y este documento indica que usted pagó la renta en octubre y noviembre del 2010.
Sí, esta es la declaración que en este periodo yo fui a pagar el arrendo.
Yes, that is her statement, indicating that during that period of time I went to pay the rent.
Mr. Avila, do you know someone in the United States by the name of Carlos Santos?
Señora Avila, ¿usted conoce a alguien en los Estados Unidos llamado Carlos Santos?
No conozco ese nombre.
I do not know that name.
Do you know anybody by the name of Otis Jackson?
¿Usted conoce a alguna persona conocida Otis Jackson?
Tampoco conozco a esa persona con ese nombre.
I also do not know that person by that name.
How about Hayward Griffin?
¿Qué tal tal Hayward Griffin?
Para mí son desconocidos.
To me, he is an unknown individual.
Demario Paramore.
¿Qué tal Demario Paramore?
No lo conozco.
I do not know him.
Brandi Peters.
Brandi Peters?
Tampoco lo conozco.
I also do not know him.
Mr. Avila, after you got on the plane in Houston and sent back to Colombia in April of 2009, have you ever returned to the United States?
Desde que usted se montó al avión en Houston y regresó a Colombia en abril del 2009, ¿usted ha regresado en algún momento a los Estados Unidos?
Nunca he regresado a los Estados Unidos.
I've never returned to the United States.
Have you ever been in the United States when you were not in the custody of law enforcement?
¿En algún momento usted estaba bajo los Estados Unidos? ¿En algún momento que no haya estado bajo custodia de las agencias del orden público?
No, yo no conozco Estados Unidos. Las calles de Estados Unidos no las conozco.
No, I do not know the United States. I do not know streets of the United States.
Do you even know where Tallahassee, Florida is?
¿Usted siquiera sabe en dónde queda Tallahassee, Florida?
Escuché que era la capital de la Florida, del estado de la Florida, pero no conozco.
I have heard that it is the capital of the state of Florida, but I do not know that place.
Mr. Avila, back in November 19th of 2010, did you travel to Tallahassee, Florida to commit murders against Brandi Peters, Tamiyah Peters, Taniyah Peters, and JaVonte Segura?
Señora Ávila, ¿usted viajó a los Estados Unidos para cometer el asesinato o viajó a los Estados Unidos el 19 de noviembre del 2010 para cometer los asesinatos de Brandi Peters, Tamiyah Peters, Taniyah Peters,
and JaVonte Segura?
y JaVonte Segura?
No, señor.
No, sir. Un momento.
Hay otro recuerdo de detalle.
Tengo más preguntas en este momento.
If I can, I have the documents here. They were mislabeled on that. I had previously referred to them as State Exhibit number 158. That has actually been now renamed State Exhibit number 155. State Exhibit number 149, it properly should be 156. State Exhibit number 150 is now properly 157. And State's Exhibit number, referred to as 151, is now State's Exhibit number 158. And at this time, I move these into evidence, please, Your Honor.
Is there objection? No. Could be admitted.
And Your Honor, can I publish them very quickly?
No, it's
Okay.
all right, let's take a lunch break. We'll see you back. Let's start back at 1:30. All right, have a good lunch break.
Well, I think that was that was like the state's star witness, in my opinion. That Angel Avila Quiones just put whatever nails were left firmly in. All right, before we get to that, I got to show you guys this. This is really funny. My little rat catcher. All right, this is what she does. Sorry, it's out of focus. Just wait for it. So, there you go. My little rat catcher. And now she's sitting here so peacefully. Okay. Let's get to a recap here. So, Angel was taken to Rome, Italy. That's where this interview took place. He arrived March 16th of 2010. Remember, this happened November 19th. Brandi and the kids were discovered November 20th of 2010. So he tells the story of what happened. Angel tells the story of how he became arrested, by the authorities. He got married August 19th of 2009. He was prosecuted for drugs in Florida. So at first I heard that, I'm like, oh, what was he doing in Florida? He never tried to bring drugs into Florida or any of the states. So I'm like, oh, interesting. What happened? So basically he got caught 450 miles off the coast of Acapulco on a boat. He was a captain there and he had narcotics on that boat. He collected narcotics from a boat 300 miles off of Peru and was going to drop them off 300 miles off the coast of Acapulco. So he was basically running drugs 300 to 400 miles off the coast. Had he ever done that before? He said yes. There were 7 trips with drugs, one without. He ended up in the U.S. after his boat capsized, and a boat with an Israeli flag picked them up and dropped him off in California. And then he went to the Colombian consulate. So Mandy, to answer your question about he should have been dropped off of the country of his origin, well, the Israeli boat is heading towards California. They're not about to make a trip over to Colombia, which is on the other side. So they picked him up and just took him to wherever they were going into port. He said he arrived at 6 a.m. and he left at 5 p.m. That day. He was arrested February of 2000. Then he was asked, why were you transporting narcotics? And he says he was in a very difficult situation when he started to make these trips. I just heard a ding. Is that me? No. Okay. So he rejected so he was a fisherman and he rejected the offer in 1990 to run narcotics. And then in 1998, they asked him again, and he says there were a shortage of fishermen back then, but then it changed in 1998. He said boats would go out and they would come back without any catch. So he needed to run narcotics in order to take care of his family. We've heard that story many, many times, sadly. He was arrested by a military ship, a U.S. military ship. He was taken to another military ship and then sent to St. Petersburg. I'm guessing he was arrested in the Pacific and then he was taken over to into the Gulf. Tampa. He was tried in Tampa Bay, which is right next to St. Petersburg. He was convicted. He was never out of custody. He was always under custody, and they kept making a very big point of saying that. He left the U.S. April 8th, 2009. Remember, Brandi and her children were deleted in November 20th of 2010. So he wasn't even here. Well before a year and a half before Brandi was deleted, he was out of the United States. His original sentence was for 30 years. Why were you able to leave in 2009? He said he got a phone call in 2008. He was able to testify, and they took his plea down to, what did he say? It was reduced from 360 days to 360 months to 120 months. And he told them the exact same thing that he was telling us just now. And my question is, if he's kind of spilling the dirt on the cartels, why were the cartels okay with that? And then he was put on a plane from he was in Louisiana. He was sent on a plane to Houston, went to Mexico, then flown to Bogota. But I'm surprised that he was allowed to survive, right? I mean, that was one thing that kept coming up for me. I'm like, if he's like just spilling the dirt all over with these cartels and telling them how, well, maybe he's not, maybe he's just saying, hey, look, I was just running narcotics. I don't know anything. I'm surprised the cartels were allowed to let him live. April 8th, and he knew his dates, right? I said this in the chat a couple times. He wasn't just saying, I think it was April of 20. He was like April 8th, March 15th, 2013, 2010. I mean, he was spot on with his dates, right? So April 8th, 2013, he went back to Colombia for 11 months. Then he went back to Italy to keep his residency. He's only been back to Colombia, went back for 1 month to visit his family. He currently works at a work cooperative. He's been there since July 2nd, 2014. He got his diploma in Italian language studies February 7th, 2011. Again, man, he just knows his dates. He was enrolled from October 14th, 2010. Remember the deletions, if you will, were November 20th, 2010. So he was enrolled from October 14th, 2010 to February 7th, 2011. So not even anywhere near. Do you know Carlos Santana? Do you know Carlos Santos? No. Do you know Otis Jackson? No. Do you know Hayward Griffin? No. Do you know Demario Paramore? Nope. Do you know Brandi Peters? Nope. And he's like, I don't know him. For Brandi, poor Brandi. He's like, yeah, I don't know him. Did you ever return to the U.S.? Nope. Have you ever been in the U.S. and not been in custody of law enforcement? He said, nope, I don't even know the streets in the U.S. Do you know where Tallahassee is? He says, I heard it's the capital of Florida, but I don't know that place. Did you travel to Tallahassee to off Brandi, Tamiyah, Taniyah, and Levante? He said, no, sir. So, I have a poll up in the chat. Do you think Henry is guilty? So, we got 10 votes. I'll, 100%, 10 votes, 100% think he's guilty. All right, let's see. Nope. Okay. All right. Any questions, comments? Julie, if the jury goes in the same direction we are headed with the verdict, he is done. You know, it's really interesting. I'm trying to figure out why was it a mistrial. Now, I mean, we'll have to find maybe after this concludes, however it concludes, we'll see. Why? Oh, why? Brett says, by the time he acknowledged that he had testified in their investigation, he was living in Italy for years. He had already spilled what he knew. He had no current knowledge and is on another continent. So the first trial happened in 2017. Was he in the first trial? I wonder if he testified in the first trial. All right, let's go back to Mr. Santos here. Okay. Hold on a sec. Okay. James Santos. Met Brandi in 2000. Okay, he met Brandi in 2000, 2001. Brandi was 17 or 18 then. She never even had a car until she was 23. So right there, boom. I'm sure we'll hear this all in closing, but let's just continue on. Just see if he talks about, okay, let's see. Spoke to Avila twice. First was run, second was money issues. So he's saying that he talked to Santos. I'm not sure when he talked to Santos, but Santos was, I'm sorry, Avila wasn't even in the States. So there's no way he could have talked to him. He was a tall, skinny Colombian guy. Avila met at Farley's in Atlanta. Said he was talkative, definitely not, oh no, that's Brandi. Talked about in prison before he was deported, before 2009. Both were in prison. Yep, so Angel was supposed to be part of this hit squad. I don't know. I believe Angel. Like, I believe him like 100%. Oh, I said the Y-O-Y at the exact same time. Yeah, Jenny. Therapist, I'm wondering if this trial is as confusing as it is how much they shaped it up from the last one. Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, they learned from their mistakes, 100%. Both sides, right? Both sides, because it's like, here Julie says, therapist, since they were hung last time, I would think they had to have switched up quite a bit. I'm sure they were on both sides, right? Well, that worked, that didn't work, Curviel says, Julie, yeah, that and what the numbers were was shocking. All right, it's almost 3 o'clock. Let's see, we've got 2 more. We have about another 2 hours to go, so let's get to it. Let's get to it. Oh, should I end the poll? 13 votes? That's only been 12 minutes. I'll keep the poll going. But right now, 15 are still not sure. 15% still not sure. You think Henry is guilty. All right. Fair enough. All I know is, how about this? All I know is Carlos Santos and Angel of Guiones did not do this. That I know for sure. I believe that in my heart of hearts. I do not think that. I don't think they had anything to do with this. So if not them, then who? Right? If this was not a drug hit, then what was it? Right? All right. See you guys on the other side.
Somebody hit something? Yeah, Your Honor, very quickly. Based on the testimony elicited during rebuttal, I have an investigator go out and find Marguerite Douglas, the person referred to as Pine, and I would propose to call her. I can't imagine that the testimony would take longer than 5 minutes, but that she did in fact find out the kids were found in the tub on the 20th, conveyed that fact to Mr. Segura. That's consistent with the testimony she offered during custodial, but at the interview with the police on November 23rd, 2010.
Testimony would be what?
I said it's consistent with the testimony.
No, but before that, you said what was she going to say?
She's going to say that she did find out about the kids being found in the tub the day the bodies were discovered, November 20th, 2010, and that she discussed that with Mr. Segura.
say?
That's not working. Your Honor, this is exactly what I had the conversation about with earlier, that we were gonna get into the back and forth. I kind of figured.
We're not gonna do that. All right, I sustain the objection. Let's have a jury, please.
All rise for the jury.
Everybody be seated. You may resume with the
Yes, Your Honor, I apologize. Gotta get that projector warmed up. Apologize, I didn't realize it was shut off.
So you'll need your transcript.
I'd like to clarify a couple of issues with you, if I could.
Señor Ávila, me gustaría clarificar un par de temas con usted, si me permite.
Sí.
Yes.
You indicated, while you were talking to Mr. Hughes, that the boat you were ultimately arrested on was boarded by you and others off the coast of Peru. Is that correct?
Usted le indicó al señor Hughes que cuando en el barco que ustedes lo arrestaron fue abordado por ustedes en la costa del Perú, ¿correcto?
En el Perú no fuimos arrestados, nosotros salimos del Perú.
We were not arrested in Peru, we left from Peru.
But to be clear, that boat was under the control of a Colombian drug cartel delivering cocaine for a Colombian drug cartel.
Pero para estar en claro, ese barco estaba bajo control de un cartel de droga colombiano para entrega de narcóticos para el cartel de droga colombiano.
Sí.
Yes.
And ultimately, that delivery of cocaine was intended for the United States by way of Mexico, correct?
Pero en últimas, esa carga de cocaína se intencionaba que llegara a los Estados Unidos vía México.
No tengo conocimiento si iba para los Estados Unidos porque mi trabajo solo era entregarlo a un barco mexicano.
I do not have any knowledge of whether it was going to the United States because my only job was to deliver it to a Mexican ship.
And when you say Mexican ship, you mean it was intended for members of a Mexican drug cartel for distribution, correct?
Y cuando se refiere usted a un navío mexicano, se refiere a que se le estaba enviando a un cartel mexicano para distribución, ¿correcto?
Pero no sé, no tengo conocimiento porque a nosotros nomás nos dicen, en esta posición vas a encontrar este barco, no nos dicen quién es el nombre del capitán, nada, no hay información, quién lo recibe.
I don't have any knowledge of that because all they tell us is we have to meet a certain boat at a certain location. They don't even give us the captain's name. We don't get any information whatsoever.
Well, who was it then that you believed you were delivering a multi-ton quantity of high-purity cocaine to?
Entonces, ¿a quién pensaba usted que le estaba entregando una tonelada de cocaína de alta pureza?
No, la persona solamente la vi de cuando en el momento de entregarla, pero uno no puede preguntar nombre ni nada, solamente entregar y regresar a Colombia.
I saw these people at the moment of the delivery, but at that moment you can't even ask their names or anything. You just have to deliver it and go back to Colombia.
All right, I'm going to change gears and ask you about your knowledge of Tallahassee.
Quiero cambiar de página para preguntarle a usted acerca de su conocimiento de Tallahassee.
You indicated that you heard Tallahassee was the capital of Florida at some point. When was that? Where was that? You were in Tallahassee, the capital of Florida.
Usted indicó que se había enterado que Tallahassee es la capital de la Florida. ¿En qué momento se enteró usted y en dónde estaba de que Tallahassee es la capital de la Florida?
Cuando yo estaba en la prisión de Talladega, Alabama.
When I was at the prison in Talladega, Alabama.
Le escribí al gobernador Jeb Bush, que era gobernador en ese tiempo.
I wrote the governor, Jeb Bush. He was the governor at the time.
Mr. Avila, isn't it true that as of last week, you were telling us you had never heard of Tallahassee until you were contacted by State Attorney's Office Investigator Jason Newland regarding this case?
No es cierto, señor Ávila, que usted hasta la semana pasada nos dijo que nunca había escuchado de Tallahassee, sino que fue contactado por la agente Jason Newland respecto a este caso en particular.
Le dije que el caso me había enterado, pero ¿quién no conoce ¿quién no conoce la capital de un país a través de noticias? A la capital, yo le digo, conozco que era la capital de la Florida.
I found out about the case, but who doesn't know what the capital of a state is, just even through the news? I knew what the capital of Florida was.
So last week, when you told us during that phone conference that you'd never heard of Tallahassee until you spoke to Investigator Newland, that wasn't true.
Entonces, la semana pasada, cuando hablamos por teléfono, usted le dijo a la gente que nunca había escuchado de Tallahassee, eso no fue la verdad.
Del caso, le dije yo, de Tallahassee, o sea, el caso solamente me enteré en el 2016, cuando me llamó el señor Newland. Pero yo, ¿cómo no voy a conocer, no voy a saber que existe Tallahassee en el mapa si yo le escribí al gobernador Jeb Bush desde la prisión en el 2016, en el 2006?
The case in Tallahassee, I did not find out about the case in Tallahassee until 2016, but who doesn't know where the capital of Tallahassee is? I wrote the governor, Jeb Bush.
Well, that's what I'm trying to clarify. The question previously posed to you was back to back. Have you ever been to Tallahassee? Have you ever heard of Tallahassee? The answer to both of those questions was no. 1 week ago, you said you'd never heard of Tallahassee until you were contacted by Investigator Jason.
Entonces, hace una semana usted le hicieron dos preguntas. Si había usted estado en Tallahassee o si sabía dónde era Tallahassee. Su respuesta a ambas preguntas, una después de la otra, fue no al investigador Jason Newland.
Sí, me preguntó que si yo había estado en Tallahassee. Le dije que yo jamás había estado en Tallahassee. Esa fue la pregunta. Y yo le dije que jamás.
He asked me if I had ever been in Tallahassee, and I told him I had never been in Tallahassee. That's what he asked me. He asked me if I had ever been there.
Sir, let me clarify. I'm not talking about what Investigator Newland asked you. I'm talking about what I asked you 1 week ago. Have you ever been to Tallahassee? Have you ever heard of Tallahassee prior to being contacted by Investigator Jason Newland?
Caballero, no le estoy preguntando yo acerca de lo que le dijo la gente Jason Newland. Le estoy hablando acerca de la conversación que yo mismo tuve con usted hace una semana, en la cual le pregunté si usted había escuchado de Tallahassee, o si había estado en Tallahassee, o si había escuchado de Tallahassee, y usted contestó a ambas preguntas que no, y eso fue antes de la conversación con la gente Jason Newland.
Me disculpa, pero lo que pasa es una cosa, que la traducción, a la hora que el señor está traduciendo, se le escucha bien, pero la traducción por teléfono, yo estaba en una fábrica donde el rumor era difícil, la forma como usted me llamaron, yo estaba trabajando, incluso que hasta tomé un tiempo que no podía tomarlo, me había podido echar del trabajo, 2 horas. Y el rumor del personal que trabaja, el rumor de las máquinas no deja escuchar bien. Pero yo lo que le entendí fue que si yo había estado en Tallahassee, yo jamás.
You'll have to excuse me, but now that there's a proper translator and it's not over the phone while I'm at the factory working with all this background noise, and incidentally I took some time off of work that I shouldn't have taken off, that I could have gotten fired for. I took 2 hours out of my time, and while I was in there talking to you, there was a lot of background noise from the factory, and I couldn't hear well. So I thought what you asked was if I had ever been to Tallahassee, and I answered that no, that I had never been to Tallahassee.
Well, last week, when you told us you could talk to us without a problem, there wouldn't be an issue. That wasn't true. Your testimony now is In fact, you could have been fired for talking to us while at work.
Entonces, la semana pasada cuando le preguntamos a usted que si tenía algún problema con hablar con nosotros, usted dijo que sí, no había problema. Eso no fue la verdad, porque ahora nos está diciendo que lo hubieran podido haber despedido del trabajo por hablar con nosotros.
O sea que yo me salí cuando le dije que no podía, o sea que sí podía, porque yo en primer lugar tampoco pensé que era todo ese tiempo. Pensé que era una breve pregunta que me iban a hacer, pero no me dijeron, son 2 horas que vamos a estar con usted. Si me dicen 2 horas, yo le digo, no puedo. Pero usted me dijeron, le vamos a hacer unas preguntas. Y por eso no sabía que era todo ese tiempo.
I took the time out to talk to you, and I did not know that it was going to take that long. I didn't know that it was going to be 20 hours or 2 hours. You just told me that you had a couple of questions for me, and I thought that it would be brief. Had I known that it would have been a 2-hour conversation, I would have not been able to talk to you.
Okay, well, let me ask you a yes or no question about this just for clarity's sake. Have you, either in custody or out of custody, ever been to Tallahassee, Florida?
Bueno, entonces déjeme clarificarle una pregunta, sí o no. ¿Usted en algún momento en su vida bajo custodia o por fuera de custodia ha estado usted en Tallahassee?
Nunca he estado en Tallahassee.
I've never been to Tallahassee.
Then let me ask you to clarify this, referring to your previous recorded interview, starting on page 6, line 18 of the transcript you have there, where you initially indicated that you, after being taken into custody in St. Petersburg, were taken to Tampa, after Tampa to Tallahassee, but then you clarified that perhaps it was Monroe or Orlando instead. Can you clarify for me, where was it that you were taken? Were you ever in custody taken to Tallahassee, or was it someplace else?
Puede clarificar entonces usted lo siguiente, en la transcripción de la declaración grabada que usted proporcionó, página 6, línea 18, indica que usted fue transportado de San Petersburg a Tampa, después de Tampa a Tallahassee, pero después indicó que no sabe si, no está seguro si fue Tallahassee o fue Monroe. Entonces, ¿nos puede clarificar usted si en algún momento estaba en Tallahassee?
Que yo fui transportado a Tallahassee, yo le dije, espérese, nosotros estuvimos en Tampa, Orient Rock, y después fue a, no es Tallahassee, a mí se me olvidan los nombres de Estados Unidos, se me olvidan, no lo tengo presente, pero eso fue los lugares que yo recorrí, o sea, en County, que no eran prisiones. Bruce Lee, le dije, Bruce Lee, el otro, no, es que parecido como Tallahassee, pero no es Tallahassee, disculpe.
Tallahassee, no. I was transported from Tampa to, I don't know, I can't remember the name. I have trouble remembering names in the United States. The places that I've been to that were county jails, they weren't prisons, the county, I was in Brooksville, and then I was in another place that sounds similar to Tallahassee, but that isn't Tallahassee, so I have to apologize.
Okay, so that was just a mistake when you said you were taken to Tallahassee. That wasn't the case.
Entonces eso fue un error cuando usted indicó que lo había llevado a Tallahassee, no fue el caso.
Me equivoqué, o sea, es otro nombre que está ahí, o sea, pero no es Tallahassee, o sea, otro nombre que está en un county que está cerca de pero tal vez porque se me está metiendo Tallahassee, puede haber nombrado Tallahassee, pero yo en Tallahassee no, porque me parece que esto es Lutano, es muy lejos de ahí de Tampa, donde yo estaba.
It wasn't Tallahassee, and I apologize. It might have been a place that is close to Tallahassee, and because of the proximity, I just had Tallahassee in my head, but I've never actually been to Tallahassee. It can't be Tallahassee. It's not very close to Tampa. Tallahassee, no.
Okay, regarding your criminal drug trafficking case that was prosecuted out of Tampa, Florida, you didn't cooperate with the United States government initially, correct?
Ahora, referente a su caso de tráfico de droga que fue procesado en Tampa, Florida, usted no cooperó con las autoridades inicialmente, ¿es correcto?
No.
No.
And so, except for a short misunderstanding between you and your cartel associates where they believed you were cooperating in the very beginning of your case, neither you nor your family was ever in any danger of physical harm, correct?
Entonces, salvo a un malentendido por el cartel, durante el cual al principio del caso ellos pensaron que usted estaba cooperando con las autoridades, usted y su familia en realidad nunca han estado en ningún peligro.
Mi familia toda vive en Colombia. Yo voy a Colombia y camino tranquilo. Yo no tengo problema porque ellos saben que yo no cooperé, no testifiqué en contra de nadie.
My family lives in Colombia, and I go to Colombia. When I do so, I walk in peace because they know that I did not cooperate.
I'm asking you about what danger, if any, you or your family was in immediately following your arrest in the year 2000.
Le estoy preguntando yo acerca de qué tipo de peligro corrían usted y su familia inmediatamente después de su arresto en el 2009.
Ahí sí corría peligro si yo fuera cooperado, porque mi jefe estaba libre e incluso recibió mi esposa, no era mi esposa, la mamá de mi hija recibió amenaza.
They would have been in danger if I had cooperated because my boss was still out free, and then my wife, I'm sorry, she wasn't my wife, but the mother of my daughter received threats at that time.
And was that a different person than the woman you're married to there in Italy?
¿Esta es una persona diferente a la mujer con la cual está casada usted en Italia?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, so she received a threat at the very beginning of your case when your associates believed you were cooperating with the United States government.
Bueno, entonces ella recibió una amenaza al principio del caso por parte de sus asociados porque ellos pensaban que usted estaba cooperando con el gobierno de los Estados Unidos.
Sí, por causa de otro capitán que empezó a cooperar y pensaron que era yo el que estaba cooperando.
Yes, this was due to another captain that started cooperating, and they believed that it was me who cooperated.
They quickly discovered that that was not the case, though, correct?
Pero ellos se enteraron rápidamente que ese no fue el caso.
En el mismo día, porque al otro día que llamé a mi casa, mi jefe llamó y pidió disculpas.
The following day, because the same day, because the following day when I called the house, my boss called the house and asked, he apologized.
So your associate, your boss, who had previously made the threat and who believed that you were cooperating, called back the same day to tell the mother of your child that he was sorry, that there was a misunderstanding.
Entonces su asociado, su jefe, que fue el que hizo la amenaza inicialmente a la madre de su hija, él volvió a llamar ese mismo día para disculparse.
Sí, al siguiente día.
That's the following day.
Okay. So then there was never a strong, tangible, or imminent threat. Is that right?
Entonces nunca existió ninguna amenaza tangible ni inminente, ¿correcto?
No.
No.
Okay. What about during the pendency of your criminal case in 2000 and 2001? As your case progressed, were you or any member of your family back in Colombia ever in any danger?
¿Qué tal durante su caso, mientras su caso estaba pendiente entre el 2000 al 2001? ¿En esa época estaba en peligro usted o alguna persona de su familia en Colombia?
Sí, en el 2000 fue cuando él llamó a la mamá de mi hija y le dijo que de qué me había servido mantenerme callado por un tiempo y si ahora estaba cooperando. Pero era mentira.
It was in 2000 that my boss called the mother of my daughter and told her what good had it been for me to remain quiet for such a long time if I was then cooperating at that time. But that was a lie.
So I guess the answer to that question is no. As your case progressed, with you not cooperating with the United States government, neither you nor your family was in imminent or tangible risk of physical harm?
Entonces la respuesta sería no. A medida que progresó su caso con el gobierno de los Estados Unidos, parece que usted no estaba cooperando. ¿Usted no está en peligro y tampoco su familia?
No.
No.
Okay. And after you were convicted and sentenced and remained in custody in the United States, at that point, were either you or your family back in Colombia in danger? Were you in danger of physical harm to yourselves?
Bueno, ya después de que usted lo condenaron y lo sentenciaron, cuando estaba prestando sentencia en los Estados Unidos, ¿usted estaba en peligro? ¿O su familia en Colombia corría algún peligro?
No, ninguno.
No, nada.
Okay. And what about when you were deported back to Colombia? At that point, were either you or a member of your family in any danger of reprisal from the Colombian cartel?
¿Qué tal cuando lo deportaron a Colombia? ¿Usted cuando regresó a Colombia estuvo en peligro? ¿Usted o su familia estuvieron en algún peligro de retaliación por el cartel?
Ninguno.
And that's because you hadn't cooperated against any person, correct? You just offered testimony about your own conduct?
Y fue porque usted no cooperó en contra de ninguna persona, es porque usted solo ofreció testimonio acerca de su propia conducta, ¿correcto?
Claro, obvio. Sí.
Obviously, yes.
So in spite of your cooperation, your testimony is that the Colombian cartel had no issue or problems with you upon your return to Colombia in 2009.
Entonces, su testimonio es que, sin importar el hecho que usted haya cooperado, el cartel colombiano no tuvo ningún problema con usted cuando regresó en 2009.
Cuando yo salí, toda la organización estaba en prisión.
When I got out, the entire organization was in prison.
So you were never in any danger in your own mind?
Entonces, según su parecer, usted nunca estuvo en peligro.
No, yo no estuve nunca en peligro.
So I was never in danger.
Do you agree that if you cooperated in 2001 during the pendency of your case initially, that you or your family may have been at risk for physical harm?
¿Está de acuerdo usted con el hecho de que si usted hubiera cooperado en el 2001, usted y su familia hubieran estado arriesgándose?
The record, For the record, I'm going to object as a speculation.
Objeción por especulación.
I'll rephrase the question.
¿Puedo volver a formular la pregunta?
Back in 2001, during the pendency of your criminal case, did you believe that either yourself or your family would be in danger of physical harm if you cooperated with the United States government?
La pregunta la hago de esta manera. En el 2001, ¿pensaba usted que hubiera estado en peligro usted o su familia si hubiera cooperado con el gobierno de los Estados Unidos?
Si hubiese cooperado, sí, estaría en peligro.
If I would have cooperated, yes, we would have been in danger.
Okay. Now, when you did finally cooperate in 2008, I just want to be clear, that was only to help frame the context of the conspiracy. You didn't offer testimony against any person, correct?
Bueno, ahora hablando acerca de su testimonio en 2008, usted, su cooperación solo fue para dar un marco de referencia a lo que fue la confabulación mayor. Usted no cooperó en contra de ningún individuo en particular, ¿correcto?
No.
No.
Okay. Now, when you got back to Colombia in 2009, what was your plan?
Cuando usted regresó a Colombia en 2009, ¿cuál fue su plan?
Pensé no volver a la pesca porque la pesca ya no había pesca.
I thought that I wasn't going back to fishing because there was no longer any fishing.
Okay. When upon your return did you make contact with your now wife?
Cuando usted regresó, o después de que usted regresó, ¿en qué momento entró en contacto con su esposa de hoy en día?
Tenía 8 días de haber llegado a Colombia. Llegué el 8 por la noche de abril. Y el 9 ya me reuní con mi familia, con mis hijos. Y el día 18 de abril me llamó ella de aquí de Italia para ofrecerme si quería venir a vivir a Italia.
It's 10 days after I arrived on April 8th, and I reunited with my family on April 9th, and then I got a call from Italy from her on April 18th to ask me if I wanted to go to Italy.
And she was an old girlfriend of yours from high school, correct? You had been out of contact with her for many years as of April 2009.
Y ella era una exnovia del bachillerato suyo y habían estado por fuera de contacto muchos años antes de que llegara el 2009.
No, mi esposa no. La primera esposa fue la que yo conocí en el bachillerato, pero yo con ella viví 7 años. Tuve dos hijos y nos separamos.
Not my first wife. I'm sorry, not my current wife. My first wife I met in high school, and I was with her for 7 years. We had 2 children, and we separated.
Okay, so clarify for me then where your current wife was when you got deported back to Colombia in 2009.
Entonces, por favor, me clarifica su esposa de hoy en día en dónde estaba cuando usted lo deportaron a Colombia en 2009.
Ella estaba aquí en Italia, ella se vino a Italia. Yo la conocí a ella, a mi esposa, la que es esposa mía ahora, yo la conocí en el 97. O sea, yo tenía 2 mujeres. Era ella y la otra, la mamá de mi hija.
She was in Italy. She had moved to Italy. I had met her in 97. At that time, I had 2 women. I had her and the other woman, the mother of my children.
Okay, so your current wife was one of 2 women you saw for a period of time in 1997.
Entonces, su esposa actual fue una de 2 mujeres que estaba viendo usted por un periodo de tiempo en el 97.
En el 97 la conocí a ella y comenzamos a vivir de ahí porque ella es viuda, su esposo murió en el 94 y comenzamos a vivir sin casarnos desde el 97.
I met her in 97. We started living together because she was a widow. Her husband died in 94. And in 97, we started living together without getting married.
Okay, and had you been in contact with her during the time when you were in custody in the United States?
¿Y usted muy bien? ¿Y usted se mantuvo en contacto con ella mientras que estuvo bajo usted en los Estados Unidos?
Hasta el 2005, no, hasta el 2006. Estuve en contacto. Y ahí yo le dije que hiciera su vida porque mi sentencia era muy larga. A las 2 le dije que hiciera su vida. Yo me separé de las 2 cuando estaba en prisión.
In 2006, we separated. I told her to move on with her life because my sentence was too long. Both of them. I separated from both of my women in 2000.
Okay. So, as of 2009, you hadn't been in contact with her at all for 3 years, correct?
Entonces, para el 2009 usted no había estado en contacto con ella por ya 3 años, correcto?
2 años y medio llevaba que yo no la llamaba a ella.
And it had been 2.5 years since I had called her last.
And you hadn't seen her in person in over 12 years since 1997.
Y usted no la había visto en persona por más de 12 años, desde el 97, correcto.
El 29 de diciembre del 2010 fue cuando ya volvimos a vernos desde el 2000 que nos separamos.
On December 29th of 2010 was the first time we saw each other after we separated in 2000.
Okay. All right, so you meet up with her in 2010 and shortly thereafter moved to Italy with her, correct?
Entonces usted se reúne con ella en el 2010 y en diciembre del 2010 poco.
No, puedo aclarar algo de la fecha. 2009, el 29 de diciembre del 2009 fue que ella llegó a Colombia.
I need to clarify something about the date. It was actually 2009. It was December 29, 2009. She arrived in Colombia.
Okay, but in any event, shortly after that, you moved with her to Italy.
Bueno, pero sin importar, usted se mudó con ella a Italia poco tiempo después de su boda.
Si nos casamos, ella trabaja con la misma cooperativa que yo trabajo desde el 2008.
Yes, we got married. She works for the same cooperative that I work for. She's been working for them since 2008.
All right, and the reason you moved to Italy was not because you were in danger of reprisal from any cartel for having testified on behalf of the United States government. Is that correct?
Entonces la razón por la cual usted se mudó a Italia no fue por temor de alguna retaliación de algún cartel colombiano por haber cooperado con los Estados Unidos, ¿correcto?
No, solo fue porque ella me invitó a vivir acá.
It was only because she invited me to live here.
Okay. Now, you indicated previously that the members of the Colombian cartel for whom you had previously worked were all in custody as of your return to Colombia. Is that what you said?
Ahora, usted hace un momento atestiguó que los miembros del cartel colombiano con los cuales usted trabajaba ya estaban bajo custodia cuando usted regresó a Colombia. ¿Es correcto?
Sí, es correcto.
Yes, that's correct.
Isn't it true, Mr. Avila, that you told us last week part of the reason you moved to Italy was that you didn't want to be tempted to fall back into drug work with your former associates, that they were trying to re-recruit you?
Será verdad, cuando tuvimos nuestra conversación, ¿no es cierto que usted nos dijo que una de las razones por las cuales me mudó es porque quería evitar la tentación de volver al narcotráfico y que sus asociados del pasado están tratando de volverlo a reclutar?
Cuando yo salí, que llegué a Colombia, a los 3 días tenía de cuando me hicieron un ofrecimiento.
When I left and when I arrived in Colombia, it was only 3 days before I got an offer.
When you left Colombia?
When I left and I returned back to Colombia.
When you were deported to Colombia?
Cuando usted lo deportaron a Colombia.
Cuando me deportaron, sí.
When I was deported, yes.
You're saying what happened within a few days that you returned?
¿Qué fue lo que pasó? Pocos días después de que usted llegó.
Me ofrecieron un viaje.
They offered me a trip.
I thought you said there was no day. I thought you said they were all in custody of that.
Pensé que usted había dicho que no habían ellos.
No,
estaban bajo.
Ellos no era el cartel, no era la organización, todos estaban presos, eran tantos. En Colombia no solamente un cartel, son tanta gente que trabajan con esto.
It was a different cartel. There's not just one cartel. It wasn't the same people I was working with. There's not just one cartel. Different people.
How would a rival cartel know to contact you within 3 days of you returning to Colombia?
Entonces, ¿de qué manera fue que un cartel rival supo contactarlo a usted solo 3 días después de su regreso a Colombia?
¿Me repite la pregunta?
Yes, sir. How is it that a rival cartel with whom you had no prior association would know to contact you and try to recruit you to work for them within 3 days of you returning to Colombia?
Sí, caballero. ¿Cómo fue que un cartel rival se enteró de su llegada a Colombia y supieron para reclutarlo para hacer otro viaje dentro de tanto poco tiempo de haber regresado?
Yo llego a Buenaventura donde tanta gente me conoce. Necesitaba capitán.
I arrived in Buenaventura where a lot of people know me and they just needed a captain.
Yes, sir. Let me just ask this question as I'm getting close to wrapping up here. Just to clarify, not only do you not know anyone by the name James Carlos Santos, you've never spoken to anyone in person or by phone with that name either, is that correct?
Déjeme clarificar ya que estamos aproximando el fin. Usted nos había indicado que usted no conoce a nadie de nombre James Carlos Santos. ¿Nunca ha visto, nunca conoció, nunca ha hablado por teléfono con un tal James Carlos Santos?
No, señor.
No, sir.
Okay. And in closing, just to clarify here, again, when you offered testimony on behalf of the government, it was really just about your conduct and not against any other person.
Solo para clarificar, cuando usted dio su testimonio para el gobierno, fue únicamente acerca de su propia conducta y no fue algún testimonio en contra de nadie, ¿correcto?
No, yo no hablé en contra de nadie.
No, I did not speak against anybody.
Can you explain that in his order reducing your sentence, why a federal judge wrote that you cooperated conspicuously and testified decisively against one of the princes, if not the king, of the Colombian cocaine realm in which you formerly operated?
¿Me puede explicar por qué el juez, cuando le revocó la sentencia, indicó que usted había cooperado de manera notable y decisiva en contra de uno de los príncipes, sino uno de los reyes del mundo de la cocaína colombiana, en el cual operaba previamente?
Ok, mi jefe fue el que entregó a la organización.
Okay, my boss was the one that turned into the organization.
So your testimony is that where the judge says you personally testified decisively against one of the princes, if not one of the kings of the Colombian cocaine realm, that wasn't true. Someone else testified against the princes.
Entonces me indica usted que acá, cuando notó el juez que usted había atestiguado decisivamente en contra de uno de los príncipes y de pronto hasta reyes del narcotráfico de cocaína en Colombia, ¿eso no fue usted, eso fue otra persona?
Le digo, mi jefe fue el que entregó a toda la organización y después él empezó a cooperar. A mí me llaman porque él me metió en el grupo, pero yo no testifiqué en contra de nadie.
Let me see. My boss was the one that turned in the organization. He's the one that started testifying against them, and when he started doing that, he pulled me into that same group. But I never testified against anybody.
So then your sworn testimony is that the judge's statement that you cooperated conspicuously, testifying decisively against one of the princes, if not one of the kings of the Colombian cocaine realm which you formerly operated, that wasn't true. This statement is not true.
Entonces su testimonio acaba de decir la declaración del juez, en la cual indica que usted atestiguó de manera notable y decisivamente en contra de uno de los príncipes y no reyes del mundo de la cocaína colombiana. ¿Eso no fue cierto? ¿Que lo que dijo el juez no es cierto?
Pues yo estuve en un juicio que duraron 3 semanas y vi cómo es un testigo. Está una persona en este juicio que se llama Iván González. Pero a mí no me preguntaron, ¿usted conoce al señor Iván González? ¿Usted trabajó con él? No me preguntaron absolutamente nada.
¿Y puedo continuar o traducir? Un momento, the interpreter would like to receive clarification for a moment. ¿Cuánto tiempo duró el juicio?
El juicio de nosotros, cuando a mí me juiciaron, duró 3 semanas y por eso me di cuenta que cuando un testigo va, porque hubieron tantos testigos en contra mía, le preguntan si conoce a la persona. Pero a mí no me preguntaron nada y yo les dije antes que yo no conocía a ninguno con ese nombre.
I had a trial for a period of 3 weeks, and during that trial I was able to notice how it is that witnesses are interrogated and how they ask them if they know so-and-so. And when I was called to testify, and I was asked, the trial was against Mr. Iván González, and I was asked if I knew him, and I answered that I did not know him. I didn't say anything against him.
Okay, so in the very next time, the judge writing your order of sentence reduction says, a review of the transcript of Benona's trial testimony against González Bejarano, and then goes on to explain your testimony. That wasn't true either. You didn't testify against Mr. González Bejarano.
Y en la próxima línea en donde se indica que un repaso del reporte presentenciario de Quiñones, el repaso de la transcripción indica que el testimonio que presentó Quiñones en el juicio en contra de González Bejarano, y después continuó. Entonces, eso no es cierto. Usted no presentó testimonios contra el señor González Bejarano.
Pues a mí me preguntaron cuántos viajes hizo. No sé si esto tenía relación con él, pero a mí o sea, yo dije lo que les dije a ustedes, los viajes que hice, pero yo no testifiqué de que yo conocía al Señor. No sé cómo planificaron. Yo dije solamente los viajes que hice, pero no fue algo que yo en contra de él.
I was just asked how many trips I made. I was never asked about him. I didn't know how things operated, and in the trial I never said anything against him because I didn't know how he was involved. So I told them what I told you already, just how many trips I took.
Okay, so then to clarify, the answer to my prior question is yes. The judge's characterization of the testimony is incorrect.
Entonces, para clarificar mi pregunta, la respuesta a mi pregunta es sí. El juez de hecho caracterizó equivocadamente su respuesta.
No puede ser totalmente porque yo de pronto mi jefe, que es el que estaba operando, habrá podido decir que esta droga que él mandó conmigo era del Señor, pero yo no lo escuché en el juicio, en este testimonio. O sea, no lo escuché que dijera esta droga es de él.
I don't know because it's possible that my boss made an arrangement to send the drugs to this individual, but I was never told that that was the case. I was just transporting them from one point to the other. I didn't know that that's where they were going.
I see. Mr. Avila, can you explain why your DNA was located at the scene of the murders issue in this case?
I'm going to object to that because there's more speculation and also not support of that.
Go ahead, Mr. Avila. Can you explain why your DNA was located at the scene of the murders in this case?
Sir, ¿me puede explicar usted por qué se encontró su ADN en la escena de estos asesinatos?
Que si puedo qué, no le entendí bien.
I can explain what? I didn't understand that.
If you can explain why your DNA was found at the scene of the murders in this case.
Si puede explicar usted por qué su ADN fue encontrado en la escena de estos asesinatos.
Pues a mí me parece extraño porque yo nunca estuve en esta fecha, nunca he estado en Estados Unidos y por eso y todas las pruebas que yo tengo, yo era seguro cuando la Interpol me llamó. Yo era tan seguro y dije, este no puedo ser yo.
It is strange to me because I've never been there on that date. I have never been in the United States, and I didn't have any concerns when the Interpol called me because I knew that it wasn't me.
I have no further questions. Mr. Avila, I got a couple of follow-up questions. Very brief.
Sir, Avila, tengo unas breves preguntas de seguimiento.
The trial that you testified in, who was the defendant?
En el juicio durante el cual usted presentó testimonio, ¿quién fue el acusado?
Iván González.
Iván González.
You did not know who he was at that time, correct?
Usted en esa época no sabía quién era él, ¿correcto?
Cuando me mostraron la foto, el fiscal que vino a visitarme, yo le dije que yo no conocía a esa persona.
When I was showed a photograph by the prosecutor that came to visit me, I told him that I had never met that person.
So what you told the court was the trips that you made, correct?
Entonces el tribunal lo que le informó fue acerca de los viajes que usted mismo había llevado a cabo, ¿correcto?
Porque eso fue la pregunta que me dijeron, señor Avila, ¿cuántos viajes usted hizo durante el tiempo estuvo metido en el narcotráfico?
Because that's the question that I was asked. And I said, Sir Avila, how many trips did you make during the time that you were involved in drug trafficking?
Is it fair to say that you were not the only witness during the course of that trial?
Sería justo decir que usted no fue el único testigo en el transcurso de ese juicio.
Había muchos testigos que testificaron en contra de él porque ellos lo conocían, pero yo no conocía a ese señor.
many witnesses that testified against him because many people knew him, but I never gave testimony against that individual.
Did you not give testimony against that individual because you were trying to protect him or because you just didn't know the information?
Usted no dio testimonio contra ese individuo sencillamente porque lo estaba tratando usted de proteger o sencillamente porque no tenía.
Porque yo no lo conocí, yo no conocí a ese señor jamás.
I never met that man.
I have no further questions at this time. Thank you all very much.
Gracias a todos.
Hold on, I apologize. I apologize, I do have one more question. Mr. Avila, you said you were contacted by Interpol.
Señor Ávila, tengo una pregunta más. ¿Me indicó usted que lo contactó la Interpol?
Sí, la Interpol acá en Italia.
Yes, Interpol here in Italy.
And you were asked to give a DNA sample, correct?
Usted le solicitaron que diera una prueba de ADN, una muestra de ADN, ¿correcto?
No, la Interpol solo me dijo que un magistrado de Estados Unidos necesitaba comunicarse conmigo a través de un teléfono fijo.
No, all Interpol told me was that a magistrate in the United States needed to communicate with me via landline.
Okay. And you were called and eventually ended up coming to Rome to meet with Agent Stanford there to give a DNA sample, correct?
Usted lo llamaron y eventualmente fue a Roma a reunirse con la agente Stanford para presentar o dar su prueba, muestra de ADN.
Antes de venir a encontrarme con el agente Stanford, me llamó el fiscal, el investigador Newling.
Before meeting up with Agent Stanford, I got a call from Agent Newland.
Y él me dijo que me acusaban en Estados Unidos.
And he is the one that informed me what I was being accused of in the United States.
And then after that, you freely traveled to Rome to give that DNA sample to Agent Stanford, correct?
Después de eso, usted viajó libremente a Roma o a su propia voluntad a Roma a proporcionarle a la gente Stanford su muestra de ADN, ¿correcto?
Sí, en este lugar, aquí en la embajada, estuve el 26 de septiembre del 2016.
Yes, here at the same location at this embassy, I was here on September 26, 2016.
And you did that to clear your name.
Usted hizo esto para aclarar su nombre, ¿verdad?
Para aclarar, y estuve decidido incluso ir directamente a Estados Unidos para aclarar esto.
To clear it, and I was even willing to go all the way to the United States in order to clear this up.
But unfortunately, you can't come into the United States, can you?
Pero desafortunadamente usted no puede ingresar a los Estados Unidos, ¿verdad?
El señor Newell me dijo, mejor es que lo hagamos de allá porque no es fácil que usted venga para acá.
Mr. Newland told me it's better if we just do it from over there because it's not easy for you to be able to link it over here.
And in fact, part of your deportation is that you cannot come back into the United States, correct?
De hecho, parte de su deportación incluye no puede regresar a los Estados Unidos, ¿correcto?
Lo sé que yo no puedo regresar, pero si era para aclarar esto, creo que me daban un permiso el gobierno federal para poder entrar, solo por aclarar este caso.
I know that I'm not allowed to go back, but I believe the federal government would give me permission to go back if it is for the purpose of clearing up this case.
Instead, we're doing this via this closed circuit television with the U.S. Embassy with the U.S. Court.
Pero en vez entonces estamos llevando a cabo esta conferencia por circuito cerrado de televisión desde la Embajada de los Estados Unidos, que es terreno estadounidense, ¿correcto?
Sí, correcto.
Yes, correct.
Thank you very much, sir.
Muchas gracias, caballero.
Nada.
You're welcome. Gracias.
what it's going to be lengthy.
No, Your Honor, the one after that may be a little bit lengthier.
Okay. Go ahead and call one.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Everybody awake. Sometimes after lunch it's tough. You need a break. Everybody falling asleep. Now we'll take 10 minutes. Yes. Okay. Everybody okay? All right.
Now this time, say we recall, being passed in.
You remain under consent.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Have a seat.
Thank you.
Agent Sanford, you set up two meetings there in Italy with Mr. Avila. Did you experience any difficulties in communicating with him, basically because of language barriers?
Yes, I did.
Could you please tell the jury about those?
Each time I met with him, I was trying to set up the arrangements on it, what time to meet and where, and there was still difficulties through email and stuff. He'd have to get translated, but then once he did arrive at the embassies, I each time tried to relay little things like, would you like a cup of coffee, things like that, and that was about the extent of what he could understand. I ended up having to get a translator just to have a normal conversation with him for him to understand anything I was saying.
Okay. In doing and arranging these, there's also, especially with the video we just saw, there's difficulty also regarding timeframes.
Yes.
Can you please explain that?
The time frame as far as when we were going to arrive there, is that what you're referring to?
Time differences. It's noon, 12 o'clock here is not 12 o'clock there, is it?
Right. The time difference is 6 hours ahead in Italy. So 6 at night, it would be 12 noon here. 6 in the morning here is 12 noon there. So trying to explain to him what time we're going to meet, what time we're going to get together was very difficult because he didn't understand what I was saying, so I had to get translation services to assist with it.
So even just fundamental conversations about time of day, cups of coffees and things along those lines, even then you couldn't communicate with them, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, both prior to and return after the video, as a special agent, you have access to database regarding immigration, especially specifically Mr. Avila.
Yes, we do.
Okay. Were you able to verify that Mr. Avila was in fact in custody until his deportation in 2009?
That's correct.
So he was in custody?
He was in custody until he was deported out in 2009 through Texas, through Houston, Texas, I believe it was.
Okay. And so at any point during that time frame, while he was in the United States, during that, he was not out of custody, correct?
That is correct. He was not out of custody.
You also have the ability to go back and check to verify about any further visits or anything along those lines. Well, let me ask you this. His deportation, he wasn't allowed back in the United States, correct?
That's correct. Once they're deported, they're not allowed to come back in.
And did you go back and verify that he has not returned to the United States since that time?
That's correct. I did verify that there was no record of him ever returning whatsoever to the United States.
No further questions. I'm sorry.
Cross.
Hold on. No further questions.
Just very quickly.
To clarify, when you say he didn't come back to the United States after being deported, you simply mean that he didn't come back legally. If he entered illegally, there wouldn't be record of that, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
No. All right, you can step down. So we take 10 minutes? Either sign anything?
No.
Okay, so we just heard from Patrick Sanford, FBI agent. Not a whole heck of a lot there, but that was the cross-examination of Angel Avila Chione. So Was the boat under the control of the Colombian cartel? He said yes. Narcotics was going to Mexico and then the U.S. He says he doesn't have knowledge. He was just delivering to the Mexican ship. He was asked if that ship was part of the Mexican cartel. He says, I don't have any knowledge of that. We were just told to meet in a certain boat in a certain location. Who are you delivering this to? I saw them at the moment of delivery, and you don't ask names. Don't ask, don't tell, don't say anything. He heard Tallahassee was the capital of Florida from who and when. And he was a prison, I think he said Talladega in Alabama, and Jeb Bush. So he wrote to Jeb Bush. That's how he found out where, because he was the governor, and that's how he found out where to send the letter to. Never heard of Tallahassee until you were contacted by the prosecutors. He said, I found out about the case, but who doesn't know the capital of the state? Which was kind of weird because he says he doesn't know any, because under direct he's like, I don't know the United States, I don't know streets, I don't know any cities, but then I guess he knows the capital of Florida. 2016 he found out about the case. Nate Prince, who is he's the defense giving the cross-examination, says Angel said no, he didn't know where Tallahassee was earlier. And he got a little defensive. Angel definitely got defensive at some of the questioning here. Let's see. I'm asking you if you have ever been to Tallahassee. You'll have to excuse me now that I have a proper translator. There was a lot of noise in the background at the factory where I was working. I took time out to talk to you, and you didn't say it would take 2 hours, so he got a little annoyed at that. You could see I wouldn't have talked to you if I knew it would take that long. Were you ever in custody and taken to Tallahassee? He said he was transported from Tampa to he doesn't remember where. It's hard to remember where I was. He said he heard it was something that was similar to Tallahassee, and OnlyFans said Tennessee. Maybe. It's pretty far away, but maybe. He says, Angel says he walks in peace because he knows because the cartel knows that he didn't cooperate with U.S. authorities. However, he said his daughter's mother did receive some threats. He said his boss made a threat, then called back the following day to apologize. That was kind of weird. I didn't quite get that. Your family, was your family in any harm or danger? He says no. He wasn't afraid of reprisals from the cartel because he didn't testify against a single person or people. He just said, this is what I did. I ran narcotics. I picked them up in Peru, dropped them off the coast of Mexico, and that's all he knew. Now he says when he got out, the cartel was gone, and at first I didn't quite understand that, so I looked it up. So the Medellin ended in 93, the Calis ended in 95, Norte de Val, I'm sure I'm butchering that, ended in 2012, and then the North Coast cartel ended in 2004. And the Medellin, that's what's his face? Who's the guy we watched? Crap. Pablo Escobar.
Yeah.
So Escobar was part of the Medellin. So that ended in 93. So now Angel said he didn't get involved until 98 or 99. So Medellin was already done. Calis were already done. So he either was involved with the North Coast, which ended in 2004, or the Norte del Valle, which ended in 2012. So in any event, the cartels were done pretty much by the time he got caught, which I think was 2009. Did he say 2008, 2009? No, he was arrested in 2000, sorry. So the cartels were still going. So when he says, by the time he got out in 2008, 2009. So they were pretty much over with. So there was only one cartel going. So that's why he was never really hassled. It was the boss that turned in the cartel. He says he never did. I was only asked how many trips I made. I was never asked about how things operated. So, all right, let's get to some of your comments and or questions. Got any questions? We were talking about languages, and translations. Absolutely, yeah. When I worked at that one, it wasn't a textbook. It was a Spanish book for grades 6 to 8, and it was I guess it was like reading books, the stories, And the editors and the writers were always they were always squabbling because it really showed me. It's like in any language, you can say, I went to the store. To the store I went. I'm going to the store. And it had to do with, Spanish dialect versus Mexican dialect versus Caribbean dialect, Portuguese. It was amazing, all the different dialects, and there was a proper way to say it, just like in English. There's a proper way to say, how many ducks do you have for sale? I have for sale. I have ducks. For ducks, it's just amazing how many different ways you can say one sentence. Yeah, I went to the store. To the store I went. I'm going to the store. You can really say where you put the adjective, the verb, the nouns, and so I totally believe a lot of things get lost in translation. I do that a lot. Like when I'm listening to somebody translate, I'm like, I don't know how they do it, because I try that all the time to play that game. Excuse me, I try to play that game a lot, and it's hard. Being a translator is hard. All right, let's get to the last segment for tonight, which is an hour and 15 minutes, so 4 to 5:15. Yeah, we'll be done around 5:30 or so. So let's get to this. Let's get to the last. Oops, nope, don't want that. Let's get to the last segment here. Oh, well, you're welcome, Dreama. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right, let's get to the final. Okay, see you guys on the other side.
Yes, Your Honor. The state intended we call a witness now, but then we would play the video of Mr. Kelsey Canard, and we would ask the court, we would make a motion to play prior recorded testimony due to his unavailability, and I didn't know whether you want to take up that testimony now so that we can move into it, or whether you want to take another break.
The defense dispute that Mr. Canard is unavailable.
No, Mr. Duke says that he's unavailable, and we'll accept that.
Okay. I think based upon the motion that I signed off on for the material witness warrant and stipulation, counsel will accept that Mr. Canard is currently unavailable despite efforts by the state to get him here. What did y'all figure out on Vassio's part?
We also have a second video for Vassio that has the few questions from Mr. Prince, and then the follow-up rebuttal questions by the state that's been recorded. It's a 2-minute video. We're anticipating playing that. There also is a stipulation we have regarding Mr. Canard. He, following his testimony, got a reduction in sentence. We have a stipulation for that.
You have that?
Mr. Prince is that. This is just for record purposes. What I have in my hand, I want to mark it a court exhibit. This is the documentation that we did to get to try and get Mr. Canard here, just for record purposes. That does not go back to the jury.
There's one additional issue that I raised. I didn't have a chance to talk to Mr. Dukes about it because I just found out a second ago. Apparently there was a jury question for Mr. Canard last time where he was asked what type of firearm, and he said he thinks it's a 9mm, which is obviously important testimony.
Is this mic on, Judge?
What?
Is his mic?
No.
I missed that one. So did I. We both missed that. I would just propose if we could have a few seconds, I'm sure we can figure out the stipulation to address that rather than trying to edit that in.
Or if we take a break after I play it, that I can run upstairs and re-record it. It literally is 3 minutes.
Why don't we just announce to the jury what was said rather than into all that? We're just killing time.
Yeah, for the transcript.
And I will say there was also a follow-up jury question that the court asked, and this was the question and answer.
I'm not objecting to that, Your Honor.
All right, so we're going to tell him Mr. Canard is unavailable, and trying to decide what to tell him about Vassio.
I think it's really just a kind of a fairness issue, but I think, let's say, rather than requiring Sergeant Bossio to come back up here, we just decided we publish his prior statement on this subject. Everybody okay with that?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, sir, that's fine.
Okay. All right, please.
All rise for the jury.
We're going to do the video first.
I'm sorry?
Were you going to do the video first? Oh, okay. Okay. All right, you remain under oath, Dr. McAfee. You can have a seat. Thank you. State your name again for the record, please.
Kevin McElfresh.
Oh, yeah. Buckle squash? About 10. So you're not disputing the analysis? Good afternoon again, sir.
Good afternoon.
Dr. McElfresh, in your duties and contract, I guess, with the state in order on this particular case, were you also asked at some point to do a comparison between a buccal swab that came from Angel Avila and compare it against a phone cradle? And that buccal swab would be defense exhibit number 10. The phone cradle is defense exhibit number...
You're looking at that kind of publicist.
I'm sorry. And defense exhibit, electropharogram would be defense exhibit number 12.
Yes, sir.
And did you perform that comparison?
I did.
What is this?
I'm sorry, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. Okay, let me rephrase it. You're asked to do a comparison of a buccal swab from Angel Avila.
Yes.
And compare it to an electropharogram that is exhibited here in defense exhibit 1A and B, which would be from a phone cradle, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So let's talk about what we're looking at in this particular case. Whenever you first analyze what you see here in Exhibit 1A and B, this was not developed by you, it was developed by Joe Allen Brown, correct? The electropharogram?
That's correct.
All right. So as well as the buccal swab was developed additionally by Florida Department of Law Enforcement, correct? You didn't develop that as well?
That's correct.
Okay, but then you got the results of those and did the comparison?
That is correct also.
Okay. When you first take a look, and I know we talked about your normal procedure that you utilize when we talked about the grab bar, but in this particular case, we're talking about this exhibit right here. How do you go about first analyzing this and making determinations?
Well, the first thing you have to do is look at the electropharogram and get a good sense of what the results are telling you. And by that I mean, do you have a lot of DNA? Do you have a mixture? How many people are in the mixture? And then whether or not you have a major or minor component. Because all of those things, especially in a mixture, become important as you begin to interpret what that mixture might mean. So for example, if you determine that this is a two-person mixture and you really have no data for it to be a 3 or a 4-person mixture or other extraneous data that you can't explain, then you have to look at your reference samples eventually, and you have to decide what makes sense and what doesn't make sense. And all of that needs to fit together as a composite whole. What you don't want to have to do is start invoking exceptions, if you will, that require you to say, well, I really think it's this, but I'm going to ignore this other thing for a while and see if I can come up with explanations. The objective here is to gather the data from the mixture itself.
Okay.
Do your comparisons, and then and then see how the data fits. You're not fitting data to comparisons, you're fitting the comparisons to your data.
Okay, so as it relates to defense 1A and B, did you make a determination whether or not this is a single source or a mixture?
It's a mixture sample of 2 individuals.
Okay, how do you make that determination in looking at this electropharogram that there are 2 individuals? Could there, okay, go ahead.
Okay, this is basic genetics, okay? We get half of our DNA from our mom and half of our DNA from dad. So in a situation where you see, for example, where you see these 2 large peaks right here, those are likely to be from a single individual, and one of those peaks came from mom and one of those peaks came from dad. If we see more than 2 peaks at a specific locus, then there has to be more than 1 individual there. If it's more than 2 and 4 or less, then it's 2, right? And you just simply work through multiples of 2, but it's not quite that simple. Because, for example, like I discussed when I was here last, brown eyes are fairly common in the population. So I might expect that in some instances, I would only get 3 or 2 peaks, even though I might have 2 individuals with the same 2 peaks, because everybody had brown eyes. So you have to look through all of the data, and you look through the entire data set and get the story of the data. And when you determine it's 2, it's because you've looked at all of this data in composite, and nowhere do you see more than 4 peaks.
Okay.
So it's collective data.
All right, and so nowhere in 1A or B do you find any more than 4 peaks that would be indicative of a mixture containing more than 2 persons?
Correct.
Okay. And in fact, that was a determination that Joel and Brown initially made and noted on the bottom of this, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is it possible this is a mixture of more than 2 persons?
Unlikely. The problem is the population genetics piece comes in, and at some of the loci, like D21S11, for example, this locus happens to have what you could think of as a very high information content. That is, there are a lot of alleles at this locus, and they're very different between individuals. So that if I had a mixture of 3 or 4 people, I would expect to see many more peaks there than I see in this particular result. And the same is true for a number of other loci where you have very high information content relative to some loci like TH01 or sometimes CSF has a low information content.
That's CSF, TX01, what?
Those are all loci names that you'll see on the electropharogram. These are the names like FGA, there's D21S11 there. And so all of those, you can see we only have 2 peaks, and in fact, because we only see 2 at D21S11, this tends to indicate to me, in addition to having these being very small, that there might be missing data there. But nonetheless, you're looking at all the data collectively, and there's just no place that you can look at and say, well, this really could indicate more than 2, so this is a 2-person mixture.
Okay, so when you do this, do you also make a determination? I noticed that up here we have, where we were talking about earlier, we have the 4 peaks. 2 of them appear to be the same, and 2 of them are pretty close to being the same as well, but different sizes. What does that indicate? What are we talking about there?
What we're talking about there is what's called a major and a minor profile. And basically what this means is that we would expect when we're looking at comparisons that we're going to see one individual that has a profile that is, I can see mine down here, that would be 15, 18, and the other person is going to have a a profile that is more the 14-17, right? So one person's contributed more DNA than the other person, so we're going to see more of their peaks than we are the other person.
Okay. And did you go back and make a comparison? Earlier we had shown you looked at State's Exhibit number 148, which is all of the results as it was of the victims as well as Mr. Segura. Did you go back and take a look at this and make a determination as to any of those being the major contributors?
Yes. When I looked at this, what I saw was that we had the major contributor was most likely Brandi Peters. Okay. That her DNA, you can see the 15-17 here, her DNA tends to be those large peaks, so that would appear to be her profile. And then at VWA that you just pointed out, again, she's the 15-18, which are these two tall peaks.
Okay. All right, so if we found this to be a two-person a mixture, that leaves those other two peaks as the other person. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So whenever you're examining this and comparing it against Angela, well, let me ask this. Were you able to rule out whether or not Tamiyah, Taniyah, Peters, JaVonte Segura, and Henry Segura were a part of this mixture?
Yes, they tended to be excluded from this, but this data is not as complete as it could be, so it was difficult to do some of those exclusions. Tamiyah, Taniyah tended to have DNA that was in the mixture, but they would have been masked by Brandi at most of those locations. Similarly, when I looked at Mr. Segura, it would appear he was not in the mixture because there were places where his DNA was missing.
Okay, just so we're clear then, did you find that Taniyah and Tamiyah were a part of this mixture or not?
I couldn't really determine conclusively whether they were.
Okay. All right. So then let's take a look then. Did you also compare Mr. Avila's testimony? Or I'm sorry, Mr. Avila's DNA?
I did compare his DNA, yes.
Okay. And did you make any determinations about whether Mr. Avila is present in this particular case?
He is excluded from being a part of this mixture.
Why?
First of all, there are a number of places where his DNA is simply missing. That is, when I look at it, if he was there, I would expect to see his DNA, and I don't. And then when you take that into account and you begin at looking other locations, so for example, at VWA, where we were just talking about, Mr. Avila is a 17-18, okay? So, but the problem is the minor component here is a 14-17. There's no 18 at all. So you have to argue that somehow his DNA is partial.
All right, let me stop you there. There's no 18. I thought right here it says there's a major that's an 18.
I'm sorry. Let me look again. I'm sorry, it's the wrong combination is what I'm trying to say. The minor combination is the 14-17, okay. Not the 17, not the 17-18. Okay? That's
so
what
you're talking about the combination of the two smaller pieces.
Right.
That you're talking about.
The smaller combination is 14-17 here.
Okay.
Okay. So that's the DNA pattern that I'm looking for to be part of that, and he's not. And the problem compounds itself, because if you say, well, he does have a 17-18, and there's a 17-18 there, but one of them's the tall peak and one of them's the minor peak, then this has to be a three-person mixture, right? Because we haven't explained this other peak over here, and we have to say, well, somehow that this minor combination that appears to be a combination of a single individual is in fact multiple individuals combined differently than we see it in the data. We have to effectively invoke an exception here.
I don't understand at all what you just said. So you are saying, earlier we talked about this being a two-person mixture, and you're talking about in order to explain that 14, you've made a determination that it's actually a three-person mixture?
No, you would, in order for you to invoke the explanation that this 14 and 17 were somehow indicative of a person who could be a 14, 15, or that we have a 17, 18 combination that's out of balance like this, means that you have to suggest there's a third person because you haven't explained all the data. Whereas if you say this data is the two prominent peaks of 15, 18 and the two minor peaks of 14, 17, you have a consistent answer. It's consistent with the two-person mixture. It's consistent with Mr. Avila being excluded and his DNA not being in that mixture. So then you have all of your data lines up. It's a two-person mixture. Mr. Avila is excluded. And while we haven't identified the 14-17, this 14-17 nonetheless isn't indicative of Mr. Avila. If you try to make his data part of this, then what happens is you have to have these two peaks that are imbalanced, which leaves the other peak sitting outside unexplained, and the only way to say it is explained is now to invoke a third person. And we don't have any data for three people.
Okay, let me make sure I understand you here. So, Mr. Avila, if we look at what the data says as being a two-person mixture, because you have four peaks and nowhere else in the electropharogram is there indication of a third donor by a fifth, sixth peak.
Correct.
We are looking at a two-person mixture.
That's correct.
And because we're looking at a two-person mixture, as finding Brandi Peters as the major donor at a 15 and 18, and Mr. Avila would be a
17, 18.
17, 18, excuse me. I'm looking at the wrong chart. So 17, 18, that 14 is left unexplained, and therefore, because of that, it cannot be Angel Avila.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, in order to get that to be explained, or include Mr. Avila, you would then have to assume a third-party donation there that is not reflected in any other data that's in this electronic pharogram. Is that what you're trying to say?
That's exactly what I'm trying to say.
Okay. Well, let me ask you a question. If someone were to exclude Tamiyah and Taniyah for part of this mixture, okay, there's a finding of an exclusion that Tamiyah and Taniyah aren't a part of this, but that Tamiyah and Taniyah carried a 14 allele at that location, at loci, at VWA. Could you then include it to try and explain away that 14?
No, you don't get to exclude somebody but say, well, I might see a little bit of them. And
why not?
Well, partially because all of your DNA is there or not, even if you have an incomplete pattern. There's enough information in these electropharograms. We have RFU values over 1,000 in some instances where we just don't see their DNA where we should. So once you don't see it, then that explanation's out. That's not available to you. Okay. And again, this is where what you have to do is look at the data and let your data lead you to the explanation rather than the explanation lead you to the data.
I think that what you're talking about is like an analysis bias.
It can be. The difficulty in all of these kinds of analyses are that you have the combination of genetics, population genetics, the interpretation, knowing what the background of these alleles are and these loci, and it is possible to get completely confused trying to figure out if any of the data makes sense. And so you end up having to step back again and again as you begin working on the data and working through it. Step back, look at the raw data, go back, make some comparisons, step back, look at the raw data and say, do these comparisons make sense? Go back to the raw data. It's very iterative as you work through this information. This is why interpretation guidelines can be very restrictive for some laboratory systems because of exactly this problem.
Okay. So in this particular case, Joe Allen Brown makes a determination that the minor is a 14-17, and Mr. Avila is a 1718, Brandi is a 1518, and that leaves that 14 unexplained, and therefore it would exclude Mr. Avila.
That's correct.
Is that the only spot that we're talking about with Mr. Avila and excluding him in that situation?
Mr. Avila is what at that point?
Mr. Avila at VGA.
Witness.
I'm sorry.
He is a 17, at 1718 at that location. And
Mr. Hughes said 14, 17.
I believe what I was trying to say is that Joe Allen Brown made a determination that the minor was a 14-17. Mr. Avila is in fact a 17-18.
But that's not what you said.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Correct.
Thank you.
Actually, this exchange is exactly indicative of how you have to sort of iteratively work through these kinds of results, because you're dealing with 14, 15, 17, 18, and those combinations. And it actually makes the math somewhat complicated when you do include somebody, because you're effectively having to work through possible combinations versus real combinations. And that's often what happens is people will say, well, I can maybe include this person, but then I have to invoke a different explanation. What you have to be careful of is not doing that, but coming up with a comprehensive data analysis.
Okay. So let's also take a look, if we can, real quick at D5, which is this one right here, correct?
Yes.
All right. And this one, Ms. Brown determined that the major was an 11-11.
Yes.
And that is same as Brandi Peters, correct?
Yes.
And then she made a determination that they are starred alleles, but that the minor was a 7 and a 12, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Is Mr. Avila a 7 and a 12?
No, he's an 11-12.
Okay. So again, we have a 7 allele here that is part of this mission identified as the minor contributor that is not consistent with Mr. Avila's
That's correct.
DNA. Okay. So we have two specific spots right there where minors are determined that are not consistent with Mr. Avila's DNA. Does that eliminate him as being a sample, the contributor to the minor DNA?
Yes. Yes, that's exactly one of the things that eliminates him.
Okay. Is there anything else that eliminates him?
Just a moment here.
Mm-hmm.
Once again, if you look at locus TPOX, yes, that's on page 2. That we colloquially refer to that as TPOX. It's a very similar situation. Yes. Okay. You have an 8-9 as your major profile identified. The minor is 9+, but you'll see that designation 9+ means I see a minor peak there at 9. There might be something else, but I'm not sure. Well, the problem here is that Mr. Avila at TPOX is 911, okay? And you can see there's no 11 at all, right? There's simply no data for an 11, which is his allele. And that's one of the things you look for is, okay, even if I explain some things as being either stacked or covered up by having the same allele as the major, here's a place where he has an allele that just isn't there. And you either have to invoke dropout, which could be an explanation, but in light of all the other data that you see, it's also more consistent with him being non-contributor to the sample.
Okay. So we have VWA, D5, and TPOX. Anything else?
Let me just check quickly my notes. The same situation for D18 S51. If you look at that locus, and I apologize, we're back on page 1. Right, and this is this locus right here. So again, we have a major at 1719. The minor is 18, and for this locus, he's a 1518, and we don't have the 15. Right? There's an 18 there, but we don't have any 15 down here, which would be right in this area here, called by the computer. So again, when you start saying, if I argue and conclude that he's excluded in this sample, this is another indication where here's an allele that should be there that isn't. And that is consistent when you take all of this information together that we've been talking about. The most reasonable explanation is he's excluded from this sample.
Okay. And that's an important point, obviously, is that you can't just take each one of these alleles individually. You have to look at all of it as a whole, correct, in order to make these determinations?
Yes, and that's a very important point. All of this data, you have to consider everything you're looking at as a whole. You can't pick and choose. And you can't invoke, for example, the explanation you mentioned earlier that, well, maybe this one peak is actually contributed by a person who I said isn't there, but I'm just only seeing this one location. That's inconsistent with the rest of the data we see here. And this is a complex mixture, that's clear, but it isn't impossible to interpret. You just have to be careful that you come up with a consistent answer that works through all the data.
Okay. And the consistent answer that you determined is a two-party donor, there's a two-party mixture, and that Mr. Avila is not present in this mixture, correct?
That is correct.
No further questions.
Great. Just a few questions. I'm not going to dive way back into the nuance of the interpretation here. You indicated we have to look at the data set as a whole, correct?
Correct.
And when you mean the data set as a whole, you mean this specific electropharogram. You're not taking into account what other findings may have been made on related items. And let me be a little more precise about what I'm asking, I guess. This was a profile developed from the swab of a phone cradle, correct?
Yes.
And so you're not going to take into account whose DNA is on the handset that goes with that phone cradle or the cord that goes with the phone cradle, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you said to do the best interpretation here, you want to try to avoid invoking exceptions like dropout and like masking. Did I understand that correctly?
You want to avoid those explanations as best you can. If those explanations become the overriding explanation, if dropout is the explanation you're invoking everywhere, at some point you have to say, I'm sorry, this sample's inconclusive. So it's a balance. It's a balance between the data you have, the data that could be there but isn't showing up, and the results from the comparisons.
Okay. And to be clear, though, dropout is prevalent throughout this complex mixture, correct?
There is dropout.
And likewise, there could be masking going on as well, correct?
There could be, yes.
Okay. So I guess the phrase exception, to be clear, doesn't mean exactly the same thing. It does in normal vernacular. You refer to those things as exceptions, but at least as it pertains to dropout, for example, we know that is in fact occurring with this sample, right?
It is a factor occurring with the sample, so what you have to do is, like I showed a minute ago, look for areas where you can see data and that data is inconsistent with an individual or includes an individual. In this case, it excludes Mr. Avila.
And I think you were referring to TPOCs on the co-filer page where you're talking about only 3 allele were showing up, right?
Correct.
All in low RFU value, correct?
That's correct.
And so unless, for example, an allele is being masked at that locus, then we're dealing with dropout there again, correct?
Not necessarily. It depends on what the other contributor's DNA is.
Let me go back to that one real quick so the jury can see what you and I are talking about.
Yes, good idea. I think.
So at teapot, there's a third locus.
Which one you're referring to, please?
This one?
That one right there, yes. It's the 8, 9, and 10 alleles.
So
Either dropout or masking has to be taking place there, correct? Because nobody has one allele at any locus, correct?
Exactly the point. That isn't there, and that excludes Mr. Avila.
What my point is that either dropout is going on at that locus or masking is going on, because there's only 3 numbers and we know there's 2 contributors, right?
There's 2 contributors, and it could be that there's an 8, 10 is your major. It could be, you notice that this 8, right? That 8, let me make sure, yeah. That 8 could be compared, right? Because this peak, this 8 peak is higher than the 10 peak. So we have the 9 down here, we're missing 11. It could be that that 8 is masking, and so you have an 8, 9, 8, 10. So that's consistent with a 2-person mixture. But what we don't have is the 11.
Well, you've told us before, a minor deviation in RFU value, like we're talking about here, less than 200 RFUs difference between the 8 and the 10 there, that may not necessarily mean that another allele is being masked, correct? There could be another allele number that's just dropping off right there. Is that correct?
It is possible, yes.
Okay.
And my colleague math on that, Mr. Prince.
Yes, sir, let me
Here between 544 and 331, so it's,
right.
I don't think that's 100. My math isn't great, but I don't think that's 100.
No, I said about 200 RFUs.
Okay.
That's statistically insignificant, a difference of about 200 RFU, right?
It is, but the problem here is that because of the level of DNA in this sample, and also the hard part is that you have to see that the scale on this is very high, relatively speaking, so that you're looking at 0 to, this is going to scale out at 1500 on the top, and we're looking at allele peaks of 544 and 331. So they're going to be compressed, so it's not as clear as it could be. And overall, this sample is not terribly imbalanced. So again,
it's not terribly what?
Imbalanced.
Okay.
So because you've got a major and you've got a clear major, you can look at certain pieces of this. And again, this is how you you go in, you look at the sample, you look at comparisons, you step back. Does that comparison make sense? You go back and read. It's a very iterative, very intense process.
Okay. And you agree with the general principle that as you're reading an electropharogram from left to right, you're going to get lower quantitative values for the biological material showing up as you go across, correct?
Yes, the PCR is less efficient as the DNA fragment length gets longer.
And so that's why we see these RFU values going from Hamilton and across the CFS. They're consistently dropping, right?
Typically, yes, but you'll notice that in some of these reactions, this is called a multiplex reaction. So you have many reactions going on at the same time in the reaction tube, and because of that, some will in fact decrease in value, but some maintain pretty stable. This was true for the profiler, co-filer kits in particular.
And that's going to be the case sometimes when you're dealing with relatively low RFU values, touch DNA, correct? A lot of times you'll see slight variation where a locus to the right will have higher RFU values than the one to its left. Is that correct?
Yes, I think you said that right. I was trying to follow you there. The point is that typically this is the lowest molecular weight DNA in the reaction, and these are the highest molecular weight DNAs. And as we proceed from this point to this point, we will see some drop in RFU values because the overall reaction efficiency drops some.
Okay. So bottom line is, you're not comfortable saying that the twins, for example, are kicking in a certain locus with respect to this mixture. The simplest explanation from your perspective, so that you can avoid calling masking or calling dropout, which you've identified as exceptions, is just to say this is a clean two-donor mixture and Mr. Avila is excluded.
It is a two-person mixture and Mr. Avila is excluded.
Okay. And to be clear, there's the minor contributor to this mixture is a male, correct? Because we see at Amlingen there's male DNA present, right?
There is some male DNA, and as you can see right here, because females have 2 X chromosomes and male 1, this is roughly a 3-to-1, if not 4-to-1 relationship. So you're looking at some male DNA, but not very much.
Which is why the minor contributor relative to Brandi Peters, that's the person you would expect to be the male, correct?
That is the best explanation.
Okay. And I think I heard you indicate during direct, you said Mr. Segura is excluded as a contributor, which means Mr. Segura's DNA is not in this mixture, correct?
That's correct.
And similarly, JaVonte Segura is not a contributor to this mixture. He's also excluded, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So in any event, this is a foreign male, that is a male contributing to the mixture that's not JaVonte Segura and not Henry Segura.
That's correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Hang on. Any juror have a question of this witness? You said how long this is? 20 minutes. What's that? 22 minutes. Okay. All right. Next thing we're going to do, and I'm going to get gathered up. You're going to hear and see a video of an individual named Kelsey Canard. The state has been unable to secure the attendance of Mr. Canard despite extensive efforts to get him here. Therefore, we're going to present his prior testimony. You should consider this video as you would any other evidence. And you have a transcript to follow along also.
I do, Your Honor. Give me 1 moment. Follow me, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, I'm Kelsey Canard.
Mr. Canard, it's my understanding that you are actually in prison.
Yes, sir.
And how long have you been in prison?
11 years, about 2 months, 3 months.
During that term of imprisonment, were you in Oklahoma City back in 2011?
Yes, sir.
During that time period, did you have a cellmate by the name of Henry Segura?
Yes, sir.
Do you see here Mr. Segura here in the court today?
Yes, sir.
Could you please point to indicate our clothing and wear?
The guy in the yellow striped tie with the blue suit and glasses.
And the record please reflect you indicated that you met Mr. Segura. Mr. Canard, during that time period, do you remember how many days or how long you were there with Mr. Segura?
I think, if I'm not mistaken, roughly about a week.
Okay. During that time period, did you and Mr. Segura have an opportunity to talk, obviously?
Yes, sir.
while Mr. Segura was there and talking, did he ever talk about why it is that he's been arrested?
Yes, sir, he did.
Did he ever give you any information? What did he tell you about that?
Oh, he told me he was incarcerated for murder and that he was just being picked up from Minnesota, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Did he give you, at any point, did Mr. Segura tell you anything about whether he did?
At first he kept talking about it, and then I kept telling him, like, don't tell me your case. And then the next day he kept talking about it, but after about the third day, yes sir, he went in full details of what he was in, what he was charged with.
When you say the first time, the first 3 days, you tell him not to talk to you, was he saying anything that specific?
Yeah, he told me that he was from Florida. He had killed. He had killed 4 people and went to Minnesota. And I was like, oh, don't tell me your case. And I told him don't tell nobody your case.
They told you anything?
Yes, sir.
What did he tell you on the third day about that case?
Well, he had told me that he killed his baby moms for because him or her was going through some child support issues or something like that, and he was upset because she was obviously had more money than him, and she wouldn't take him off because he had a little boy or something by, and killed her and the kids and everybody.
Okay. Did he give you? And so he says that there was a money issue having to do with child support.
Yes, sir.
And he was upset because she barely had more money. Did he give you any other details regarding it?
Well, if I'm not mistaken, he was like that he knew that she was something with some drugs or something, and he tried to get her to take off child support, and she wouldn't. And he I just lost it.
Did he say anything about who was present or how he did it? Did he say anything about how he did it?
He shot her and one of the kids, and he drowned 2 of them.
Did he give you any information about why it is he would have shot 2 but then only drowned 2?
No, sir, he didn't.
Did he give you any information about whether or not all 4 of those persons were there at the same time or anything along those lines?
No, because like I said at first, I could tell it was bothering him, right? And then when he started telling it out, I was like, listen, I'm going to do what you really don't want to tell your case to like that, right? And so he kind of started stumbling around, but he was making rap songs about it too, so.
What do you mean he was making rap songs about it?
He was actually rapping about it.
What was he saying he was rapping?
How he had killed her and the kids, and he was nothing to be played with.
Did he make any statements to you about where he may or may not have hidden any kind of murder weapon or anything like that?
Yes, sir. He had I think a wife or something and at this time that the gun that he used was supposed to be at her house in an old car or something in the motor, something to that nature.
Did he tell you anything about the kind of car or car?
No, sir.
Did he tell you anything else regarding these murders? The rap song you're talking about, was that just one time or over time?
Nah, like for the whole week, he was in there, he was making all kind of raps, but that one rap, he wrote several to him. I think I actually mailed him out to somebody, like his wife or somebody, because when he left him behind. And I had, when you leave Oklahoma City, you can't take nothing with you. So I actually had to put my name on the mail and send it out to I think it was his wife or somebody.
Anything else he told you regarding his murder?
Yeah, it was this one girl he used to go with. He had went to her and asked her to buy a gun or something, and she denied it. She wanted to get the gun for him, And he was like, if he get out, he was gonna kill her too.
Did you just talk to him the one time? I know you had a rap, but did you just talk to him the one time about cases?
We spoke several, in that week, we spoke several times.
The information you're talking about, did that all come out at one time, or did it just over the course of that?
Over the course of that week.
At some point, did you tell law enforcement about the statement that Mr. Segura?
Yes, sir, I did.
Why did he tell law enforcement?
Well, for one, I'm a father. And two, a part of my plea deal in the federal courthouse is that if I have any knowledge of any criminal activity and I don't report it, I could be prosecuted for that. That was part of my plea deal.
Okay. So you're doing this, one, to keep from being prosecuted?
Yes, sir.
And two, you have children of your own?
Yes, sir.
Are you also looking to get benefit, maybe with a sentence reduction?
But as you know, that the government can never promise you nothing, but it's an and/or situation. I could, but I couldn't.
Yeah, but you're looking for it?
Yes, sir.
Based upon that, does that mean you're being untruthful?
No, sir.
Mr. Canard, how many times, if at all, have you been convicted of a felony offense?
I think 5.
And you got 11 years served at this point. How much did you have served back in 2011? About 5 years or so?
No, actually, I received one time credit already. I had 16 years and 8 months, and they reduced it to 14 years.
So you were originally sentenced to 16 years.
Yes, sir.
And at some point it got reduced to 14 years.
Yes, sir.
Was that on a post-plea sentence reduction?
Again, my plea deal was if I had any criminal activities that I knew about, I was supposed to report it. So I did. At that time, they didn't give me nothing that sentence. So when they convicted the people that was involved with me at that time, they later reduced my sentence.
They reduced your sentence based on the government filing a motion for substantial assistance.
Yes, sir.
Which you didn't have at the time of your plea.
No, I cooperated, but it's a process in the federal system that has to go through a whole lot of investigation, billing cases and things of that nature. And when we actually do get locked up, they might let that person out to cooperate. So when that person gets to cooperating, then they come in, they too receive a time cut, and then that's when I get mine as well.
So you were originally sentenced to 16 years. You got a time cut on a subsequently filed motion for substantial assistance, correct?
Yes, by the government.
And the government is the only party that can file a motion for substantial assistance, correct? That's your understanding?
No, I can file one if I feel like that my assistance that I turned over to the government was substantial enough. Yes, I can file one under a motion to compel the government and lay grounds out why. And then it's the government, which is my USA attorney, if she feel that my assistance was substantial enough, then she would grant me one.
You're aware, sir, that not even a federal judge can compel a U.S. attorney to file a motion for substantial assistance unless they're withholding it for like racial or gender reasons, right?
I mean, when I filed mine in 2011 and 12, that's what I filed under, and the government told me if I withdraw, they would grant me mine. So that's what they did.
So they granted you one already?
Yes, sir.
And you're hoping for an additional sentence reduction?
Yes, sir.
And when you say you would be prosecuted, you're aware you wouldn't actually be prosecuted if you didn't tell them anything. A condition of your plea was that you testified truthfully, if called upon to do so, regarding criminal activity that you have knowledge of, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you're aware then that it's not actually a criminal offense to not proactively report a new offense?
Well, all I know is my plea agreement stated that, and that's what I must do.
Okay, so your understanding of your plea was that you would be charged with new offenses if you didn't come forward?
Yes.
Okay. I noticed when Mr. Fuchs asked you why you were coming forward, first thing you mentioned is that you're a father, and he had to kind of drag out of you that you want a sentence reduction. Why were you hesitant to give that information?
Well, I don't think I was.
But he asked you why, and you gave two answers. The fact that you were there to argue with the witness. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Do you recall Mr. Fuchs asking you why you were here, why you would offer that information against Mr. Segura?
Yes, sir, I do.
Do you recall giving him two reasons, one of which was that you were a father?
Yes, sir, I do.
And it was only after he prompted you with an additional question, specifically about whether you were hoping to get a sentence reduction, and you admitted that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the question is, why did he have to specifically point to that? You were asked the question, why are you doing this? Why didn't you offer that information to him?
He didn't because, again, in the federal court system, that we really don't have to turn that information over. I don't know how it works over in the state, but in the federal system, we don't have to turn that information over because it's something that's already noted, and we don't have to turn that information over.
You don't have to turn what information over?
That we will receive a time cut. We don't have to state that for the record.
Are you saying it's your understanding you will receive a time cut?
No, I said that in the federal system, we do not have to state that we will receive a time cut, or we will or we won't. We don't have to state that.
I see.
We don't be asked those questions.
I see. Okay. Let me ask you about these raps that you say Mr. Segura wrote or sang. Was anybody else around when he did those raps?
He had several homeboys there that I also told him not to talk to his case about, but I can't, it's been a little while ago. There was two other dudes there from Florida at that point, and I can't remember their names, and
Okay. And so the two people who would have been able to corroborate your story about what Mr. Segura said, you never provided that information to law enforcement?
No, I didn't.
And likewise, the written rap that you say would have corroborated what he was saying about these offenses, you sent that off to his wife and also didn't provide that to law enforcement?
I think in my original letter I did. I told him that, because I wrote the courthouse, I told him that they can check my car log, because I not only sent letters to his house, I spoke to his wife. If you go back to 2011, you can see his phone numbers on my list, where I called her several times for him and spoke with her while he was there and after he left.
My question is, you sent the rap that you claim he wrote to his wife, not to law enforcement, correct?
Yes, that's what he asked me to do with it, because he had other mail in there too.
And so all of the corroborative evidence that would have supported what you were saying, the other witnesses' names and the rap is gone, right?
I sent it to his wife.
My question is, that evidence is gone.
I sent it to his wife.
Okay. And likewise, didn't provide law enforcement with the names of people who could have corroborated your story. Is that true?
I sent it to his wife.
Okay. I saw that you mentioned during the questioning of Mr. Fuchs, you said that you told Mr. Segura you're not a guy that he wants to be talking to about his case.
Yes, sir.
Are you somebody who, besides the time you've already told us about, when you got a 2-year sentence reduction, has either cooperated with the government or attempted to cooperate with the government to get a sentence reduction for yourself in the past?
Well, I never, his situation, I never ran across nobody like that, but yes, I have cooperated with the government on a high level, and it's never been a doubt about my cooperation.
So you're somebody who's eager to cooperate with the government?
No, I'm not eager, but again, my plea agreement stated that if I have criminal activity knowledge, I must turn it over.
Okay, so over what period of time have you been cooperating with the government, providing information to them about criminal offenses?
Oh, several years now on several cases.
How many cases?
If I can remember correctly, like 3, 4, maybe.
Okay. Been to court to testify in those cases?
Yes.
Okay, is that why you got the sentence reduction, you came to court and testified against the defendant in that other case?
Yes, sir. But he actually pleaded out though, once he seen they had me, he actually pleaded out.
How many times have you attempted to provide assistance to the government? Meaning reach out, contact, or maybe your attorney reach out, contact somebody from the government to tell, hey, I've got information about another case for you.
Again, in the federal system, it works different. Once you turn the information over, it might be an ongoing case that they may not even use you because they might have enough people already, and then it could take years on down the line. So it could take maybe 10 years just to build this case on a certain individual. So it's probably still ongoing cases that I gave information on that they just haven't used me for yet.
My question is, how many times have you either provided information or attempted to provide information?
I can't give you an accurate number on that. It was several cases.
More than 10?
No.
You don't know how many times you've attempted to provide information?
No.
How many times you've provided information that hasn't come to fruition in the form of a motion for substantial assistance?
I can't give you an accurate number on that.
Isn't it true, Mr. Canard, the reason you said Mr. Segura should talk to you about what he was accused of doing, what he was alleged to do, is because you're somebody who takes information like that and uses it to try and put yourself in a better position with respect to sentencing?
No, I just give government the truth.
Pretty rare.
Yes, Your Honor, actually, we might could be more so before we call it relevance. When Mr. Segura was there with you, did you trouble sleeping?
Yes, some nights he used to just wake up and you could hear him moaning and he'd just get up because we was allowed 2 chairs in the room and he'll get in this chair and sit at the foot of the bed for a few hours.
Did he ever wake up screaming as if he had a nightmare or something?
Yes, sir, he did.
At some point, did Mr. Segura talk to you about the fact that there were only 2 people at the house initially, but more people came home?
No, sir, he didn't. I can't recall that.
Remember talking to law enforcement officers back in November of 2011 when they came to see you?
Yes, I think, one of the ages I can't,
That's the investigator Bossio, is that right?
yes. Vincent?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
We have a fresh recollection if I showed you a copy of the report that contained the information you had.
Yes, sir.
Very first document. Without reading this, read this to yourself. How's that? Does that help refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember that? You remember anything about him saying anything about somebody being home and then 2 other people coming home?
I can't recall. It was a while ago, but
Well, don't guess. If you recall or you don't.
I don't.
Doesn't refresh your recollection?
No, sir.
All right. You said that Mrs. Segura said he put the gun in the car. Can you tell you anything about where in the car?
Yes, sir, in the motor of the car.
Okay, in the motor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did he say anything?
Can we approach real quick, please?
Keep going. Matt?
No, I think he just told me it was a car sitting in his yard at his White House, in his White House or something, and the car was there.
Okay. And you put it in the motor, in the actual motor or the motor area?
In the motor area, I guess, because I don't think you can put a gun in the actual motor.
That's why I asked the question. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Your Honor.
collect the transcript. There were another couple of questions after that I can't show you on the video, but I'll just read the question and answer these. Said, did Mr. Segura tell you anything about the type of gun he used? The witness said, I think, if I'm not mistaken, and I could be wrong, but I think it was like a 9mm or something. And then the question was, but it was a pistol, is that what you're saying? The witness indicated, yes, sir. Then there was a question, I guess that would have been a semi-automatic then, right? The witness said, I'm not really too familiar with guns, so I don't know the difference between them like that. The question, you don't know about whether 9mm come as revolvers. You only know that it was 9mm. The witness answered yes. So that was the testimony, further testimony presented by Mr. Canard. There is a stipulation from the parties that followed as to Mr. Canard, said that Mr. Canard was called upon by the state at an earlier stage of these proceedings to testify before the court. At that time, Mr. Canard was serving a federal prison sentence. Following his testimony in this case, Mr. Canard received a sentence reduction for having cooperated with the state. We also are going to present a short clip from, I forget whether it's Lieutenant or Sergeant Basio. It's a very short segment. This would be, rather than require him to come back up here, we're just going to provide we do have this on the video of his brief testimony on this subject. This would have been testimony elicited by the defense.
And Your Honor, also I have, it's already been introduced into evidence as to Exhibit 135, which is the document that indicates that Mr. Canard and Mr. Segura were in fact in federal custody at the same location in Oklahoma City.
I do. You have a seat. Start up the microphone, please. Detective Watson, could you introduce yourself? First and last name for the court reporter.
Sure. My name is Sergeant Vincent Basio. My first name is V as in Victor. I-N-C-E-N-T. My last name is Basio. B as in boy. O-C-C-I-O.
Detective Basio, you were the one, along with Henry Johnson, who went to Texas at some point during the investigation of this case to meet with Kelsey Canard, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And because he was in a federal correctional institution, you weren't able to bring in recording equipment, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. You recall that conversation that you had with Mr. Canard at the time?
Yes.
Okay. And in recounting the details of the murder as he claimed Mr. Segura gave them to him, did he at any point ever mention anything about children?
No.
Okay. Was he able to give you any specific details about how the offense was committed back then?
No.
Okay.
In this situation also, let's talk also about Mr. Canard. Some questions were asked of Kelsey Canard in your interview there about whether or not he identified kids specifically. Isn't it true that Mr. Canard stated to you or told you that Mr. Segura said, or I guess Mr. Canard told you that Mr. Segura said that there was a quadruple homicide, meaning multiple persons?
That's correct.
Okay. that he told you that he killed 2 people there initially, but 2 others came home.
Yes,
So total of 4.
that's correct.
So it wasn't that he didn't tell you there weren't multiple people, he just didn't tell you the age of the people.
That's correct.
Pretty great.
All right, let's go separate. Okay, so that's what we got for the day. As I said earlier, I told you we had one witness that had a scheduling problem today, but he was going to have to be followed by another witness. We weren't going to get all that done today anyway, unless we wanted to go till 7 o'clock. I don't think we want to go till 7 o'clock Friday night. So anyway, we're going to break for the day. Monday morning, we're going to have 2 witnesses. They're both Reconstruction experts. There's one for the defense, one for the state. I would hope we would be through with the testimony by about lunchtime on Monday. These lawyers are going to have all weekend to think about this, so they might surprise us on Monday morning, but that's what I'm expecting. And we'll probably break at that point in time and come back and do the instructions and closing first thing on Tuesday morning. You may wonder why we don't just, keep it going and get it done, but we don't want to be sending you out to start deliberating at 6 o'clock in the evening. That's not fair to the case or fair to y'all. That's late. So we're going to try to get it to you on Tuesday by lunchtime so that you have plenty of time to discuss it. As I've warned you, I don't know whether that concerns you or not, but warned you, if you don't get a verdict on Tuesday during the day, we will sequester you Tuesday night. You'll be staying in a hotel. So just be aware that's a possibility. So what I'll have you do when you come in Tuesday is just bring an overnight bag with you in case that happens. So that's the current layout and plan of where we are. I think we're on track. Lawyers have been cooperating to keep things moving. So it's been well done. Appreciate that they're cooperating with each other and keeping things going. So anybody have questions? What's expected of you? If not, we'll see you Monday morning, 8:45, same procedure. All right, everybody be seated, please. May have been a little short with it earlier, but had the jury waiting, so I thought I should explain my ruling on what the defense raised about Pint. I forget what her real name is. But I asked the state to cooperate with letting the defense call their witness on Monday by going ahead and starting their rebuttal. Part of the deal with that is we couldn't then be doing rebuttal to their rebuttal just because of the timing of it. Frankly, I was prepared to say Mr. Knox could testify today or not. Y'all agree to the contrary, which I think is good and admirable that you're getting along professionally and working in that way. But I don't think the state can be penalized by the way it's been done. making it look like it wasn't a big deal to call in another witness, but actually what that would have been would be some type of rebuttal, and I'm not going to get into that. Then the state would want to say, well, we have rebuttal to that, and I just think it's a never-ending chain. So that's the basis of my ruling. If you want to put the lady's correct name on the record, you can do so, Mr. Prince.
Yes, sir, and I was going to ask the court too, I don't even necessarily need the court to remain as you've already ruled, but I was going to see if the court had any objection to me preserving what that testimony would have been.
Right, I thought you did that, but she was going to say that she knew that the children were killed in the tub, I think is what you said.
Yes, sir, that she conveyed that to Mr. Segura on November 20th, 2000.
Right. And what was her name?
Marguerite Douglas.
Okay, all right, so I just wanted to explain my ruling.
Yeah.
All right, what else we have to take up?
Nothing else in the defense, Your Honor.
Hang on.
Yeah, just to maintain the record, Your Honor, there was an interview with her, and this is supports of the tit for tat Your Honor was just talking about that would have occurred. But the bottom line is, I believe what her previous testimony during that interview was that that she initially told them that somebody had killed them, the two kids and her, and kidnapped the little boy. Later on, she had found out they found the 4 bodies. And after she had talked to Mrs. Segura, she later found out at the grocery store. So it just supports that we need to be going back and forth.
Well, I mean, do you think we need to have a record proper from her? I mean, do you doubt what Mr. Prince is saying?
No, Your Honor, I think that right there is on the record, and nothing but a piece of paper.
Okay. All right. Anything else? So we're going to be ready to present Mr. Knox at 9 o'clock on Monday morning, correct, Mr. Prince?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. And you're going to have Mr. Yao here ready to roll.
Yes, Your Honor. He actually will be asking that he be in the courtroom to observe the other.
Okay. And I assume both y'all have the jury instructions from last time.
I'll dig them up.
Because we're going to get into discussing that Monday, so that we can have that worked out on Monday. I don't think I thought of anything unique. You're going to be seeking in a way jury instruction.
I don't think we're going to be looking for anything different, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor, I agree. I think it'll be the same.
Okay. All right. Y'all have a good weekend. We'll see you Monday morning.
All right, so that is it for today. But I will run over what we heard. Let's see. So we start off with Dr. Kevin McElfresh. He's the DNA expert. We heard a lot about him. Well, he's already testified like 3 times. We heard a proffer, then we heard him testify, and then he came back in. And he was basically comparing this phone cradle comparison to the buccal swab of Angel. And he basically concluded that Angel was not there, that there was enough, too much of his DNA was missing, that he wasn't, they went into a lot of, technical explanations. Brandi was the major donor, but Angel's data just didn't match up. That was just basically that part of it. And the minor contributor was not associated with Angel. Then Kelsey Canard came in, and this was interesting. So he was a cellmate to Henry's, and this is when Henry was getting transported back from Minnesota. So this was in Oklahoma City, or Oklahoma somewhere. I think it was OKC. I think it was Oklahoma City. He was only there for about a week. So so Kelsey's in this federal prison, serving time, serving 30 years, I think. 16 years, and Henry's being transported back from Minnesota down to Florida. So that's why I'm like, what the heck is he doing in Oklahoma? So that's what it was. Then he was only there for about a week. Henry told him about the case, even though Kelsey's like saying, don't talk to me about the case, don't want to hear it. He told him that Henry ended up saying he deleted some baby's mom over support issues, he off the kids as well, and everybody. He knew that she was into drugs and wanted to be taken off of child support, and he just lost it. So that's the first time we heard that Henry admitted knowing that Brandi was into drugs, because nobody has said that other than Carlos and now Henry, or this guy Kelsey. So that's the only two people out of. I mean, we've had 19. The defense had 19 witnesses. The state had 17, and then now another 9 or 10 in rebuttal. I mean, this has been like 40, 24. Yeah, like 60 witnesses or something, 50 to 60 witnesses, just a lot of witnesses. So that's the first time that we've heard that Henry said that Brandi was in the drugs. So who figured? And Kelsey said he even made a rap song, and he mailed it to his wife. Go figure. So anyway, then we heard from Sergeant Vincent Bascio. He came back again. We heard from him, but that was really quick. Too quick for me even to write it down. It was so quick. So that basically ended day 6. So now we are on to day 7, but now tomorrow we're going to pick back up on West Virginia versus Natalie Cochran. So we're going to pause for Henry Segura for just a few days. So, yeah, 54 of them spoke on DNA. Therapist, I know. Lots of DNA. Lots of DNA. Dream of Landry, yeah, first time hearing that, right? Julie says Segura most likely concocted this whole thing and went into berserker mode. Yeah. All right. Julie says, if this is the case, then I really hate him for painting her in such a bad light. Yeah. Yes, Dream of Landry. Thank you to our wonderful mods. And to Aaron. I know we got to thank you to Aaron in there somewhere too. Oh, there, Dream of Landry. Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you.
Julie, yes, he had a lot of details, meaning Kelsey, yeah, he had a lot of details for sure. So where do you guys stand? My internet's acting up, so this may be a good time to just call it a day. Seems like my internet might be acting up, so maybe we'll just call it a day. Yeah, I'm trying to wrap my head around it too. There's so many moving parts. It's so confusing, so many moving parts. Well, the bottom line is 3 kids and a woman, her mother's no longer with us, so it's sad. All right, internet's kind of acting wonky, so I'm going to say goodnight. We'll call the night there. Tomorrow morning, 8:45, we're going to pick up on West Virginia versus Natalie Cochran. Mandy, you fell asleep. No worries. Be on replay crew. There were some exciting things happen. Definitely some interesting things. I think Angel Villa Quiones, I thought he was pretty good. Check him out, Mandy. He was definitely good. I liked him. He was like the star witness, basically. So check him out. The only thing I think you missed, Hellcat, was Angel. I think he was the good one. Check him out. So, all right, guys. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. So Hellcat is one of our newest mods, actually our newest mod. So thank you, Hellcat, for being with us today. Thank you, OnlyFan, Julie, Therapist Brat. I don't think Rachel or Florida PI Sam, you were in the chat for a little bit too. So thanks, guys. Widespread Panic, you were not with us today. I hope you are okay. I think you were in our other chat, but I hope all is well with you. Thank you to Aaron. And tomorrow morning, 8:45, we're going to pick back up with West Virginia versus Natalie Cochran. So that's the Ponzi scheme to poisoning. So insulin killed her off to her husband. So that's going to be That's going to be cool. So, yeah. See y'all tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. So, Hellcat, yay. Thank you both. Yep. And everybody stay warm. Yep. Definitely stay warm, guys. Okay, with that, I'm going to say goodbye, and I'm going to play the outro, and we'll see you guys tomorrow at 8:45 Eastern Time. Okay, bye. Oh, wait a minute. Let me put me... yeah, I'll go there. Okay, cool. Bye.